When the awakening ceremony begins, all students are tense to the limit, because in the next few minutes they'll awaken their life's profession. And believe me, no one wants to be stuck with a farmer profession for life. One guy becomes a chef and is pretty satisfied with it, even though it's not much better than being a farmer. When the next girl steps into the awakening circle, a huge fire explosion erupts, shocking everyone around. It's a sign that Xiaojue awakened one of the rarest professions, an elemental mage. She's confident no one will surpass her, and that she'll stay at the top as always. But when our guy steps forward, he's completely relaxed and confident. The professors are sure there's nothing special about him, yet his awakening shocks everyone. Dark clouds fill the sky, and an undead army appears inside them. The students are scared as hell, but luckily it's just a vision, and a clear sign that our boy, Lin Moyu, awakened the rarest, unique, hidden profession of a necromancer. The other students can't believe that he got so lucky and start to cope by saying that it might not be that great since it's just unique. Before he walks off the stage, the formation master approaches him and asks if he can demonstrate his skills, since this is the first time he has seen this profession. The hero looks at his stats window and notices that he has two skills. The first one allows him to summon skeleton warriors, while the other is an offensive skill called Soul Blaze that burns his enemies. Judging by his spiritual power, it seems like he is a mage, but his summoning skill is similar to the summoner class. He uses his skill to summon a single skeleton warrior, which makes everyone gasp in horror. The formation master tests it out by attacking the skeleton, but the hero commands it to stay put. When the skeleton doesn't move, the old man realizes that the kid can control it well. Even though the skeleton is low-leveled right now, he guesses it will level up with the hero. He thanks him for his time and our boy walks back. His friend approaches him with a curious expression and comments that the skeleton looks like a rag. The hero uses his recall skill to put it back inside the subspace. He then notices the number in the subspace going up by 1. The maximum capacity is 10, so he can store a total of 10 undead at his current level. Our boy knows that the undead army he saw in the earlier vision was probably controlled by a real necromancer. If he can level up, he also might be able to kill a dragon in seconds. Meanwhile, his friend comes back from his class change and reveals that he became a knight just as he hoped. Eventually, the ceremony ends, and all the students are instructed to utilize the training dungeon tomorrow to prepare for the big test. Their grades will determine the academy they will enter. As the hero begins walking back with his friend, Jue comes running and challenges him to compete with her in the upcoming exams. He agrees without thinking, and she comments that she won't lose to him this time. Back at his home, the hero stares at a photograph of his family and declares that he will also join the Xiajing Academy like his sister. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door and Principal Lu shows up. He is here to provide the hero with some supplies. Last year, only Moyu's sister was able to enter Xiajing Academy from their entire city. He promised her to take good care of her younger brother before she left. Later that night, our boy gets a strange notification on his system window. It mentions that he has unlocked a unique profession and prompts a few system updates. As a result, the hero gets a new passive skill that increases the effects of all his other skills by 5 times. He also gets a damage transfer skill that transfers all the damage received by him to his summons. To test it out, he summons a skeleton warrior and notices that its stats have increased by 5 times. With his other skill combined, our boy almost feels invincible. The scene shifts to the next day, and we see the hero standing in front of the training dungeon, with his friend Yang beside him. His friend invites him to raid the dungeon together, but he refuses. Hearing this, he starts acting dramatic again, saying that he feels betrayed. The hero calmly explains that solo raiding is better at the start because teaming up divides experience, which slows down leveling. At that moment, Shui arrives and supports his reasoning. She explains that solo leveling is best below level 10, and teaming up only becomes efficient after that. Soon the principal shows up and instructs all students to form teams, except for our boy and the genius girl. A student questions why they do not need support, and he explains that the girl is aiming to enter Xiajing Academy. Because of this, she needs to level up as fast as possible. As for the hero, neither the principal nor Master Qian knows his true profession. Anyone who wants to support him is free to ask him, but the students are afraid of his skeletons. The hero also refuses to team up because he is targeting Xiajing Academy as well. This shocks the principal, and he tells him that entering Xiajing Academy requires at least level 12, and to be safe, level 15 is recommended. Reaching level 12 in 1 week is already difficult, and level 15 is even harder. Moreover, there are other factors besides their levels that they need to consider. Despite hearing all this, our boy still feels confident in his own skills. After this, the genius girl challenges him to a competition to see who levels up faster. Accepting her challenge, the hero enters the dungeon and immediately summons 4 skeletons, ordering them to wipe out all the monsters. His skeletons kill level 1 monsters, granting him 10 experience each. To reach level 2, he needs to defeat 100 level 1 monsters. Within just 30 minutes, he reaches level 2. All his stats increase by 10 points, and his summoning space expands. He then summons a level 2 skeleton with greatly enhanced stats and continues hunting. The skeleton easily one-shots level 3 and level 4 monsters, giving him even more experience. Our boy notices that the skeletons leave a trace of their movements on a map, which helps to record their position. At the same time, he turns back to see one of the monsters still alive and decides to test out his skill. Moyu uses his Soul Blaze skill, burning the monster's soul and killing it instantly. Shortly after, he reaches level 3 and summons more skeletons. These skeletons can even one-shot level 6 monsters. After 4 hours inside the dungeon, our boy manages to reach level 4. He thinks to himself that if he can get to level 8 here, he can go to the Shihai suburbia where he might find stronger monsters. Outside the dungeon, the principal and Shuei's father are talking. Her dad thanks the principal for his hard work, and the principal simply mentions that it's all due to her own talent and hard work. As they discuss her progress, he mentions that the girl needs to get to level 5 today if she wants to enter Xiaojing Academy. There is a 12-hour countdown for the dungeon, so she must level up before that. The conversation then steers to the hero, and the principal mentions that he doesn't really know anything about his profession to determine how strong he is. Back inside, our boy reaches level 7. By now, he has realized that he can simply send his skeletons forward and watch as they hunt for him. Still, even after 7 hours, he has not yet encountered any level 8 monsters. As he moves forward, a monster suddenly attacks him. Fortunately, he has a passive skill called Damage Transfer, which is always active, so he takes no damage. The attacker turns out to be a level 8 tree-type monster. Our boy orders his skeletons to attack, and it takes 4 full hits to bring the monster down. Considering that his skeletons are already 5 times stronger than normal, this shows just how powerful the tree monster was. There are more than 100 such monsters in the area. For other players, this would be a nightmare, but for the hero, it is paradise. He orders all his skeletons to attack, and his experience continues to rise rapidly. The scene shifts outside the dungeon, where someone unexpectedly exits before the 12-hour limit. The principal and others are confused, since exiting early requires passing through the forest of level 8 tree monsters, which is nearly impossible. Then they see Moyu. When asked how he came out, he explains that he cleared all the monsters. The principal is shocked to see that the hero is already level 7. Our boy casually adds that the monsters were weak and that he could have reached level 8 otherwise. He then asks for permission to visit Shihai suburbia. The principal, still lost in thought, eventually agrees and tells him to rest first before returning to Shu's father. When the principal returns, everyone anxiously asks if everything is alright, and this time he proudly shows off. They finally realize that the necromancer profession is no joke, and the kid might actually make it to Xiaojing Academy. This might be a bit problematic for the girl since she is far too competitive. Later, Moyu is seen resting in front of the dungeon when Jue comes out of the portal. Seeing him already outside shocks her, and noticing his level leaves her completely stunned. Her dad calls her over, and on the way, she vents her frustration, but then motivates herself, vowing to defeat him one day. Her father then drops another bombshell by mentioning that the hero has defeated level 8 monsters, leaving her speechless. Outside, Yang is practically begging the hero to raid together. To get rid of him, the hero agrees. The next day, his friend waits for him at the academy's entrance, but he does not show up. When he asks the principal, he learns that the hero has already left the city, which sends him into a rage. The scene shifts to the hero at the Shenxia Empire Exchange Center, where he registers his identity and looks for a suitable mission. He finds one that requires retrieving the core of a level 14 Goblin King. Dungeons come in 3 difficulties: Normal, Nightmare, and Hell, and the Goblin King's core only appears in Nightmare and Hell. Given his current strength, the mission is impossible, so he abandons the idea and leaves the city. At the city wall, a soldier verifies his identity and grants him permission to leave. Outside the city, a goblin watches him from afar. The hero is already aware of it, so he summons a skeleton warrior and orders it to attack. The goblin is level 10 with 120 strength points, but it barely damages his level 7 skeleton, which is 3 times stronger. The skeleton easily kills it. Soon, Lin's skeletons slaughter large numbers of goblins while he calmly enjoys the experience points. He calculates that at this pace, he might reach level 15 before the final trial. This also makes him wonder how his sister managed to reach level 16 before her final trial. After some time, the hero reaches level 10. His stats increase dramatically, and his skeletons advance to bronze grade with greatly enhanced stats. They also gain a skill that temporarily boosts their power to 200. Moyu confidently thinks that with these skeletons, he can dominate the area. Suddenly, an arrow hits him, shattering his confidence. A girl passes by, and for a moment, the hero suspects she attacked him. However, he soon realizes that she looks like an assassin, while the attack came from an arrow, meaning there must be an archer. The assassin disappears, and 2 men appear, one of them an archer, asking if he saw a girl dressed in black. Instead of answering them, our boy demands an apology for being hit by the arrow. The archer apologizes, but he is still a bit confused on how the hero didn't take any damage. Not trying to escalate things, our boy lets them go with a warning. However, one of them pauses as he notices his skeleton warrior and comments that people like him are up to no good. Still, they know better to mess with a guy like that, so they leave. Night falls, and our boy continues gaining massive experience without much effort, casually sitting on a rock. After clearing the monsters, he sets up a campfire and thinks about how to reach level 15 before entering the academy. Thinking about his sister, He wonders if she teamed up with others to raid a nightmare difficulty dungeon in order to reach level 16. Suddenly he hears footsteps. The same assassin from earlier appears and asks if he has food. Without thinking much, he offers her bread. She devours it quickly and drinks nearly a liter of water before thanking him. After she's done with the food, the girl asks for his name, but the hero stays quiet. She realizes that he doesn't like to talk and offers to analyze each other's skills. Our boy tries it, but it fails and he can't read her at all. The girl, on the other hand, can clearly read all of his stats and occupation title. It makes her a bit surprised since this is her first time hearing about a profession like this. Confused, our boy asks her why his analysis didn't work. The girl laughs and reveals that she is using a blocking badge, so anyone below level 10 can't analyze her skills. After taking the badge off, she tells him to try again. This time he can see that her name is Ning Yi, and she is a level 19 shadow assassin. As Moyu examines her information, he suddenly senses hostile presences. The same people who attacked them earlier appear again, this time with an additional companion. Yi mentions they have been chasing her for days over a mid-tier scroll. She decides to leave and tells the hero that if fate allows, they might meet again in the future. Before she can go far, an archer fires an arrow at her. She dodges it in time, but the arrow turns out to be a special marking arrow designed to counter assassins and invisible targets. Since our boy was also caught in the zone, the arrow is tracking his location as well. It isn't long before the attackers show up thinking that the hero and the girl are working together. The assassin girl tries to clear Moyu of any involvement and offers to give up the scroll if they let them leave, but these people clearly have no intention of sparing anyone. Realizing the danger, she tells him to run while she buys him time. The hero asks about her safety, and she claims she has ways to escape in the dark. However, he can tell she is bluffing since she is already marked and cannot hide anymore. The attackers decide to stop wasting time, and their mage suddenly activates a skill that floods the area with light, completely erasing the darkness, making it especially effective against assassins. With nowhere left for her to run now, the others prepare to finish the girl off. They are surrounded from all three sides by the attackers and things look bad. However, our boy doesn't even flinch and simply summons his skeletons. Seeing the skeletons makes the mage a bit disgusted, and he counters with his massive fireball. Realizing the danger, the girl tries to pull the hero away, but she notices spiritual strings binding her legs and preventing her from moving. Using this opportunity, the archer fires a triple shot at the two of them. In order to save the hero, Yi pushes him away, but he now stands directly in front of the fireball. However, the next moment, two skeleton warriors pull up and block both attacks at the same time. Another skeleton takes care of the sword guy while one deals with the mage. The man starts to panic and wonders how a level 10 necromancer can summon skeletons this strong. Despite their high level, none of their skills seems to be working against the undead. Within moments, the skeletons grow into an entire army and completely overwhelm them. Even the girl is shocked and turns back to look at the hero who is fully in control of all the undead warriors. At level 10, his talent skill has increased to level 2, which means that all of his skills effects now get increased by 10 times, including the stats of all his skeletons. Desperate to survive, the mage quickly raises a defensive barrier, but it shatters in a single strike. His fire attacks prove useless, and the undead skeletons kill him almost instantly. The archer also tries to flee, but he can't outrun the skeletons despite having high agility. He also gets caught and killed. Finally, it's the knight with his extreme defense skill who manages to hold on against the undead warrior. Even though this skill is quite impressive, the knight knows he's screwed and starts regretting his decision to come here. Our boy uses the skeleton's berserk skill and orders them to finish him off. The knight's extreme defense skill only lasts for a minute, and if the attacks are intense, it lasts even shorter. Surrounded by all these skeletons, it doesn't take long for him to crack and he too falls down. Yi can only stare in shock as she realizes that the hero killed all of them without even moving. Killing professionals also drops items, so he wonders what these guys had. They end up dropping a bunch of bronze E rank items, and the girl recognizes that they must have raided the Carmen's Orc Legion dungeon. Even though our boy finds these items useless, he stores them in his portable storage and decides to sell them later. The hero also finds a primary skill scroll and initially considers selling it, but the girl stops him and suggests he use it himself, since it has a chance of giving him a new skill. Since it's his first time using the scroll, he doesn't know how to do it properly. The girl explains that he simply has to hold it in his hands and say the word, use. Our boy tries it, but nothing happens, which makes the girl laugh as she jokingly tells him to say it a bit louder. Moyu realizes that she is messing with him and uses his spiritual energy to activate the scroll. Lucky for him, he gains a new skill called Corpse Explosion that allows him to deal area damage by blasting corpses. Even though the skill looks weak right now, its radius will increase after being enhanced. Moreover, exploding a single corpse can lead to a chain explosion causing further explosions and more damage. Seeing him distracted, the girl asks if he successfully gained the skill, and he confirms that he did. Hearing him talk, she compliments his voice and asks why he speaks so little. Our boy realizes that this girl is a bit different from those other girls at school and returns the compliment by praising her voice as well. She thanks him for saving her life and hands over a treasure chest containing an intermediate skill scroll, the very item those three men were chasing. This is an extremely rare skill scroll almost worth 1 million, and it allows the user to obtain a skill between level 40 and level 70. Yi explains that she accidentally discovered a hidden chest in a dungeon near Shanghai City and found the scroll inside. Unfortunately, those men noticed her at the time. She has been fleeing non-stop for 2 days, from Shanghai City all the way to Shihai City, yet they never stopped pursuing her. The hero comments that she almost died today, but the girl reassures him, revealing that even if she had been seriously injured, she would have been automatically teleported away. Still, she credits him for saving her life and thanks him sincerely. Our boy reflects quietly, realizing that he may have worried for nothing. He begins to suspect that she must come from a powerful background since she has an item like that. After that, she casually reminds him that she has already handed over the scroll and asks if he has anything else to eat, as she is still extremely hungry. As the hero hands her more bread, she looks at him, guesses that he has not joined any university yet, and wonders which one he plans to enter. Our boy explains that he is aiming for Jiaojing University. Hearing this, she feels that it is a solid choice, and silently thinks that if someone like him cannot make it into that university, then no one else deserves to. The girl then gives him several important pieces of advice. Once he enters the university, he must visit the Manhwa Tower and try to clear as many floors as possible on his first attempt, since the first run gives double points. In that university, points are everything. After giving him many such tips, she falls asleep. Our boy puts a blanket on her and sits down to restore his spiritual energy. The next day, Yi wakes up and asks the hero for food again, but our boy mentions that he has none left. After that, she tells him that she is going to level up on her own, and urges him to level up quickly as well, so they can train together in the future. With that, she leaves. With her gone, our boy looks at the 3 corpses left behind and decides to test out his new skill. He immediately uses his corpse explosion skill, which causes a massive explosion. Because of his talent, all his skills are 10 times stronger, causing his primary skill to reach divine level. As he leaves the area, he detonates the remaining 2 corpses as well. After his skeletons evolved from black iron to bronze grade, summoning a single skeleton now costs him 70 spirit points. His maximum spirit capacity is 300, meaning that after recovering overnight, he can summon 4 skeletons at once. The maximum capacity of his subspace has also increased to 100. The scene changes to the entrance of the Shihai mine, where many people are gathered, either looking for parties or recruiting members. Moyu approaches the dungeon entrance, where he is given 2 difficulty options, normal and nightmare. Hell difficulty is not yet available. Even on normal difficulty, the dungeon monsters are far stronger than those outside, usually requiring at least a 3-person team. Nightmare difficulty typically demands a full 5-person party. As he is choosing the difficulty, someone walks over and tries to analyze his skills. However, the man freaks out when he notices the skeleton warrior, and the analysis fails because of the blocking badge. At the same time, a few other professionals approach him, hoping to recruit him. However, the hero refuses all of them. He then selects Nightmare difficulty and enters the dungeon alone. The others are shocked that someone at his level chose to go alone with Nightmare difficulty. They believe he was just a show-off and will come running out in a few minutes. Inside the dungeon, our boy starts within a protective barrier that prevents monsters from detecting him. Once he steps outside, the monsters will immediately sense his presence. In front of him stands a level 14 goblin with 800 stat points. A normal level 14 goblin would usually have only 300 to 400 stats, but this one is more than twice as strong. Defeating such a monster would normally require a well-coordinated team, but for him it is not much of a problem since his skeletons are already stronger. Our boy summons his skeletons and orders them to attack. When the goblin dies, he gains 4,200 experience points, which is 10 times more than what he got from killing monsters outside. This means leveling inside the dungeon is 10 times faster. The hero continues killing monsters, gaining massive experience and collecting materials like fur and skulls. In just 5 minutes, he reaches level 11. All his stats increase by 20 points, his spirit points increase by 100, and most of his skills level up to 11. His skeleton's stats also increase by 200 points thanks to his talent. However, the corpse explosion skill he recently acquired remains at level 1. He does not understand why and thinks that if Yi were here, she might be able to explain it. While the hero is busy thinking, he suddenly encounters the dungeon boss. It's a level 15 monster called the Mine Wolf King. Even this monster has its attributes enhanced than normal due to the difficulty. Still, our boy is confident since his skeletons outnumber the wolf. He orders them to attack, and the wolf uses his area skill called Roar. His skeletons take some damage from the skill, but they are still standing. To counterattack, Moyu orders them to use rage and start overwhelming the boss with their increased attack damage. After being completely surrounded, the boss uses its roar skill again to throw back the skeletons and starts running. This is a bit surprising for the hero since it's odd for a dungeon boss to retreat. It isn't long before our boy finds out the reason as a huge pack of wolves enter the scene. Even though they are not that strong, they still have the advantage in numbers. Any other team would be terrified by such a sight, but to the hero, they are nothing but experience points. He summons all his skeletons and commands them to attack. Each time a wolf dies, he uses corpse explosion, triggering massive blasts. The explosions create a chain reaction, allowing him to wipe out the entire wolf pack with ease. The final remaining enemy is the Wolf King, which our boy finishes off as well, earning 15,000 experience points. Even though it's not a lot of experience, the boss still dropped a few valuable items. After clearing the area, our boy heads toward the dungeon's final boss, a level 16 Goblin King. The monster has 3,000 strength and 3,000 constitution, nearly double that of his skeleton warriors. Without a warning, the Goblin King attacks our boy, and he barely manages to survive thanks to his damage transfer skill. The attack is powerful enough to destroy 2 of his skeletons. Moyu realizes that his defense is too weak against a boss with 3,000 constitution. Due to his passive skill, any damage taken by him is shouldered by his skeletons, which means that he needs to get stronger as well. Even though the boss monster greatly outshines the undead warriors in terms of attributes, the hero still has the numbers in his favor. He believes that the Goblin King will fall easily, but the monster suddenly uses a shockwave skill, knocking all the skeletons back. It then follows up with Fire Breath, heavily damaging them. Realizing that continuing like this will only lead to defeat, the hero recalls his injured skeletons back into his summoning space. He understands that he must stop the Goblin King from using its skills and attacks with Soul Blaze, burning the monster's soul and interrupting its abilities. The Goblin King is stunned for a brief moment. Seizing this opportunity, our boy sends his skeletons into rage mode and launches another fierce assault on the boss. He orders his skeletons to attack, and they easily finish off the Goblin King. After defeating it, the hero gains 40,000 experience points and obtains 3 items. One of them is a Goblin Sword. Another is a Wisdom Robe, which increases his maximum spirit points by 10 and reduces his cooldowns. He also acquires the Goblin King's Core, an extremely valuable item. With this, our boy finally reaches level 12. After reaching level 12, his spirit points fully recover. He summons 4 skeletons, all now at level 12. This time, summoning a single skeleton costs him 110 spirit points. After that, the hero leaves the dungeon along with his skeletons. As soon as the people outside see him walking out, they are shocked. Seeing his robe and realizing that he has cleared the dungeon solo, they are left completely stunned. Ignoring all of them, the hero thinks to himself that he should simply wait for the 12 hours cooldown of the dungeon, since killing wild animals won't give him enough experience. He moves to the side and begins recovering his spirit points, while also trying to come up with a solid strategy to quickly clear the dungeon. 12 hours later, he finishes restoring his spirit points and heads back toward the dungeon entrance. There, he notices a man arguing with a group. That man is confronting members of the Dynasty Guild, accusing them of abusing their power by blocking others from entering the dungeon. The guild members respond by saying that their guild leader is currently inside completing a mission, and until he comes out, no one else is allowed to enter. The argument quickly escalates. One of the guild members loses his temper and launches a fire attack, killing the man on the spot. Another onlooker is horrified and questions how they can casually kill someone. The Dynasty Guild members dismiss it as meaningless and provoke him, daring anyone to take revenge if they have the strength. At that moment, our boy arrives at the scene and asks what is going on. The man explains that the Dynasty Guild wants the Goblin King's core. Because its drop rate is extremely low, it only appears once every 100 days, and today happens to be that day. The guild leader is currently clearing the dungeon, while the guild members are preventing anyone else from entering. Ironically, the very task to obtain the Goblin King's core was issued by the Dynasty Guild themselves. Selling such a valuable item for a low price would be foolish. Moyu then asks about the use of the Goblin King's core. The man explains that it is used to craft the Goblin King's ring, which can be used by people above level 15. This ring increases all stats by 10 points and raises all skills by 1 level. Below level 40, it is considered the strongest accessory. The Dynasty Guild leader is trying to enter Xiajing Academy, making this ring extremely important to him. All the materials for the ring have already been gathered except for the Goblin King's core, which is why the guild leader has come here today. After understanding the situation, the hero continues walking forward. Seeing this, the man hurriedly warns him that he cannot fight them and will die if he goes ahead. Our boy ignores the warning and keeps moving. The guild member who has been threatening everyone notices him approaching and mocks him, assuming he has come to die as well. Our boy calmly tells him to get out of the way. This makes the guild member furious, and he checks the hero's level, noticing that he is only level 12. The man laughs and mocks our boy, telling him to go outside and kill some weak monsters since dungeon raids are above his pay grade. Instead of feeling scared, our boy stares into the man's eyes, which causes him to panic. He frantically orders the other guild members to attack him. They all obey and launch their attacks, while the leader raises a defensive shield. To his shock, his shield begins to crack after just a single strike from the skeleton. Panicking, the guild member quickly uses a fire skill to knock the skeleton away and orders his teammates to kill the hero. A knight charges forward, and a fierce battle erupts between Moyu's skeletons and the guild members. One of the undead warriors sends the knight flying with ease. Seeing this, the guild's mage realizes the danger and urges everyone to kill the summoner, believing that if he dies, all the skeletons will disappear. The archers then focus their attacks on our boy, but the hero immediately summons more skeletons to block and deflect the arrows. This makes them shocked since they didn't think he could summon more than one skeleton. Seeing no other option, the leader orders everyone to cover him and uses his exclusive skill called Fire Serpent Dance. Our boy also gets serious and summons a few more skeletons. Not wasting any time, the mage hits our boy directly, hoping to kill him. But to his horror, when the flames fade, his entire skeleton army stands intact. Seeing this, the Dynasty Guild members panic. They quickly form a formation, greatly amplifying their overall strength. The mage reassures himself that their guild's experience and teamwork make them unbeatable. Meanwhile, our boy tells the nearby onlookers to retreat, and then attacks one of the Dynasty Guild's archers with Soul Flame. The guild's healers attempt to save the archer, but the man dies instantly. The mage is completely shocked and begins to wonder if their entire guild is about to be destroyed by a single person. He shouts for everyone to attack together. A tank steps forward and activates his shield, creating a massive defensive barrier. However, cracks quickly form under the relentless attacks of the undead skeletons. The mage desperately calls for support, but before anyone can respond, the barrier shatters. Our boy finishes the tank with Soul Flame as well. One by one, the guild members begin to fall, and their formation slowly collapses. The mage is completely terrified and tries to run away, but our boy orders his skeletons to attack. He then detonates the body of a knight beside him. Among all professions, knights have the highest health, and the damage of corpse explosion scales directly with the enemy's health. Because the knight's health is extremely high, the explosion deals massive damage, instantly killing the mage. After that, the hero walks to the dungeon portal and detonates all the remaining corpses. The other professionals watch in shock, realizing that the hero has caused absolute devastation. They know the Dynasty Guild will not let this go, and if they stay here any longer, they will surely be killed once the guild retaliates. In the end, everyone decides to leave the area as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, the Dynasty Guild leader emerges from the dungeon. He complains that once again, he has failed to obtain the Goblin King's core. The woman beside him points out that no one is around. The guild leader becomes confused, wondering where everyone has gone and why all his people are missing. He orders someone to send a message to the mage named Zhao Ji, believing that if he is nearby, he will respond. As no reply comes, the guild leader begins to suspect that something is seriously wrong. Considering the mage's strength, he should have been the strongest among them, so the possibility that he has been killed feels alarming. Sensing danger, the guild leader decides not to linger and orders everyone to leave immediately. The scene then shifts forward by an hour. Moyu once again defeats the Goblin King. This time, he gains 40,000 experience points and obtains a magic book. The book increases both physical and spirit attributes by 10 points. Although it does not directly benefit his skeletons, it greatly enhances his soul blaze and corpse explosion skills. After gaining all this experience, our boy is now at level 13. He calculates that to reach level 15, he needs to clear the dungeon 3 more times, and to reach level 16, he will need 5 additional clears. With this, he exits the dungeon and finds the area completely empty. He concludes that everyone must have fled, which makes sense under the circumstances. Since the dungeon is now on cooldown, he decides to return the next day. The next day, Shui finally reaches level 10 and arrives at the Shihai mine. From a distance, she notices the hero's skeletons and immediately realizes it must be him, as no one else could summon such creatures. The girl silently resolves that she will not lose to him this time and goes off to find a suitable party for a raid. 45 minutes later, our boy stands before the Goblin King again. At this point, he has 72 skeleton warriors stored in his summoning space. He defeats the Goblin King once more, earning 40,000 experience points. But this time, the drop is a bow, which is useless to him since he is a necromancer. The hero casually comments that the Goblin King should not be so resentful, since he will leave eventually. He even admits that he does not want to kill it, but leveling up leaves him no choice. After another 12 hours, he returns to face the Goblin King again. With a strange smile, he defeats it once more. This time, he gains 40,000 experience points and obtains a scripture. The hero finally reaches level 14, with 60% progress toward the next level. As the hero is waiting for the dungeon's cooldown, the girl walks over, having just exited the dungeon herself, and asks about his level. When she learns that he is already level 14, she is completely stunned and cannot understand how he is leveling so fast. At present, she is only level 11, which makes the gap even more shocking. Frustrated, she declares that she will not lose to him this time and storms off. Our boy watches in confusion as she leaves. He wonders why she is already looking for another party when she has just exited the dungeon. As far as he knows, there should be a 12-hour cooldown, yet it does not seem to apply to her. This leaves him deeply puzzled. An hour later, the girl exits the dungeon again. She loudly announces that she is a level 11 elemental mage and is looking for a party. It doesn't take much time for her to find a group she heads back in. Another hour passes, and she comes out again, confidently claiming she will not lose to Moyu. Soon after, another team looks for a mage, and she immediately volunteers. Half an hour later, she finally reaches level 12. Completely exhausted, she sits down to rest. The hero asks if she is not tired, and she responds that her exhaustion should be obvious. He is left confused by her behavior and asks her why she is pushing herself so hard. Hearing this, she explodes with pent-up frustration and unloads everything she has been holding back. She reveals that for years he has always beaten her and taken first place, and yet he still has the audacity to ask her why she feels this way. The hero realizes that this is the only reason, and thinks to himself that if he had known how deeply this affected her, he would have willingly given up the top position long ago. However, the girl explains that it is not just about rankings. She also wants to enter Xiajing Academy, just like him. He suggests clearing the dungeon in nightmare difficulty, but Shu mentions that it's hard to find any parties at that difficulty since she is only level 12. This gives our boy an idea, and he asks how she is able to ignore the cooldown time of the dungeon. She is surprised that he does not know about this, and teasingly hints that she could explain it if he were polite enough to ask properly. Moyu, being stubborn by nature, stays silent. Seeing his awkward silence, she sighs and remarks that he really does not know how to joke at all. She then hands him a beginner-level cooldown talisman that has already been used 3 times. This talisman can reset dungeon cooldowns. The hero asks if it is expensive, and the girl confirms that it is, mentioning that her father looked quite distressed when he gave it to her. Hearing this, he immediately assumes that he probably should not use such a valuable item. Shu explains that she has only 7 uses left and must raid 9 more times within 2 days to reach level 15. The thought alone exhausts her. Hearing this, the hero suggests that she team up with him. He assures her that she would not need to do much, and her leveling speed would increase dramatically. The girl suddenly realizes that he can clear dungeons solo. By teaming up with him instead of joining a full party, she would gain experience much faster. Seeing the clear advantage, she agrees to his proposal. He tells her to rest for a while, after which they will raid together. 2 hours later, both of them stand ready to enter the dungeon. The hero resets the cooldown and selects Nightmare difficulty before entering. She panics internally, wondering if he chose Nightmare by mistake and fearing they might die. However, when he keeps walking, she has no choice but to follow him inside. As they move forward, the hero casually asks why she is walking so slowly, teasing her about being scared. The girl denies it outright. Our boy then summons his skeletons and deliberately lures all the goblins to chase them deeper into the dungeon. Soon, they reach the Wolf King. The girl is stunned, noticing that this version is far stronger than anything found in normal difficulty. Our boy then wipes out the goblins and uses their corpses to instantly kill the Wolf King in a single strike. Once again, the girl is left in complete shock as her experience instantly goes up by 30%. Even with a party of 3 professionals, they struggled for 20 minutes before killing the Wolf King. However, the hero seems to have no problem dealing with it. Before she can even collect her thoughts, he signals her to continue moving. While trying to keep up with him, she asks if he has been solo clearing this dungeon since level 10, and the hero nods in confirmation. They continue deeper and soon reach the Goblin King. The girl recalls that it once took her party an entire hour to reach this point in a normal dungeon, yet here they are in a nightmare dungeon in less than 10 minutes. Without wasting any time, our boy proceeds to kill the Goblin King in one hit once again. As a result, he reaches level 15, while Zhu's level 12 progress reaches 70%. The hero receives 25,000 experience points and a long sword, which is useless for both of them. Zhu laments their bad luck, wishing it had been a staff instead. When the hero asks if she wants a staff, she explains that the Goblin King's staff is the strongest weapon for mages below level 20. But while it can be bought in the market, she does not want to ask her father for money again. Without hesitation, our boy hands her the Goblin King's staff. The girl is stunned and asks if he really does not need it, but he explains that he already has his magic book. The hero then turns to the Goblin King's corpse and casually remarks that it only needs to die 5 more times. The girl finds it strange that he is talking to a dead monster, pointing out that it cannot understand him anyway. However, the hero shrugs it off, saying it does not matter whether it understands or not. As they leave through the portal, the girl thinks to herself that he is a strange person since apologizing to monsters is not normal, but she also finds him oddly cute. They exit the dungeon and repeatedly use the talisman to reset the cooldown. They raid again, then again, and again, until the 5th run. By the end, Shu's level 14 reaches 20%, while Lin's level 15 reaches 85%. They still have 2 cooldown resets remaining. At that point, the girl asks him why he does not aim to become a champion, since he is already planning to enter Xiajing Academy. Becoming a champion would earn him a massive amount of points, and points are incredibly important at the academy. More importantly, it would grant him a rare opportunity to enter the Creation Seminary. Curious, he asks what it actually is. The girl explains that while Xiajing Academy is filled with talented individuals, the Creation Seminary gathers people who stand at the very peak of talent. From their entire Exihai city, only the senior Suchinjin has managed to enter so far. She believes that if he truly tries, he also has a chance. If that happens, the principal would be overjoyed beyond measure. Hearing this, Moyu thinks to himself that since he is already planning to enter Xiajing Academy, there is no harm in attempting the Creation Seminary as well. While he is lost in thought outside the dungeon, the girl notices his friend Yang, who is currently level 11 and searching for a suitable party. Because his level is too low, no one is willing to take him in. Seeing this, The hero suggests that they take him along with them, and the girl agrees. The scene changes to the Dynasty Guild, where the guild leader is being harshly scolded. Someone angrily questions whether he has lost his mind, criticizing him for provoking trouble around dungeons without understanding the consequences. He reminds him that both the country and the association are not just for show, and warns him not to drag the entire guild down with reckless actions. Since the guild leader has already reached level 16, he is ordered to stay inside the guild for a few days and focus solely on the upcoming exam. After enduring the lecture, the Dynasty Guild leader asks about the mage and the others. He is told not to worry, as investigators have already been sent out. Internally, the man finds the situation intriguing, as someone daring enough to stand against the Dynasty Guild is bound to make things interesting. The scene returns to Moyu and Shui as they approach Yang. When he sees the two of them together, he starts making suggestive remarks. The girl immediately loses her temper and threatens him, making it clear she will not tolerate his nonsense. He quickly backs down, claiming he was only joking. She then tells him that he does not need to look for any other party and should join them instead. Once their cooldown ends, they will help him reach level 12. Hearing this, the guy becomes overly excited and starts acting shameless again, calling them his saviors, and explaining that the academy he wants to enter only requires level 12. The girl warns him sternly that if he does not behave himself, they will withdraw their help. Yang immediately promises to follow every instruction obediently. Still annoyed, she tells him to stay quiet. He then asks how long it will take for their cooldown to reset, and she mentions that it will take 10 hours. Hearing this, he suggests that they rest while he goes out to hunt a few more monsters. Before leaving, he tells the hero that he is cheering for him and knows that sooner or later he will get on with the girl. The moment he says this, Shui launches a fire attack at him, forcing him to flee in panic. Blushing with anger, she curses him, while our boy calmly remarks that his friend has always been like this. After 10 hours pass, the scene shifts again. Moyu resets the dungeon and selects Nightmare difficulty. Seeing this, the blonde guy panics and wonders if they selected the wrong difficulty by mistake. The girl tells him not to ask unnecessary questions and to follow them quietly. As soon as they teleport inside the dungeon, he becomes visibly terrified. Watching his reaction, Shui realizes she is not the only one who reacts this way, since she herself was just as scared the first time. Before long, the hero easily kills the Goblin King, and his friend is completely stunned by what he witnesses. Clearly enjoying his reaction, the girl treats it as nothing special. In the next moment, the man drops all dignity and grabs the hero's leg, begging to be taken along on future dungeon runs. The girl scolds him for lacking self-respect, reminding him that he is a knight. However, he responds that self-respect means nothing compared to survival and benefits. Eventually, our boy agrees to take him in, and he finally lets go. The scene then shifts to the city wall, where multiple principals are waiting for their students. An elderly principal remarks to Principal Lu that he heard two geniuses from his school are attempting to enter Xiajing Academy. The principal confirms that Moyu and Sui are both trying. He explains that according to last year's standards, students at level 15 have a good chance, while those at level 16 are guaranteed to pass. However, it's not that easy to level up. While they are talking, a student at level 12 appears, prompting a comment that this result is acceptable given that school's standards. Soon after, another girl arrives at level 13 from the same school, leading to a comparison and mild boasting. One of them comments that levels are not everything since exam results matter the most. Meanwhile, Principal Lu grows uneasy, wondering why his three students have not arrived yet. The next moment, all three of them make a bold and confident entrance. Seeing them arrive safely, the principals finally relax and begin checking their levels. They are shocked to notice that the girl has already reached level 15. It means she has an 80% chance of getting into the academy. However, their mouths are left wide open when they notice that Moyu has reached level 16. Moreover, judging from the items in their hands, the principal can tell that they repeatedly cleared the dungeon. Without wasting time, they usher the students onto the bus. Principal Lu cannot hide his excitement, thinking that the elders had been acting far too proud earlier, and now the real fun has finally begun. While sitting on the bus, our boy reflects on his progress. Now that he has reached level 16, he feels confident about entering Xiajing Academy. His next goal is to secure first place so he can qualify for the Creation Seminary. The next day arrives, and our boy is in peak condition, with his spirit points fully recovered and his body refreshed. He meets up with his friends, and the three exchange a few words before Principal Lu distributes teleportation stones to all students. The principal reminds them that the stones will send them directly to the exam site and emphasizes that their safety is the most important thing. The hero activates his stone and teleports to the Jiangning Provincial Examination Center. Once everyone arrives, a commanding voice announces the rules. Silence is mandatory, questions are forbidden, and any violation will lead to immediate disqualification. Two candidates ignore the warning and speak up, only to be disqualified on the spot. Witnessing this, the blonde guy panics and covers his mouth. The rules continue, explaining that different professions will face different trials. Combat-type candidates will undergo combat tests, while support-type candidates will face situational challenges. After clearing the basic test, participants must choose from 3 difficulty levels. Each difficulty offers different points, and the final score will determine which academy they qualify for. Only the items currently in their possession may be used, as storage spaces will be sealed once the exam begins. With this, the students finally line up for their exam. A few staff members notice the hero and start discussing his profession. They decide to classify him as a rare mage and send mage-type monsters, which are 2 levels higher than him. The first monster our boy faces is a wolf-orc mage. However, there is a cooldown and he can't really see its stats. Moyu hates wasting time, so as soon as the cooldown ends, he immediately blasts the monster using Soul Blaze without even checking its level. This leaves the examiner in shock since the hero managed to kill his first monster in 0.1 seconds. The scene shifts to the trial tower's monitoring room, where the chief examiner, Master Ning, arrives after hearing rumors about a new profession. Seeing the footage, the staff worry that they cannot properly assess the hero's class since the monster was defeated too quickly. Master Ning orders the test to be repeated, this time setting the difficulty to legend-level profession standards. A level 20 monster is summoned before our boy, but once again, he destroys it instantly with the same attack. Seeing this, Master Ning decides that further testing is unnecessary and orders the second round of the exam to begin. He announces that out of 10,600 combat class participants, only half of them have passed. The scoreboard appears, showing Moyu ranked first, with Shuei in third place. Watching this ranking, the Dynasty Guild leader grows furious. He cannot accept that he is not even in the top 3, and refuses to believe that someone could clear the trial in mere seconds. Meanwhile, our boy sees his own rank and quietly wonders if he might have gone a little too far. Before he can dwell on it, another announcement declares the start of the second round of the combat exam. The candidates are told to choose their difficulty level, with a warning that injuries are possible. The hero is presented with 3 difficulty options, each offering different points. Defeating a hell-level monster grants points equal to killing 5 normal monsters. The Dynasty Guild leader immediately chooses Hell difficulty, confident that even if the hero took first place earlier, he cannot outperform him again. Shu chooses Normal difficulty, while the second-ranked female candidate also selects Hell difficulty. All eyes turn to Moyu, and the examiners wonder what difficulty he will choose. Our boy knows that surviving for 30 minutes in this round won't be easy for any student, however this is not the case for him. With this, he chooses Hellish difficulty. Outside the exam center, the elderly principal congratulates Principal Liu, pointing out that 2 of the top 3 students belong to his school. He adds that if the hero becomes the provincial champion, he will be celebrating for days. The scene shifts back to our boy, who now faces a level 13 hell-level monster. Calmly observing the situation, he calculates that since each new monster appears 5 seconds after the previous one dies, only 2 of his skeletons are enough to handle everything. As the skeletons emerge, even the examiners are left astonished by what they see. His skeletons are stronger than any summons they have seen from the summoner class. Moreover, he can control multiple undead at the same time. While the other students are trying their best to survive, our boy is casually relaxing by a wall. This makes the head examiner smile and he wonders if it's too easy for the hero. At the same time, the Dynasty Guild leader finishes with the monsters and guesses that he is in first place. He can't wait to see the scoreboard, but all of his excitement immediately vanishes when he notices that he is at 4th place. This makes him furious, and he wonders how the hero managed to get 1600 since the monsters have a spawn timer. It almost seems like he was spawn camping. Even the principals are shocked since one of the most talented professionals, Sukai Shin, got 700 score in this exam, while his own sister managed to get 650. However, our boy is not done showing off yet. He immediately chooses the hellish difficulty for the 3rd trial and comes face to face with the wolf captain. This is still a bit disappointing for him, and he hopes they will increase the difficulty in the next 2 exams. Just like before, the other students struggle against the boss, but our boy finishes it in a single attack. At this point, the examiners begin to wonder if they will even get the chance to measure his actual strength, since all the monsters only take 1 hit. As the 4th round starts, the examiner warns the students to withdraw, since it's going to get even more difficulty from here on. The Dynasty Guild leader is still delusional and believes he can surely beat the hero this time. With no one choosing to surrender, the exam proceeds. It is announced that they will be facing 10 waves of monsters, with new waves appearing even if the last one isn't cleared. Each monster gives 10 points and their score will be multiplied at the end. The examiners are confident that this will challenge the hero, but the head examiner doesn't think the same. Meanwhile, our boy confidently stands in front of the first wave of monsters, ready to take them on. As the round begins, he summons 3 skeletons and sends them straight into the monster waves while using his own Soul Blaze skill from the back. The examiners nearly lose their composure when they realize he can summon 3 skeletons simultaneously. The hero himself finds the exam laughably easy, thinking it does not even compare to the dangers of the West Sea dungeons. Watching his calm reaction, some examiners decide they can no longer bear to watch without losing their sanity. Meanwhile, other contestants continue fighting desperately. The blonde guy manages to survive until the 6th wave before being eliminated and starts glazing his friend in front of everyone. After some time passes, only 5 contestants remain. At the 5th place is a level 15 Saint Swordsman named Feng Xu, who comes from a powerful family. On the other hand, we have the Dynasty Guild leader Zihao at 4th place, still holding on. Eventually, the final wave ends, and all 5 contestants clear the 4th round. Once again, the top 4 rankings remain unchanged, with the swordsman placing 5th. Even then, he foolishly believes he can still claim 1st place in the next round. Meanwhile, Shui feels relieved simply for making it into the top 5, believing this should be enough to enter Xiaojing Academy. The candidate at the 2nd place also thinks the same. However, they soon hear an announcement clarifying that reaching the top 5 alone does not guarantee entry. If the candidates fail to perform well in the 5th round, they will still be eliminated. Anyone who truly wishes to enter Xiaojing Academy must prove themselves one final time. The rules of the 5th round are then revealed. All remaining contestants will be teleported into an expedition dimension, a space filled with countless monsters. Even the first stage contains over 100 enemies, including elite and boss monsters. The more monsters a contestant kills, the stronger the enemies become. Once inside, the examiners can only see the candidates' point totals. The final round consists of 5 stages, each with monsters of increasing difficulty and varying point rewards. Moyu is teleported into the expedition dimension, where he encounters numerous lizardmen. When he checks their information, he can only see their levels and no stats are displayed. Within seconds, more lizardmen show up and our boy decides it's time to start hunting. Surprisingly, these monsters don't die in a single strike, but they still can't really hold on against the mighty undead army. After killing a monster, our boy uses corpse explosion to do even more damage to the surrounding enemies. Within moments of entering the dimension, he kills 10 monsters and earns 500 points. He waits for another monster to appear so he can chain another explosion, but after 10 seconds, the corpse disappears. Adjusting his strategy, he summons more skeletons and orders them to herd all the monsters into one location. Once the enemies gather together, he triggers corpse explosion again, causing a devastating chain reaction that wipes out the entire group. His points skyrocket instantly, leaving everyone in disbelief. The head examiner cannot help wondering how powerful this child truly is and where his real limit lies. Meanwhile, the hero finishes eliminating every monster inside the dimension and waits calmly for the next wave to appear. Suddenly, countless fireballs rain down from the sky toward him, but he blocks them effortlessly using his skeletons. Moments later, several level 16 mage monsters materialize before him. Seeing this, Moyu decides that they have had enough chances and launches his counterattack. The hero strikes mercilessly, using corpse explosion to wipe them out, causing his points to surge once again, jumping from 8,000 to a total of 14,600. Witnessing his terrifying killing speed, all the examiners are left in complete shock. They begin to wonder if his Necromancer class actually surpasses the legendary classes. However, some of them are still doubtful since the hero is still low-leveled. Soon after, our boy enters Phase 2, where even more level 16 monsters spawn, with some of them being archers and some warriors. Among the examiners, one recalls that only a single person in history has ever passed Phase 3. Looking at the hero now, they feel he has an extremely high chance of doing the same. Another examiner suspects that he may have awakened a special talent. Hearing this, the first examiner realizes that if this is true, it is incredibly good news for humanity. All this time, our boy continues hunting and his score reaches 34,000. Since each monster is worth 100 points, this means he likely killed another 200 monsters in one attack. The scene shifts to Xiaojing City, where the actual trial tower stands. At that moment, a demonic being advances toward the tower. To stop it, a massive golden hand emerges from the tower itself. The demon remains confident, believing it cannot be stopped. However, the golden hand attacks and restrains it. The demon reveals that this body is only a clone and challenges them to destroy it, but before it can say anything, its monstrous skull gets crushed into pieces. Outside the trial tower, Bai Yuan, one of the top masters of the Shengxia Empire, floats in midair alongside his companions. They didn't expect the Abyss to launch a surprise attack. One of the group members makes contact with the trial tower and discovers that the soil inside it was originally taken from Abyss Essence soil, making it highly beneficial to them. Restoring order will take about an hour. Meanwhile, inside the exam battleground, all the monsters suddenly vanish, and for the first time, the players can see each other. Zhu approaches the hero, explaining that she was fighting when the monsters suddenly disappeared. She asks if he knows why, but he has no idea either, though just to be safe, he surrounds himself with his skeletal warriors. At that moment, streaks of light pierce through the black battleground, and one by one, the examinees reappear. At the same time, a figure of Master Bai appears, and he introduces himself. Head Examiner Ning and the players are stunned to see him, assuming something serious has happened in battle space. The Master explains that Abyss demons have invaded and are targeting the students. He and his team are working hard to restore the space rules, which will take about an hour, so until then, it's up to the students to protect themselves. They have no idea how the demons will attack, but as long as the candidates stick together, the invasion force cannot harm them. He reminds them that the people of Shengxia are not afraid of death. Inspired, everyone shouts that they are not afraid to die. Our boy, however, is deep in thought. The weakest monsters in the Abyss are at level 70, and since Master Bai advised them to stay together to fight the invasion force, it means that the monsters may not be as strong as expected. The commotion is intense on the battlefield, but even outside, the examiners are just as stunned. The Abyss is deliberately targeting the big exam, and their goal is to eliminate the most talented students participating in the 5th round to cut off the roots of the Shangxia Empire. At that moment, the blood moon appears in the sky, and all the professionals take their positions as the enemy force begins to act. The knights immediately step forward with their shields, declaring that anyone who wants to harm their teammates must step over their corpses first. The demon laughs wildly, acknowledging their courage but declaring that they will not survive. It claims that 1 hour is more than enough to slaughter everyone. Using its abyssal power, the demon pollutes the monsters within the dimension. As a result, the monsters transform into level 19 elite monsters. Someone recalls that the campaign space has a level restriction, with level 19 as the maximum, which briefly eases some fear. However, that relief vanishes when countless level 19 elite monsters appear all at once. Zhuo hides behind the hero and asks him how they are going to defend against so many opponents. With a calm expression, he tells her that it might be hard, but it's still manageable. Looking at the monsters, he wonders if they will even give experience points since they have been mutated using abyss powers. The students are terrified. Seeing their fear, the demon mocks them, pointing out that there is now 1 monster for each person and questioning how they plan to win. Panic spreads, and the Dynasty Guild leader becomes so shaken that he cannot even lift his weapon. Still, a few people manage to stand their ground. At this critical moment, our boy steps forward. The girl tries to stop him since there are hundreds of elite monsters ahead, but he ignores her warning and simply tells her to retreat. Zhu also doesn't listen to him and follows him anyway. Seeing him advance, the other professionals begin to wonder if he plans to fight alone. Gradually, many of them follow him, declaring that they fear neither battle nor death. The demon finds their determination amusing and mocks them again, even suggesting that they become slaves of the Demon King, promising to open a gate just for them. Suddenly, our boy stops moving and the demon offers to open a gate just for him. Moyu smiles as he thinks to himself that this might be the perfect distance to use corpse explosion. Meanwhile, the people following him are confused and wonder why he stopped. Instead of answering, he summons more than 100 skeleton warriors, which leaves everyone completely stunned. Even Zuo Mei, the girl at 2nd place, is shocked, realizing that not only are there too many skeletons, but their speed surpasses even hers, despite agility being her main strength. The skeletons enter rage mode and immediately charge at the elite monsters. A fierce battle breaks out between the level 19 elite monsters and the hero's skeleton army. The monsters' attacks deal heavy damage to the skeletons, and our boy immediately recognizes that the monsters may have high strength stats. However, this turns out to be good news for him. The higher their health, the more devastating his corpse explosion becomes. When one monster dies, the hero gains 8,000 experience points. Although the amount feels low, experience is still experience. He immediately triggers corpse explosion, causing a massive chain reaction. Within moments, every monster on the battlefield is completely wiped out. Seeing this, some of the candidates stand frozen in shock, wondering if it was really that easy, and just how terrifying that skill is. Others burst into joy, celebrating the fact that they have finally survived. Meanwhile, the Dynasty Guild leader complains bitterly, feeling that fate has treated him unfairly for not giving him such a powerful profession, and he continues sulking over it. The scene then shifts to the Abyss Demon, who is burning with rage. The demon cannot accept what just happened and becomes furious, determined to personally deal with the child who has humiliated it. Moyu quickly locks onto the Abyss Demon hiding within the Abyss Blood Moon. With the help of his skeletons, he throws a monster high into the air and leaps upward himself. Reaching the demon, he detonates the monster mid-air, causing a violent explosion that inflicts intense pain on the Abyss Demon. As the demon screams in pain, our boy immediately uses Soul Blaze to inflict even more damage. Surprisingly, the demon still manages to survive, but it's heavily injured and screaming since it didn't expect a profession to have a skill that could burn the soul. The hero casually steps back on the ground and comments that this is payback for invading their space. Outside the tower, Master Bai stands alongside another master, both closely monitoring the situation. They notice that the power of the abyss is weakening, which immediately alarms the master. He releases his aura in anger, fearing that all the children inside may have been killed. However, the other master reassures him that it's only the abyss aura fading. He can still feel the energy of other people inside. Realizing this, the master calms down. Still, they remain puzzled. Since the abyss demon is using abyssal power to pollute the tower, even they cannot enter it. This makes them wonder if it is one of those level 15 and level 16 candidates. The scene returns to the dimension, where the abyss demon grows even more enraged and pollutes even more monsters. At the same time, Moyu's corpse explosion skill upgrades to level 2. Its base damage increases to 15, and its range expands to 2 meters. After being enhanced by his talent, the skill's damage skyrockets to 150, with an explosive range of 20 meters. This makes him wonder if this skill upgrades as he uses it more instead of increasing with his levels. While he is thinking, he notices a large number of monsters running towards him. To our boy, this is nothing but a blessing. He clears them all effortlessly and levels up, leaving the students in disbelief. They cannot understand how someone can casually level up using such bizarre and terrifying monsters. The hero continues fighting as if celebrating a festival, repeatedly throwing monsters into the air and detonating them mid-air. Overwhelmed by rage and frustration, the demon finally lets out a furious scream and retreats. Outside the tower, the demon's power continues to fade. The masters observing the tower confirm that Abyss's power is nearly gone. Master Bai immediately asks about the children inside and is told that every single one of them is safe, with 0 casualties. This outcome completely exceeds his expectations. He decides to temporarily teleport all the children back and investigate what exactly happened inside the battle space. Meanwhile, Jue is worried about the hero and asks him if he is okay. He turns to her and says that he is completely fine. Master Bai then enters the battle space and announces that Abyss's power has been completely exhausted and the environment has returned to normal. All participants are teleported back to their respective centers, and they are informed that their exam results will be announced shortly. An announcement follows, declaring that the main combat exam has officially ended. The results will be revealed soon, and everyone is asked to wait patiently. It is then explained that the final result depends on 2 factors: total points and overall evaluation. High points alone are not enough since top academies also require excellent evaluations, which are given by top-tier experts of the Shenxia Empire. The head examiner doesn't know what happened inside the battle space, but he is still interested to know what evaluation Moyu will receive. Master Bai watches the full battle recording and becomes deeply impressed by the hero's performance. He reflects on the rumors of a new profession emerging in Shihai City, never expecting it to be this powerful. Not only is the profession outstanding, but the kid himself is exceptional. The master becomes convinced that he will one day become a top-tier expert. Later, the evaluations are finalized and as expected, our boy gets the top scores. Principal Lu is overjoyed and celebrates enthusiastically. The elders beside him offer their congratulations, noting that his academy has produced a top scorer who will be praised for decades to come. Zhuo congratulates the hero for getting the top score in the province and he responds with a rare smile. She teases him, pointing out that he actually looks good when he smiles and wondering why he does not do it more often. Moments later, the second place is revealed, and it turns out to be Shui. This makes the principal even more proud since both his students got first and second place. Following them are Feng, Zuo, and the Dynasty Guild Leader at 3rd, 4th, and 5th place respectively. Despite getting the 5th place, the Guild Leader receives a poor evaluation, which pushes him to the edge. He refuses to accept it and causes a scene, which ultimately leads to his disqualification from the exam. Finally, the announcement is made declaring our boy as the top scorer for combat class professions. Hearing this, everyone in the academy starts cheering, especially his friend. Just then, the announcer asks the crowd to calm down and reveals that an imperial order has arrived. According to this order, the national top scorer of this year is Moyu. The moment this announcement is made, Principal Lu is left completely stunned. He can hardly believe what he has just heard, and repeatedly questions whether his ears are playing tricks on him. Once he finally realizes that the news is real, his excitement shoots through the roof. Those standing beside him try to calm him down, warning him not to get overly excited. The scene then shifts to our boy as the other 2 candidates ranked in the top 4 congratulate him. One of them expresses sincere gratitude, acknowledging that without him, they might not even be alive. Moyu responds modestly, brushing it off as nothing extraordinary. They mention that they will likely be heading to Xiaojing Academy as well and suggest meeting again there. His calm and restrained reaction leaves them slightly confused, but Shui quickly explains that he is naturally quiet and rarely talks, mentioning that she has been his classmate for 3 years and that they have barely exchanged 10 sentences. The hero unexpectedly corrects her count, which makes everyone laugh. Later at his home, our boy looks at a family photograph and silently promises that he will soon arrive at Xiaojing Academy, just like his sister. At that moment, someone knocks on his door. When he opens it, he finds Principal Lu standing there with another man. Before he can fully react, the man beside Principal Lu suddenly releases an overwhelming aura. The pressure is so intense that the hero struggles to breathe. Instinctively, he summons his skeleton warrior and prepares to fight. It is then revealed that the terrifying aura belongs to Master Bai, who commends his reaction speed. As the hero bows down to greet him, the master notices just how calm and composed he is, despite being in his presence. After sitting down together, the principal apologizes for the messy room, explaining that the hero lives alone since his sister left for Xiaojing Academy last year. The master silently reflects on how astonishing it is that both siblings, despite coming from such a weak background, managed to reach such heights. He becomes even more convinced of Moyu's extraordinary talent. He also observes his skeleton and notices that its visible stats are only 250, which confuses him. This makes him wonder how the hero managed to achieve such incredible feats in the battle space with such low stats. Our boy realizes that people can only see the base stats, not the talent-boosted ones. Master Bai then asks him about his talent. He explains that his talent is amplification, which enhances all of his skills. This immediately clears up the old man's doubts, as everything now makes sense. He explains that he has come for 2 reasons. First, to discuss the reward that he will receive from Xiaojing Academy. Second, to personally take him to the academy ahead of time, because an important internal competition will be held there in 2 days. Although participation is not mandatory, he strongly believes it will greatly benefit the hero and hopes he will take part. After learning that it's an exclusive competition, the hero immediately agrees. Pleased with his response, the master moves on to explain the rewards. As the national top scorer, he will receive exceptionally generous rewards. Firstly, he is granted 100,000 additional points, added directly to his total. He also receives 1 primary skill and 1 intermediate skill scroll. In addition, because of his outstanding performance in the battle space, especially injuring the Abyss Demon, he is given a special reward, a chance to enter the Divine Summer Tower. Master Bai emphasizes how rare and important entry into the Summer Tower is, and advises the hero to prepare thoroughly before going. Seeing how serious the old man is about this reward, Moyu understands its true value and accepts it with caution and resolve. With everything settled, they prepare to depart for Xiaojing Academy. Principal Lu is sent off, and the 2 of them teleport away. The scene shifts to the grand gates of Xiaojing Academy, where our boy arrives with the master. The old man explains that the gate is not merely an entrance but a powerful weapon. Even a top-tier expert would have to pay a heavy price to force their way in. For the night, our boy is instructed to stay and rest while the master leaves, assuring him that someone will come to guide him the next morning. One of the academy staff secretly wonders what kind of background the kid must have for Master Bai to personally escort him. He asks him where he wants to stay and presents him with several accommodation options. The first is a 4-person room that costs 500 points per month. The second is a 2-person room, priced at 1,000 points per month. The place even offers single rooms that cost 2,000 points per month. There are also practice villas of different levels, so newcomers are asked which one they want to stay in. The man advises him to save his points for now, explaining that points are extremely valuable inside the academy. Even after hearing this, our boy still chooses a single room. The staff member feels puzzled, since he clearly suggests saving points, yet the hero insists on the single room anyway. In the end, he lets it go and escorts him to his room. When the guy asks for his card to process the payment and swipes it, his total points appear on the screen. Seeing the amount, he is completely shocked and wonders where he got so many points from. Our boy casually explains that he received them because he is the national top scorer. After that, the man leaves and reminds him to bring a communication device tomorrow. Left alone, the hero looks out of the window and sees many people practicing outside. Watching them, he thinks that the atmosphere of Xiaojing Academy is excellent, and that such an environment makes leveling up much easier. The next day, he finishes his meditation when someone rings his doorbell. When he opens the door, he realizes it is Yi. She grabs his hand and starts giving him a tour of the academy, saying she will first take him for breakfast and then show him around. At the cafeteria, he is about to pay with his points, but she stops him and scolds him for wasting them. She tells him that gold should be used in such places, and that points are far too precious to spend casually. When she notices his balance and sees that he has more than 100,000 points, she is stunned. Even so, she firmly warns him to save his points as much as possible in the future, and he agrees. After that, Bro casually hands her a Goblin King core. The girl is pleased at first, but immediately realizes what it is and asks if he is really giving it away. When he confirms it, she doesn't argue further. Later, the hero tries to check information about his sister, but finds no records at all. The girl explains that his sister might be on a confidential mission, or studying at a special institution, such as a creation seminar, which is why her details are hidden. She tells him not to worry, assuring him that nothing is wrong. Hearing this, the hero feels relieved and thanks her. Afterwards, the girl takes him to a classroom and introduces him to a senior named Zhang Tao Tao. She proudly presents him as the national top scorer. Moyu and the senior exchange formal introductions, and we learn that she is a level 23 elf knight. When the hero reveals his own level, one of the team members reacts with displeasure, questioning why someone so low level is being brought along. Yi tells the man to shut up since the hero is the national top scorer. However, Ling Zhen scoffs at this, claiming that national top scorers mean nothing in front of the Hidden Dragon team. He says he has seen many top scorers before and looks down on our boy, telling him not to get too cocky even if he has connections to Master Bai. In their team, strength is all that matters. He agrees to bring him along for the trial, but also mentions that he won't speak a word and try not to hold them back. Hearing all this trash talk, our boy calmly asks him if he has lost his mind. This makes the man furious and prepares to attack when Tao Tao suddenly uses her skill to stop him. Gritting his teeth, the man says he is only letting him go out of respect for her. As he walks away, the girl turns to the hero and tells him to meet again here tomorrow so she can explain everything about the trial. Yi also reminds him that they have a few more things to do, so they both leave. After they leave, the senior girl warns the man not to let personal grudges interfere during the trial. She also reminds him that Master Bai is backing the hero. The guy replies that he knows his limits and only wanted to see whether the boy who replaced his brother is truly worthy. Senior Tao Tao angrily responds that Moyu is a national top scorer, which already proves something, and that his class is a newly introduced unique class. However, the guy argues that new classes are introduced every year, and most of them turn out to be useless. Ignoring his comments, Yi tells the hero not to bother with such people. She takes him shopping and buys mana potions, healing potions, and a communication device for him. Through the device, they add each other as friends. She then escorts him back to the dormitory and leaves. Back in his room, our boy takes out a primary skill scroll and activates it. He gains a new skill called Slow Curse. Its effect reduces the speed of all targets within a 50-meter radius by 50%, and the curse lasts for 10 minutes. This power is amplified due to his talent. Without it, the skill would not be nearly as strong. Our boy now has 3 skills in total: 1 summoning type, 1 attack type, and 1 curse type, all of them extremely powerful. The next day, the pink-haired girl comes to pick him up, and they go to meet Senior Tao Tao. She warns everyone not to wander around aimlessly after teleportation. The senior guy continues mocking the hero, but Yi makes fun of him in return. Watching their behavior, the dark-haired girl feels helpless and comments that they should fight after the trial is over. After that, everyone in the team formally introduces themselves. They have 6 members in total, and we already know 4 of them. The 2 new members include a nerdy girl named Miao Yu, who is a level 20 elf elder, and a guy named Duan Gao, who is a level 20 diviner. After the introductions, Tao Tao sternly warns everyone that if anyone causes trouble during the trial, she will not hold back later and will not accept any excuses. Yi assures her that their conflict won't affect the trial. Finally, the group teleports in front of the Divine Xia Tower, and then moves again to reach Mermaid Island. Once there, the girl instructs everyone to touch the mission stone so they can receive the details of the trial mission. The hero also touches the stone, and the mission information appears before him. The trial requires them to defeat the final boss of the Mermaid Tier dungeon and obtain the Mermaid Tier. There are 3 strict conditions. First, a team can have a maximum of 6 members, all of whom must be level 20 or below. Second, the Mermaid Tier only drops on Nightmare difficulty. Third, only 3 Mermaid Tiers drop each year. The dungeon's location is shown to be at the center of Mermaid Island. The senior girl then explains the importance of Mermaid Tiers. They are used to craft special equipment with extremely powerful effects, but the problem is their rarity, as only 3 appear each year. Since Mermaid Island does not belong to the Shengxia Empire, teams from other countries also come here annually. This year, 10 teams from the Hidden Dragon Academy have arrived, and their team ranks second among them. This means they are not only competing with students from their own academy, but also with teams from other nations. Xiaojing Academy consists of multiple colleges, and Hidden Dragon is just one of them. Hearing all of this, the pink-haired girl wonders what would happen if they encounter teams from other countries. Tao Tao explains that such encounters have happened before. Usually those teams guard dungeon entrances to block others from entering, and many deaths have already occurred because of this. She warns everyone not to take the situation lightly, as deadly battles can break out at any moment. Noticing her worried expression, our boy reassures Yi that nothing serious will happen this time. As the group prepares to enter the island, the girl commands the diviner to apply buffs to everyone. Once the buffs are cast, everyone's attributes increase significantly, and their skill power also rises. Our boy then summons his skeleton warrior, and asks the man to buff it as well. The support tries, but the buff fails to apply. This happens because Moyu's talent itself is a powerful buff-type ability, so no additional buffs can overwrite it. Seeing this, Zhen mocks the hero again, commenting that his summons are even more useless than imagined. Even though our boy remains calm, his skeleton doesn't seem to take this lightly. As the guy provokes him to fight, the senior steps in once again and orders them to stop. Before walking away, the skeleton gives the man a cold look, which sends shivers down his spine. The trial officially begins, and the team moves toward the island. Tao Tao tells the elf girl that their target is the mermaid dungeon, and that they must reach it as quickly as possible. If possible, they should avoid fighting monsters along the way. As they advance, a monster spots them, hides in the water, and launches a sneak attack when the girl gets close. They have no choice but to react, and the group starts fighting the monster. As it is busy dealing with the dark-haired girl, Yi sneaks up on the monster from behind and finishes it off. Soon after, the senior notes that level 21 monsters have started appearing. If they stop to fight them, it would take another 3 hours, slowing them down significantly. She decides they cannot afford that delay, and asks the elf girl to take control so they can pass through the monsters instead of fighting them. The girl uses her skill to control the monsters, allowing the entire team to slip through safely. As they move further, they encounter an even denser group of monsters. Tao Tao questions whether they can still pass through, but the elf girl is not sure if she can handle them since the monsters are at level 22. At that moment, our boy steps forward and offers to handle it. Jin immediately mocks him, calling him a level 17 newbie who has not done anything so far, and telling him to stop joking and hide behind others. The senior ignores the taunts and asks the hero about his plan. Our boy calmly explains that he intends to use his skeleton warrior to distract all the monsters. She finds the idea reasonable and tells him to try. Moyu's skeleton warrior charges forward at full speed, drawing the attention of all the monsters. Taking advantage of the distraction, the entire team slips past the area. Afterward, he dismisses the skeleton warrior. The senior is extremely pleased with the hero's performance and openly praises him. The guy, however, complains that if he could do this, he should have done it from the start, as they would have reached the mountain much earlier. Yi snaps back at him, telling him to keep quiet if he cannot contribute. Bro wants to get destroyed so bad, so he continues trash-talking the hero, but our boy simply warns him that this is the last time. Suddenly, a large number of monsters launch an attack on them, and Tao Tao urgently orders everyone to retreat. It is revealed that a team from Country Y has launched this attack. They possess a special class known as the Shikigami Summoner, and are deliberately blocking the path to stop others from climbing the mountain. The summoner from Country Y declares that the team must stop there. He states that if they cannot handle the monsters, they should use their teleport stones and leave, claiming that this year's dungeon belongs to Country Y. This infuriates the members of the Shensha Empire, but they are unable to act, because clearing these monsters would take several hours. At this moment, our boy begins summoning his skeleton warriors. Seeing this, Senior Tao Tao anxiously wonders if he can really handle it. His first skeleton warrior draws away nearly 30 monsters. The other members are shocked to see a summon pulling monsters away like that, but they notice that nearly 2/3 of the monsters still remain. The hero then summons a second skeleton warrior, which lures away half of the remaining monsters. The senior is stunned to realize that he can summon 2 skeleton warriors. Finally, he summons a third skeleton warrior, which draws away all the remaining monsters. With the path cleared, the members of the other teams praise the hero and thank him sincerely. Jen, however, is not too pleased with the hero getting the spotlight. Meanwhile, the summoner from Country Y is stunned to see the other teams advancing even though he blocked their path moments ago. He runs to the archers and orders them to start shooting. The other teams are quick to notice the arrows and suddenly put up their protection shield. Afterwards, a short battle between the opposing teams takes place. As a result of this battle, the teams of Shengxia Empire begin to panic since there is a shortage of mages. Making use of this opportunity, Jen, who is also a mage, tells the senior that he is planning to join another team. He argues that he can't stay in the same team as the hero, and one of them should be kicked out. In his mind, he is confident that the senior would choose him since he is their damage dealer. Unfortunately for him, he gets kicked out the very next moment. The man is stunned when the senior orders him to leave, struggling to accept that he is the one being cast out. He argues that removing him will doom the group's trial and destroy their chances of entering the Creation Seminary. The girl, however, does not change her decision, explaining that her identity as an elven knight comes with principles she refuses to abandon. Angered by the decision, the man issues a final warning, promising that they will come to regret this choice, and then walks away. After his departure, the remaining members quickly shift their focus to the dungeon ahead. The dark-haired girl voices concern over the involvement of Country Y's forces, yet the group still chooses to proceed, placing their trust in the hero's judgment. They reassure themselves that going back is always an option if the situation turns dangerous, especially since their lineup is strong enough to ensure safety. Upon arriving at the dungeon entrance, they are stopped by a team from Country Y, who claim the area as their territory. The other teams notice the hero walking forward and decide to support him since he was the one who cleared the way for them. Jen is also among the group, but he smirks and comments that these people just want to die. As Country Y tries attacking the group, our boy summons his own undead army in response. His summoned creatures form an unbreakable wall, effortlessly stopping every incoming attack. No matter how hard the enemies struggle, nothing works. Though the skeletons appear fragile, their power is overwhelming. With the path cleared, the team advances into the dungeon while their rivals can only watch in frustration. Our boy immediately selects the nightmare difficulty, and before Country Y can stop him, he teleports into the dungeon with his entire group. Inside, the senior girl is a bit worried about the difficulty, but Yi assures her that Moyu's summons are incredibly strong. Hearing this, she takes charge of blocking attacks while the elf girl will deal with crowd control. Before they can even move, they get a notification about an elite monster dying, and they all get experience. The team is left in disbelief, unable to grasp how such a powerful monster could be eliminated in a single strike. Under normal circumstances, even a perfectly coordinated team would have needed considerable time to bring it down. With no chance to dwell on it, they hurry forward to keep pace with the hero. As they press on, our boy activates Rage Strike for his skeletons, cutting through everything ahead. For the first time in ages, dungeon clearing feels almost trivial. Senior Tao Tao, who would usually be on the front lines shielding her companions, finds her role unnecessary since the skeletons are handling the entire battlefield alone. Eventually, they reach a dead end. Although the dungeon has been relatively quiet so far, the true danger lies ahead. Below them waits the final guardian, the dungeon boss. The Merfolk Queen Serpent emerges, a colossal creature whose attributes exceed even those of the Goblin King. Noticing its stats, the senior girl offers to draw the monster's attention, but our boy casually rejects the suggestion. He sends his skeletons down, but the serpent is just too fast for him to attack. Fortunately, the hero has the perfect skill to deal with it. The next moment, he uses slow curse and binds the boss with chains. With its movement slowed, the skeletons are now free to attack. Still, this is not enough to kill the boss, since it starts crushing the undead warriors with brute strength and venom. Due to the undead status of the skeletons, the venom doesn't have much effect, and they end up killing the boss quite easily. Experience points flood in once again. The support comments that this feels like enjoying a luxury meal without lifting a finger. Meanwhile, the senior regains her focus and reminds everyone that although they have defeated a powerful enemy, the dungeon's true boss still lies ahead. As they move deeper, fish-like monsters begin appearing more frequently. Eventually, the team reaches the end of the dungeon, where a crude palace stands. In front of this palace, 180 enhanced elite guards wait, forming the final barrier. Our boy calmly orders his skeleton warriors to charge forward, preparing to confront the last obstacle head-on. Tao Tao knows that his skeleton warriors are extremely strong, but attacking too recklessly could backfire. At that moment, Yi Yi notices that even more monsters are approaching. Noticing them, the hero activates his rage strike and tells the group to cover their ears. The girl is a bit confused but follows his instructions. In the very next moment, the group suddenly gains a huge amount of experience points, leaving everyone confused about what just happened. It quickly becomes clear that Moyu has used his corpse explosion skill, which somehow works even underwater. Soon after, the palace doors open, revealing the merfolk queen, whose stats are incredibly high and who possesses several powerful skills. One of those skills is Tears of the Queen, a mental type ability that can charm and control others. As soon as the queen appears, everyone except our boy falls under her influence. Their minds are overwhelmed, and they are completely controlled by her presence. The hero, however, remains unaffected and quickly brings everyone back to their senses. The group is distraught by what just happened, and the elf girl explains that it was due to the queen's enchantment magic. If the hero wasn't there to save them, they would have been wiped out. Realizing that her magic has failed, the queen grows furious and screams at the skeletons. The senior notices the queen's stats and guesses that it would probably take them an hour to beat her. However, with the hero by their side, she can't really say anything. Due to the power difference between them and the queen, it almost feels like they are a pack of wolves trying to fight a lion. Suddenly, the queen uses a powerful skill that shatters one of Moyu's skeleton warriors. Seeing this, the team captain orders the support to prepare buffs because the battle could turn dangerous at any moment. Our boy calmly decides that buffs are unnecessary and instead casts a slow curse on the queen. The queen responds by activating another skill, instantly destroying 12 of his skeleton warriors. The dark-haired girl panics and urges him to recall his summons, but the hero does the opposite. He summons the remaining 87 skeleton warriors at once. The sheer number shocks everyone, and Yi's reaction makes it obvious that she is deeply impressed by him. The battle continues as all of the skeleton warriors surround the queen. With no other choice, the queen unleashes Tears of the Queen, which is her strongest ability. However, the skill has no effect on the hero at all since he has high resistance. Additionally, his skeletons are emotionless and don't really feel pain, so it won't affect them either. They continue slashing the queen powered by all the buffs. It isn't long before she finally goes down. As a result, everyone gains massive experience points and numerous items. Most importantly, they obtain the Tear of the Merfolk, and their trial mission is officially completed. The senior mentions that once they finish a few more trail missions, they will definitely be able to enter the Academy of Geniuses. Instead of celebrating with the group, our boy turns to Yi Yi and asks if she has a cooldown talisman. She confirms that she does, but before she can ask anything else, they are teleported outside. As people watch them come out so quickly, they assume that the group simply ran away without fighting any monsters. Some of them are even worried about the team and tell them that it's fine. On the other hand, the mage who got kicked out is still salty and comments that it's no use being in a party if none of them dies. Immediately after getting out, the senior girl checks to see if anyone else is trying to get inside. After clearing the area, she turns back at the assassin girl and signals her to carry out their plan. She immediately uses the cooldown talisman to enter the dungeon once again with the hero. The other team members stay outside to guard the entrance, but they still have faith in the hero to clear the dungeon alone. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl jokingly tells the hero not to run away while clearing the dungeon. They have only 2 cooldown talismans left, so they can only clear it twice. This means that they have to acquire the Tears of the Merfolk during these 2 attempts. Our boy decides to speedrun the dungeon this time and reaches the mid-boss in a few minutes. The girl is impressed by him and compliments his talent, but he simply ignores her and suggests moving towards the final boss. Like before, the guards outside are not a big deal and the duo clears them easily. It is now time for the queen to come out. Yi already knows about her enchantment magic, so she hides behind the hero to avoid getting enchanted. He uses his slow curse along with corpse explosion to send the queen to hell. They manage to kill the queen and obtain another merfolk tier. This kill also helps the girl gain enough experience to level up, and she finally reaches level 20. She suggests not wasting any time and to restart so they can collect the rest of the tiers. The hero notices her level and realizes that she has only gained a single level ever since he joined her. This makes him believe that she doesn't really like farming for levels. The group is teleported outside once again, where they meet the judgmental eyes of the crowd. The people mock them for wasting the cooldown talisman as they can't comprehend the possibility of someone clearing the dungeon in such short amount of time. Mocking them back, Yi uses the cooldown talisman and enters the dungeon once more. This time, she even puts on a timer to see if they can beat their previous record. Their final time for this attempt is 8 minutes and 58 seconds. Holding the tears of merfolk in her hands, the girl can't wait to see the faces of all the doubters outside. As expected, they immediately trash-talking after seeing the group teleport back. However, this time, the dungeon begins to disappear. This is a clear sign that someone has already acquired all the tears of the merfolk. Finally, they realize that the hero wasn't simply going inside to look around. Before the group can leave, the summoner from before rushes forward and declares that they won't be allowed to leave until they hand over the tears. The other teams aren't too happy to hear this and decide to help Tao Tao, however the man is too quick. He immediately appears in front of her and intimidates her with his powerful summons. Before the Shikigami can attack, our boy comes to the rescue and uses Soul Blaze to burn them all to the ground. Enraged, the man activates his divine skill and summons a massive divine creature, confidently believing it to be far superior to the hero's skeletons. Without hesitating, our boy sends a skeleton warrior forward, which unleashes a powerful rage attack. In a single strike, the divine creature is completely destroyed. Even Moyu is surprised by the result. The destruction of the summoned monster causes backlash, severely injuring the summoner. Our boy uses this opportunity and sends more skeletons to finish him off. However, the guy somehow manages to get on top of one of his summons and runs away. The sight of the undead warriors terrifies the members of Country Y team. They cannot believe how his skeletons managed to kill a divine summons this easily. The summoner knows that the hero must have awakened his innate talent, and frantically tries to flee in order to report it back to his country. Even though he has escaped, his team members are still left behind with no one to protect them. They take a single look at the skeleton and realize that it's well above their pay grade. Within moments, all of them start running for their lives. The teams from Shengxia Empire laugh as they watch them run with their tails between their legs. However, they still don't know who the hero truly is and see him as some kind of a role model. Meanwhile, in all of this, Zhen is still regretting his decision to leave the team since he would have finished the trial by now if he stayed. Consumed by resentment, he convinces himself that it is not his fault and swears to take revenge someday. After completing the trial, the senior decides to head back using the teleportation stone. Despite not doing much physically, Yi is completely exhausted. Senior Tao Tao expresses deep gratitude toward the hero, acknowledging that the trial would never have been completed without him, and that it meant a great deal to her. The assassin girl tells her that she does not need to be so formal, adding that although the hero is quiet, he is genuinely a good person. Suddenly, our boy receives a message from Master Bai, requesting him to come meet immediately. The scene shifts to the Academic Affairs Office, where Master Bai explains that he has reviewed his trial recordings and praises his outstanding performance. He explains that the mermaid tier is a valuable item that slightly increases the success rate of awakening talent during the second-class transition at level 40. Although its effect is small, it is extremely important. He also reveals that the people of Y Country had already discovered the location of Mermaid Island, which nearly caused the trial to fail. Because the hero ensured its success, the master offers him a reward and allows him to ask for anything he wants. The hero realizes that this is the perfect opportunity to ask about his sister. He requests help in locating someone. Master Bai immediately understands and reveals that his sister, Lin Mohan, joined the Chuangshen Academy earlier this year. All of the students of that academy have their information hidden, so he won't be able to find anything on her. Moyu is shocked hearing this since it's been less than a year, and his sister has already entered the creation seminar. He recalls that this was also Tao Tao's dream, and that both Yi Yi and Shui have repeatedly advised him to enter the creation seminar if he ever gets the chance. He finally accepts that he may truly need to take that path. Master Bai continues, explaining that since his sister is now part of the creation seminar, the rules prevent him from sharing further details. If he wants to learn more, he must enter the academy himself. He sends him the entry requirements, clarifying that this information does not count as the reward, meaning the hero can still ask for something else. Without hesitation, our boy asks for a cooldown talisman. Master Bai reacts as if he expected this answer all along, reminding him that even a basic cooldown talisman is extremely valuable and cannot be granted lightly. However, if he completes another mission, he will help him get one. The hero agrees to his terms since getting a cooldown talisman will allow him to grind his levels much faster and enter the Chuangshen Academy. The master mentions that he needs to reach level 20 before taking on this mission, and suggests heading to the Academy's instance dungeon hall. This isn't a dungeon everyone can enter this easily, but our boy uses the teleportation stone without wasting a second. Immediately after teleporting, he is met with a crowd of professionals, each looking for a teammate to raid the dungeons. Our boy then checks the requirements for entering the creation seminary on his communication device. The first requirement states that his level must be above 30. The second requires him to clear frontline dungeons above level 30 on Hell difficulty. The third condition demands that he earn 1,000 contribution points. While he is reviewing this information, a girl approaches him from behind and introduces herself as Shu Han, offering to tell him all about the dungeon hall. Moyu immediately realizes that she earns points by selling information. Instead of wasting time, he directly asks her price. His blunt attitude makes the situation slightly awkward, but she quickly recovers and asks for 100 points in exchange for the information. He transfers the points without hesitation. The girl then explains the structure of the dungeon hall. There are 2 dungeons below level 20, 18 dungeons between level 20 and 30, 20 dungeons between level 30 and 40, and 52 dungeons ranging from level 40 to 70. In addition to these, there are 2 large-scale dungeons that allow more than 40 participants at once, and 1 massive dungeon that can hold up to 100 people. In total, the dungeon hall contains 95 dungeons, each with its own clearance record. Breaking a record earns special rewards. She also explains that the area they are standing in functions as both a task center and team recruitment zone. After finishing her explanation, the girl asks if he has any questions. The hero asks how contribution points can be earned, and she explains that earning them is extremely difficult. They are obtained mainly by completing academy-organized trials and tasks. However, competition is fierce, and only those who finish first usually receive the points. Our boy needs 1,000 contribution points, yet even the highest-paying tasks offer only 10 points, while most give just 2 or 3. At that moment, a notification appears, informing him that he has received 50 contribution points. This immediately shocks the people around him. Soon after, Gao from his previous team calls him and excitedly mentions that he received 20 contribution points, while Tao Tao received 30 and is extremely happy. The hero casually replies that he received 50, leaving everyone nearby completely stunned. As he thanks the girl for the information, she asks if he is looking for a party. Our boy completely ignores her and notices that the no one has broken the dungeon's time record of 58 minutes in 3 years. Moyu chooses Nightmare difficulty and enters the dungeon. Once he disappears, the people nearby begin gossiping and some even doubt his legitimacy. Our boy notices that his level progression is at 30% and decides to see how much his level will increase after clearing it. Moving forward with his skeleton army, he barely needs to act, as his summons effortlessly eliminate every monster in their path. Eventually, he reaches the dungeon's end, where the boss appears. It is a mutated dragon turtle with 7,000 HP, even higher than the Mermaid Queen's. The monster possesses a super defense skill, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the skeleton's attacks. Seeing this, the hero uses Soul Blaze, flipping the monster and exposing its weakness. His skeletons seize the opportunity and finish it off. Upon the boss's death, our boy gains 15,000 experience points along with multiple items. His level progression instantly jumps by 35%, which means that he just needs to clear it one more time to reach level 18. Back in the dungeon hall, a bell rings, signaling that a new record has been set. Students immediately gather, speculating about which elite team achieved it. Moments later, a screen appears, announcing that Moyu has solo cleared a level 17 dungeon in just 35 minutes. Our boy then teleports back into the dungeon hall and receives 1,000 points along with 5 contribution points. He realizes that breaking dungeon records is another way to earn contribution points. This gives him another motivation to clear the rest of the dungeons as well. However, his level is still low, so he re-enters the mutated forest dungeon. Half an hour later, he exits once more, now having reached level 18. The surrounding students are stunned and begin speculating whether he is about to challenge the Spider Nest dungeon and possibly set yet another record. Just then, a notification pops up once more informing them that he has improved his own world record. Everyone begins to wonder where this man came from and whether he will set a new record in the other dungeon as well. Our boy refuses to go in with a team since he needs the contribution points and heads in after choosing the Nightmare difficulty. Soon after entering, our boy notices that the dungeon is extremely dark. He uses Soul Blaze to light up the way and summons his skeleton warriors. The dungeon layout is complex, but his skeletons continuously slaughter monsters, earning him 8,000 to 9,000 experience points repeatedly. As he advances deeper, he encounters countless small spiders with very low health. Using Soul Blaze, he wipes out over 100 spider monsters in a single wave. The experience gained from this alone equals killing 20 elite monsters of the same level. However, many surviving spiders swarm his skeletons and begin damaging them. The hero attempts to recall his skeletons, but the recall fails because they are completely surrounded. Seeing no other option, he uses Corpse Explosion on his skeletons, detonating them along with the surrounding spiders. To prevent this situation from repeating, he changes tactics. He divides his 108 skeleton warriors into small groups of 10 and sends them forward in controlled formations. 10 minutes later, he reaches the final area and stands before the level 21 spider boss. Instead of hesitating, he summons all his remaining skeleton warriors at once and prepares for an all-out assault. Outside the dungeon, the crowd begins speculating. Some doubt that the hero can set up a record for this dungeon since an hour has already passed. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, our boy finally finishes killing the boss. The experience gained pushes his level progression to 80%, but he has already passed the record time. Still, he needs those contribution points, so he decides to restart. Outside, Shuhan begins to worry since it's been more than 90 minutes. Just as doubts peak, he finally exits the dungeon. When it becomes clear that he has successfully cleared the Spider Nest dungeon alone, The onlookers are left in complete shock. Solo clearing a dungeon filled with endless monsters was considered nearly impossible. Moyu then turns to the girl and asks which dungeon provides the highest experience gain. He learns that below level 25, the Spider Nest dungeon gives the most experience. However, while the rewards are high, the clearance time is too long. He then asks if there is a dungeon that can be cleared faster, while still offering good experience. After some thought, he is told about the Tyrant Desert Dungeon, a large-scale dungeon that opens after level 20 and allows more than 40 players. Veteran players often charge points to let newcomers join their teams. The hero begins wondering whether a large dungeon like that could be cleared solo, deciding that he will only find out after reaching level 20. After thanking her, he returns to the Spider Nest dungeon once again. Elsewhere, several powerful figures observe his performance. Master Bai remarks that although he has watched him before, his performance continues to exceed expectations every single time. Another master comments that solo clearing a mermaid-type dungeon and collecting all 3 tiers is truly astonishing. When asked about the hero's talent, Master Bai explains that it is an enhancement-type ability, though its amplification limit remains unclear. The experts agree that the hero has immense potential. With his sister already inside the Creation Seminary, training under one of humanity's greatest masters, they believe Moyu may soon follow the same path. Some even predict that humanity may gain 2 rising stars in the near future. The Academy Dean goes as far as to say that the kid could one day become a one-man army, rivaling the strength of thousands. Back inside the dungeon, our boy finishes another run. Although he does not eliminate every monster this time, he still gains nearly 70% experience. The people outside are left in shock once again, but there is someone who still doubts him. He is none other than the toxic mage who got kicked out of the party. He thinks the hero is abusing his connection with Master Bai to gain powerful treasures. The others see through his jealousy and call him out for it. At that moment, our boy also steps out of the dungeon after making a new record. He stops in front of Zhen and asks him what he wants. This has been going on for too long, and he is starting to lose his patience. The guy still acts tough on the outside, but internally, he is scared to death. Eventually, our boy decides to let it go, since fighting him would just be a waste of time. He clears the dungeon once again. This time he finally reaches level 20. His strength, agility, and physique all rise to 300 points, while his spirit reaches 1,300 points. His summoning space expands from 120 to 200 units. Both Soul Blaze and Summon skills reach level 20, allowing him to summon Silver-grade skeleton warriors. Using 500 spirit points, he summons a Silver-grade undead skeleton. All of its stats reach 4,000 points, and it possesses Rage Strike level 2, which allows it to deal over 3,000 damage in a single attack. Moyu realizes that summoning a single skeleton costs too many spirit points. He also notices that his current equipment has become too weak to keep up with his growth, which means that he needs to buy new items. With this in mind, he heads to the Academy's trading area. As soon as he arrives, many students begin gossiping about him. The hero places all his equipment on the counter and requests that it be sold. He instructs that the gold earned should be used to purchase beginner-level skill scrolls. The staff member processes the request and wonders why he is not using the equipment himself, especially since he is already level 20. Our boy calmly explains that the equipment is no longer useful to him. The staff member then suggests that he check out the Academy's equipment selection. The hero agrees, and while his items are being sold, he browses the display. His attention is drawn to a spirit sword. Equipping it increases spirit points by 400. It is part of the spirit set and costs 3,000 points. He then notices the other pieces of the set, a robe that grants 200 spirit points, and a ring that also adds 200 spirit points. Using the full set increases spirit by 800 points in total. The hero considers it decent, but ultimately decides that it is still not enough for him. Nearby, he overhears people mocking a weapon priced at 50,000 points, calling it useless garbage because it has no attributes. Curious, he looks over and notices a scythe. At its current price, our boy doubts most people in the Academy can afford it. The scythe is revealed to be a growth-type weapon. Even though it has no visible attributes, it possesses unique skills. Its first skill, Reaper, allows it to grow stronger by absorbing demon souls. The second skill, Deathly Speaker, consumes spirit points to summon an undead general capable of leading an undead army. The remaining skills are locked and can only be unlocked by upgrading the weapon. Most astonishingly, the scythe is part of the Death Spirit set. The hero immediately becomes interested. Even though others see the scythe as worthless trash, he knows it is exactly what he needs. He goes to the counter and confirms his decision to buy it. The staff member hesitates and asks whether he is certain, pointing out the extremely high price. The hero reassures him and hands over his card. When the staff member sees that he has 130,000 points, he is completely stunned. After completing the transaction, Moyu leaves the trading center with the scythe in hand. The staff member watches him go, remarking that the scythe has been sitting there for a very long time and has never been purchased before. He never expected that it would finally find an owner. The scene then shifts to the hero's room. He notes that there are currently no abyssal demons available to feed the scythe, so he decides to set it aside for now. Instead, he prepares to use the skill scrolls he bought and attempts to learn several new skills. On his very first attempt, he successfully obtains a new skill called Skeleton Armor. With this skill, he can form a skeleton armor around himself. At its base level, the armor provides 100 points of physical defense and reduces all elemental damage by 10%. However, after being enhanced by his talent, the armor becomes far stronger. Its physical defense rises to 1,000 points, and it grants complete resistance to all elemental attacks. When he activates the skill, a skeleton-like armor instantly forms around his body. After testing the skill, he continues using more skill scrolls. He gains another skill, although its name is not shown. This new skill allows him to summon elemental-type skeleton mages. These skeletons can wield fire, water, lightning, or wind elements. As his skill level increases, the stats of these elemental skeleton mages also grow stronger. The higher their spirit points, the greater their attack power becomes. The scene then shifts to the next day. Moyu's spirit points fully recover, and he goes to meet Master Bai. He explains that he has come to complete the task now that he has reached level 20. The master is visibly surprised by his leveling speed, and internally realizes that his growth is even faster than his own was at that age. The task given to him is simple but dangerous. He must enter the Tyrant Desert Dungeon, which is the final dungeon of the area, and bring back a Tyrant Heart. If he completes this task within 3 days, he will receive a cooldown talisman. Although this talisman is only beginner level and weaker than those from dungeon halls, it can be upgraded over time. He also promises to teach him the method to upgrade it once the task is completed. Our boy accepts the task. The master reminds him that he only has 3 days, as the academy's opening ceremony will take place after that. He expects the hero to return before then. After he leaves, another master named Master Meng enters the room. He asks Old Man Bai about his opinion of the Necromancer. The master admits that the more he observes him, the more talented he seems. The kid is calm and composed, which makes him even more impressive. Master Meng remarks that, judging by his personality, he will most likely attempt to clear the dungeon solo. Even Master Bai failed to gain anything when he entered that dungeon at level 30. The old man acknowledges this, but states that the hero is far more capable than he was at that age. The scene shifts to the dungeon hall, where our boy stands in front of the Tyrant Desert Dungeon. Some students recognize him as the one who set multiple records the previous day. They are shocked to see him standing before the final dungeon, and wonder if he plans to break another record. The hero checks the dungeon's clearing record and sees that it was completed by a 40-member team in 16 hours, 45 minutes, and 18 seconds. At that moment, the girl from earlier approaches him. She realizes that he intends to enter the Tyrant Desert Dungeon to obtain the Tyrant Heart. The Tyrant Heart is dropped only by the final boss and can be used to create a powerful boss-tier equipment called the Tyrant Necklace. It only drops once per year, and no one has obtained it in the past 2 years. The girl doubts that he can achieve this, especially since he is only level 20 and appears to be alone. Soon after, a fully prepared 40-member team from the Bailey Academy arrives, aiming to set a new dungeon record. Their equipment is entirely gold grade, and their leader urges everyone to stay focused and avoid mistakes at all costs. The hero realizes that this team is also heading into the Tyrant Desert Dungeon. Without hesitation, he enters the dungeon alone. Seeing this, the team leader mocks him internally, believing that he is walking to his death by challenging a final dungeon solo. They decide to ignore him and proceed to teleport inside. Inside the Tyrant Desert Dungeon, the environment is harsh, with intense sunlight and extreme heat. Moyu summons his skeleton warriors and sends them out to scout the area. As he stands still, he begins calculating his expenses. Entering the dungeon costs 500 points, and removing the cooldown costs 2,000 points. He realizes that at this rate, his 80,000 points won't last long. Suddenly, a monster appears in front of one of his skeletons. A notification appears, informing him that his skeleton warrior has defeated a level 25 Ghost Tree monster, an extremely powerful elite monster. The hero is momentarily stunned by this outcome. He finds it absurd that a tree-type monster exists in a desert environment, but he cannot deny the overwhelming strength of his summoned warriors. Before moving deeper into the dungeon, he activates Skeleton Armorer for extra safety, surrounding himself with a layer of skeletal protection. He continues forward, and after nearly 2 hours, he discovers an oasis. The presence of water and trees in the middle of the desert signals danger. The hero immediately assumes that monsters must be lurking nearby, so he sends his skeleton warriors ahead to scout. As expected, a scorpion monster launches an attack. One of his skeleton warriors counters with a rage attack and kills it instantly, rewarding him with another 300,000 experience points. The hero soon notices strange fruits growing beneath the trees, surrounded by multiple scorpion monsters. He orders his skeleton warriors to retrieve them. Shortly after, a skeleton brings back a fruit known as the Desert Oasis Fruit. Consuming this fruit allows spirit points to recover at an extremely fast rate. However, it must be eaten within 5 minutes of being picked and cannot be stored. As soon as he eats the fruit, his spirit points rapidly recover. He quickly realizes the opportunity in front of him. Using this near-limitless spirit recovery, he begins summoning skeleton mages repeatedly. Each summon enhances and levels up his skills. which in turn makes the skeleton mages even stronger. Our boy follows a continuous cycle of summoning mages, consuming fruits, and restoring spirit points. This process continues non-stop for 3 hours. By the end of this cycle, his summoning skills reach level 20. He can now summon level 20 skeleton mages, each with 2,000 stats and an enormous 8,000 spirit points. He summons ice, fire, lightning, and wind-type skeleton mages, all of which give off an extremely dangerous presence. A fierce battle breaks out between his skeleton mages and the scorpion monsters. Meanwhile, our boy remains calm and continues consuming fruits to maintain his spirit recovery. In just a moment, he summons a total of 200 skeletons, including 130 skeleton warriors and 70 skeleton mages. Seeing how his undead warriors are dominating the monsters, he realizes that he can clear even large dungeons alone, as long as the monsters are the same grade. He then uses Corpse Explosion, instantly wiping out all remaining scorpion monsters. The system floods him with an overwhelming number of notifications as experience points pour in. Moments later, the hero notices that the fruits are suddenly gone and no more scorpions are showing up. He realizes that the opportunity to endlessly level his other skills has ended. With no choice left, he resumes exploring the dungeon. Suddenly, a massive wave of ant monsters appears behind him. The hero quickly activates Skeleton Armorer again and leaps onto the back of a giant ant, using it as an unintended ride. This carries him straight into the ant nest, where he encounters a level 27 flying ant, an extremely powerful elite monster. The hero knows that flying ants are considered the personal troops of the queen ant, which means that the queen is the dungeon boss. The flying ant attacks him and his armor barely manages to hold on. Our boy comments that the ant is trying to bully him just because his skeleton armor isn't leveled up. The next moment, he immediately summons his skeleton mages. The wind-type skeleton mage uses a powerful tornado skill, wiping out the flying ants with ease. Our boy then moves to a higher position and summons his skeleton warriors, ordering them to locate the ant queen. Together with his skeleton mages, he clears all surrounding ant monsters. Soon, his skeleton warriors successfully identify the queen's location. Without wasting time, he heads straight toward the ant queen, a level 29 leader monster with summoning abilities of its own. Moyu is a bit disappointed since he was expecting the boss to a bit more challenging. The ant queen begins calling forth more ants and activates her storm strike skill. Our boy realizes that this skill is the same grade as his skeletons. If it weren't for the skeleton armor, he could have been injured. After surviving her initial attack, he orders the mages to distract the queen while the skeleton warriors go for the kill. As the mages attack, the queen uses her hardened shell skill protects her from the flames. However, her guards still fall down quite easily. Suddenly, she enters a defensive state and starts summoning an even larger number of ants. The hero thinks that she is simply stalling for time, but when he turns back, he notices another army of ants coming his way. With the queen completely surrounded by ants, our boy responds decisively by activating Corpse Explosion, triggering a massive chain reaction. The explosion kills the ant queen in a single strike. As a result, he gains 800,000 experience points and obtains an ant queen egg, which could potentially hatch into a new ant queen if used by a beast tamer. His level progress also reaches 78%. The hero recognizes that this dungeon is an excellent place for farming experience and plans to return in the future. However, for now, his priority is to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. He continues advancing, while his skeleton warriors eliminate every monster that appears along the way. Eventually, he reaches the end of the dungeon. Before him stands a palace resembling something out of an Arabian Nights tale. Inside the castle resides a world-level boss, the Lion Tyrant. Numerous monsters kneel in submission before it. As Lin observes the fortress, he notices level 29 lion archers positioned along the defensive walls. Each of them possesses 5,000 strength and a powerful skill called 100 Arrows. Outside the castle, level 28 lion warriors stand in perfect military formation, each with 6,500 strength, resembling a disciplined army prepared for war. As the enemies continue advancing, the hero calmly observes the situation. He understands that facing an entire army is difficult, but it is still something he believes he can handle. He immediately summons his scythe and then uses his second skill, Deadly Speaker, to summon his undead hero general. This hero general possesses a powerful skill called Military Influence. The moment Moyu deploys his undead army, the hero general activates Military Influence and brings the entire skeleton army under his command. He organizes them into a proper battle formation and begins issuing precise orders. Seeing this organized force, the lion archers launch a long-range attack using their 100 Arrows skill. However, the skeleton mages react instantly and use their magic to deflect every incoming arrow. Our boy realizes that Corpse Explosion won't be effective here since the bodies of the monsters are inside the castle. He looks toward his skeleton warriors, who are locked in close combat with the lion warriors. He then orders half of his skeleton mages to focus on destroying the castle's main gate. While some of the mages continue deflecting the archers' attacks, the rest bombard the gate with magic. Despite the massive number of attacks, the gate remains completely intact. At that moment, the hero senses that he is missing something. Soon an idea strikes him. He commands his skeleton warriors to collect all the dead bodies scattered across the battlefield and pile them in front of the main gate. Once the corpses are gathered, he activates Corpse Explosion, causing a massive blast that finally destroys the gate. He then enters the castle alongside his undead general. Inside the castle, the dungeon boss is revealed. The lion tyrant sits on its throne, radiating overwhelming pressure. Its stats appears, showing that it is a level 31 world-level boss with 13,000 strength and 12,000 physique points. It possesses 3 extremely dangerous skills: Hell Roar, Fury Pounce, and Revolving Storm. As soon as the lion tyrant notices the hero, it uses Fury Pounce to attack the skeleton army, instantly destroying 4 skeletons in a single strike. Our boy immediately orders his skeleton mages to counterattack. His lightning-type skeleton mages use Thunderbolt, successfully paralyzing the boss. Taking advantage of this opening, all the skeleton mages unleash continuous attacks. However, despite the heavy barrage, the boss takes almost no damage. The lion tyrant retaliates by activating Revolving Storm, wiping out 24 skeleton warriors in one move. Moyu realizes that if he does not stop the boss now, both his army and he himself will be killed. He quickly uses Slow Curse, reducing the boss's movement speed. Even so, the lion tyrant activates Hell Roar, killing 14 more skeleton warriors and even shattering his skeleton armor. Despite being affected by Slow Curse, the boss uses Fury Pounce again and leaps directly toward the hero. In response, our boy launches a counterattack using Soul Blaze, stunning the boss on the spot. Seizing this opportunity, the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages unleash another wave of attacks. Even then, the boss manages to kill 4 more skeleton warriors. The hero continues using Soul Blaze repeatedly to disrupt the boss's movements. His skeleton army maintains relentless pressure for nearly 20 minutes. Eventually, the lion tyrant is finally defeated. After the boss's death, our boy receives 2 million experience points along with gold-grade equipment, including a sword and a staff. He also obtains the special item he came for, the Tyrant Heart, which has a drop cooldown of 1 year. With this, our boy reaches level 21. His strength, agility, and physique each increase by 30 points, reaching 330, while his spirit points rise to 1500. At the same time, his skeleton mage summoning skill automatically upgrades to level 21, and his skeleton mages also reach level 21. This is highly unusual, as most of his skills such as Corpse Explosion or Slow Curse do not normally level up with him. However, because he has mastered his summoning abilities, this skill upgrades naturally alongside his level. Suddenly, 6 bells ring throughout the dungeon hall, signaling that a new record has been set in the final dungeon. Students begin discussing who could have achieved such a feat. Bai Lisheng, the grandson of the Bailey Academy's headmaster, thinks that the record was broken by his own academy. However, someone else mentions that Moyu also entered the final dungeon alone. Hearing this, the grandson questions which academy he belongs to. When one of his men reveals that the kid went inside alone, the man bursts out laughing. He quickly mocks the idea, as the final dungeon is designed for 40 players, making solo entry seem absurd. Yet a few students defend the hero, pointing out that he has already solo cleared 2 dungeons and set records before. Despite this, Lisheng remains confident that a level 20 individual cannot possibly set a record in the final dungeon, insisting that the achievement must belong to his academy. At that moment, a notification appears announcing that the Tyrant Heart has been spawned, confirming that the dungeon's core objective has been completed. As soon as this notification is heard, the grandson feels extremely pleased. He believes that not only has his side set a new record, but they have also obtained the Tyrant Heart. However, his excitement is instantly crushed when another notification appears. It announces that Moyu has cleared the last dungeon in 14 hours, 11 minutes, and 43 seconds, setting a brand new record. The moment this message appears, the man is completely stunned. He stands frozen in shock. Soon after, our boy exits the dungeon. The guy approaches him, trying to confirm his identity, but the hero does not recognize who he is. His only focus is completing Master Bai's task as soon as possible, so he briefly excuses himself and leaves. This scene causes the surrounding crowd to burst into laughter, as everyone realizes that Bailey Academy has been publicly humiliated. Many students comment that the hero has solo cleared a final dungeon at level 20, something considered nearly impossible. They acknowledge that this clearly demonstrates the terrifying true strength of a necromancer. The scene then shifts to Master Bai, who receives a call from the hero. The master initially assumes that Moyu is struggling to find a party. However, he is shocked when our boy calmly informs him that he has already obtained the Tyrant Heart. The old man is momentarily confused, as he had only assigned the task recently. Realizing that he has already completed it, he hurriedly asks about his location. The hero explains that he is at the dormitory entrance, and the call ends. Soon after, our boy receives another notification. For setting a new record in the final dungeon, he gains 5,000 points and 30 contribution points. At that moment, a surge of energy surrounds him, and he is teleported away. The hero arrives in Master Ming's garden, where his old master greets him. He introduces him to Master Ming Anwen, a divine-level formation master. After formally greeting the old man, they sit down and the master tells him to bring out the tyrant's heart. When the hero takes it out, even Master Meng is visibly shocked. The old man confirms that the hero has once again cleared the dungeon solo and asks about the clear time. Upon hearing that it took around 14 hours, both masters are left speechless. The formation master reminds his friend of a previous promise. Master Bai acknowledges it and throws a cooldown talisman toward the hero. Our boy immediately realizes that this item will allow him to level up even faster. The master then asks whether he wishes to enter the creation seminary. Moyu agrees but explains that he still needs a large number of contribution points. Because of this, the old man proposes that he join the Yuan battlefield in the future. Our boy accepts without hesitation, as contribution points are exactly what he lacks. Afterwards, the master instructs him to rest for now and assures him that once the opening ceremony is complete, he will personally take him to the battlefield. After the hero leaves, the formation master questions whether sending him to the Yuan battlefield so soon is a wise decision. The old man explains that although the hero is only level 20, his strength already rivals level 40 warriors who have evolved their professions twice. Because of this, entering the battlefield earlier will only benefit him more. His friend agrees but points out that the kid has not yet been told about humanity's greatest enemy on the battlefield. Back in his room, our boy decides not to think about the academy for now since he has a lot of work to do tomorrow. The scene then returns to the dungeon hall, where the Bailey Academy team finally clears the final dungeon and exits triumphantly. They appear cheerful, still believing they have set a new record. Their leader proudly announces a clear time of 16 hours, convinced this guarantees a record. However, when they check the notification screen, they see Moyu's newly set record displayed clearly. The team leader is completely shocked. He cannot understand how the hero, who is only level 21, could possibly set a faster record than them. The surrounding students openly enjoy their embarrassment. The next day, our boy returns to the dungeon hall. A man approaches him from behind, claiming that the headmaster of Bailey Academy wants to meet him. The hero ignores the request and continues walking, which makes the man furious. He questions his audacity and asks whether he even knows who Bai Lisheng is. Our boy shows no interest and responds indirectly that if the guy wants to meet him, he should come himself. He then stops in front of the Tyrant Desert Dungeon, which currently has a 9-day cooldown. To remove the cooldown, he would need to spend 2,000 points. Seeing the hero standing there, several students grow excited. Some approach Shuhan, begging her to ask the hero whether he would take them along. They are even willing to pay points and ask for no experience or equipment, knowing that he is capable of solo clearing the dungeon. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to Li Sheng. One of his followers reports that the hero has refused to meet him and insists that he should go personally if he wants an audience. Hearing this, the man becomes furious. He assumes that the kid has grown arrogant after clearing the Tyrant Dungeon. For the moment, he decides to let the matter go, but he silently vows that he will deal with him in the future. The scene then shifts to the hero, where the girl calmly explains the entire situation to him. Soon after, a student standing behind her approaches him and desperately asks for help. He explains that he only wants to complete his task and offers 1,000 points in return if he takes him along just once. Another student quickly makes the same request. The hero is confused, as he does not even know which task they are talking about. The girl then explains that the academy has assigned this task to everyone. Our boy apologizes and admits that he is new and unfamiliar with this task. Even so, the students keep pleading and repeatedly promise to pay 1,000 points each. Suddenly something clicks in his mind as he calculates that he can earn 39,000 points in a single run. He agrees to take them along as long as they hand him the oasis fruit inside the dungeon. The students are shocked, as oasis fruits are extremely rare and most have never even seen one. Still, they agree without hesitation. Moyu explains that he can only take 39 people at a time and asks who wants to go first. Chaos breaks out as everyone argues over priority. The girl steps in and orders everyone to calm down and line up properly. The hero thanks her sincerely for managing the situation and promises to help her in the future if she ever needs anything. The scene then moves inside the dungeon, where the hero carries all the students through the run. He summons his skeleton warriors and orders them to search for oasis fruits. Along the way, the skeletons instantly kill a ghost tree monster with a single strike. One student is stunned, remembering how their previous party took several minutes to defeat the same monster. The overwhelming power of his skeletons leaves everyone speechless. The hero, however, feels dissatisfied, as the shared experience points are very low. Still, he comforts himself by remembering that the real reward is the points he is earning. Eventually, they reach the oasis, but our boy feels disappointed when he sees that the oasis tree has no fruit at all. Even so, he presses forward. Seeing more than 100 monsters ahead, he uses Corpse Explosion and wipes them all out in a single attack. He tells the students to wait there while he goes ahead to defeat the Queen Ant monster alone. As the hero leaves, some students whisper among themselves, admitting that his strength is far beyond what they imagined. After waiting for around 20 minutes, they begin to grow restless. One of them suggests attacking a monster for fun, believing the enemies are not that strong and that their own levels are higher anyway. They decide to lure one monster over and defeat it together. Their confidence collapses when two monsters arrive instead of one. Someone tries to motivate them by saying that the scorpion isn't fully grown. However, when the tank steps forward, he is immediately knocked back by a single attack and needs urgent healing. When the damage dealers attack, their damage is painfully low, leading to panic and frustration within the group. After struggling heavily, they finally manage to defeat one monster and collapse on the ground to rest. Suddenly, someone reminds them that another monster is still nearby. Panic spreads as the group realizes they are exhausted and barely able to move. Before the second monster can reach them, one of Moyu's skeleton warriors, which he left behind to protect them, charges forward and kills the monster instantly. The students are left in awe once again. They feel relieved that the hero had the foresight to leave protection behind. At the same time, experience notifications begin flooding in rapidly. Some students realize that this must mean he has already reached the queen ant monster. They discuss how dangerous the queen ant is, noting that it is known for its terrifying power and fast regeneration. However, for the hero, the fight lasts only moments. The instant he uses corpse explosion, the queen ant monster is completely annihilated. Our boy soon returns and signals everyone to move forward toward the castle. In no time, the group reaches the dungeon's final area. Without hesitation, he uses corpse explosion once again and blows open the castle's main gate. The students are completely stunned, realizing that this may be the first time anyone has ever destroyed that gate. However, the pressure emitted by the boss monster is so overwhelming that none of the students are able to step inside. The battle between the hero and the boss monster begins immediately. Watching the fight, some students feel amazed by how effortlessly he handles the boss. One of them even jokes that it looks so easy that anyone could defeat the monster in a single attack, though others quickly dismiss that idea as unrealistic bravado. Before anyone can do anything reckless, the hero finishes the boss monster on his own. Some students are left frustrated and disappointed, while others feel relieved and excited. Soon after, everyone is teleported out of the dungeon safely. Outside the dungeon, the blonde girl has already organized the next group. Our boy thanks her for handling everything so efficiently. Hiding among the group is a guy working for Li Sheng. He notifies his boss as soon as the hero steps out of the dungeon. His mission is to follow him inside and figure out how he clears the dungeon by himself. By now, the line of people willing to go with him has increased quite a lot. Our boy makes sure they understand his rules and steps inside. This time, he successfully finds oasis fruits, which he uses to further enhance his skills. As a result, he clears the dungeon in just 7 hours, an even faster time than before. The spy realizes that the hero is way too terrifying and immediately notifies his boss. After hearing everything, Li Sheng realizes that the hero relies heavily on corpse explosion and extremely powerful summons. He concludes that, like every profession, he also has weaknesses. If his summoning ability is restricted and no corpses are available, the kid would basically be useless. With this in mind, he orders his subordinate to arrange a meeting with the mage Zhen. The scene changes to the dormitory of Xiajing Academy, where Shui has finally arrived. She thinks about how many valuable items the academy offers, yet feels frustrated because she does not have enough points to buy them. The girl cannot help feeling slightly jealous of the hero, who has so many points that he can buy almost anything he wants. Principal Lu told her that Moyu reached the academy only a few days ago, which makes her wonder how he is doing. However, knowing him, she guesses that he is probably fine. The next day, all three masters, including Master Ning, the dean of Xiajing Academy and Yi Yi's grandfather, sit together. Old man Ning complains that the hero has gone too far. When the master asks him what's wrong, the old man reveals that the hero is collecting money from other students to carry them through the Tyrant Desert. Master Bai still doesn't think it's weird. However, the real problem is that the hero is taking 39 students at once, allowing many people who had been stuck on this task for years to finally complete it. The master finds this amusing, but the dean remains serious. He explains that the true purpose of this task was to filter students and identify truly outstanding talents. The hero's actions are disrupting the system entirely. Hearing all this, the master argues that Moyu has not broken any rules and that the task itself is outdated. Many talented students failed not due to lack of ability, but because they could not find proper teams and were stuck for years. From his perspective, the hero has done something positive. Master Meng agrees, stating that the academy's system is clearly outdated and in need of reform. This makes the old man furious and he storms off in anger. The two masters comment that his temper has still not changed, and there is only one person in the entire world who can handle him. The scene shifts back inside the dungeon. The hero upgrades his skeletons to level 21, raising their defense to 2100 points, which increases to 21,000 due to his talent bonuses. His slow curse skill also reaches level 21, expanding its radius to 105 meters, reducing enemy movement speed to 105, and lasting for 1 full minute. We then go back 1 hour before the opening ceremony, where we see Shui talking to the same student who ranked 3rd during the entrance exam. The two of them ended up in the same room and are now going to have lunch. Soon after, another boy appears, the one who ranked 4th in the exam. All three of them turn out to be students of Xiaojing Academy and begin chatting together. Xu notes how popular the girl is, while the conversation eventually shifts to the hero. Our boy soon reaches level 22. All his stats rise to 360, his spirit points increase to 1700, and all of his skills except Corpse Explosion reach level 22 as well. He calculates that he has accumulated 350,000 points, but realizes it is still far from enough. A single piece of intermediate grade skill scroll costs 80,000 points, and he wants the full set. He understands that he will need to earn far more points. Finally, the scene shifts to the opening ceremony. The dark-haired girl and the others wait anxiously, noticing that only 10 minutes remain before it begins and wondering why the hero has not arrived yet. Just then, our boy appears, having come straight out of the dungeon. As he walks in, a strong battle aura still surrounds him, making it obvious that he has just come out of a dungeon. Seeing this, everyone immediately realizes where he has been. Zhu calls out to him, and Moyu notices that they have all gathered already. When they ask about his level, he calmly reveals that he is now level 22. Hearing this, everyone is completely shocked, because less than a week has passed since they last saw him. One of them guesses that he must be using the dungeon hall's reset system that consumes points, which explains how he levels up so quickly. The girl points out that he has so many points that resets are easy for him, unlike the rest of them, who struggle to earn even a small amount. Our boy, however, finds it strange when they describe earning points as difficult. At that moment, an announcement welcomes all students to Xiaojing Academy. The speaker explains that although everyone was a genius in their previous academies, that status no longer matters here. All newcomers are now just freshmen. The academy classifies students into 3 types: ordinary, academic, and top students. Their resources and benefits depend entirely on this ranking, so students are encouraged to aim as high as possible. The announcer then introduces a traditional opening ceremony event: challenge matches between seniors and freshmen. Seniors can challenge freshmen by paying points, and freshmen are free to accept or reject the challenge. If a freshman wins, they gain points. If they lose, there is no penalty. This creates a golden opportunity for students who lack points. While this system is being explained, Master Bai and the others discuss whether it is fair. The master wonders if anyone would challenge the hero, but his friend dismisses it, saying that no one is stupid enough to do that. Some freshmen feel conflicted. Although the opportunity sounds tempting, they believe seniors have far more experience and higher levels, making victory unlikely. The announcer then reassures everyone by explaining that the battles will take place on a special platform. A formation on the platform equalizes levels, setting both fighters to the lower level. Skills above level 20 are restricted, and divine healers are present to ensure safety. Soon after, the event begins, and the seniors start challenging different students. In all of this, the mage from before challenges our boy. The hero remains calm and asks how many points he is willing to stake. When Jen offers 5,000 points, our boy finds it laughably low and demands 100,000 instead. The man reacts with disbelief, questioning whether the hero even understands what that number means, or has that many points at all. Hearing this, the hero proposes a bet instead. If he wins, the mage must give him as many points as he currently possesses. If he loses, all of his points will go to the man. This bold condition shocks Jue, who realizes she has never seen him talk this much before. For Ling Zhan, the matter now becomes one of pride. Even though he is scared on the inside, he convinces himself that Moyu cannot possibly have many points and accepts the bet. From above, the 3 masters watch this unfold and remark that people like him are usually the first to die on the battlefield. Both fighters step onto the battle platform. Jen is level 21 mage, and our boy is a level 22 necromancer. Due to the rules of the competition, the platform adjusts both of them to level 21. The crowd starts cheering for the hero as they realize that he was the one who carried them through the tyrant desert. This makes the man jealous, and he starts trash-talking our boy. The hero casually stands there with his hands in his pockets and comments that his level is still higher than his. This single sentence enrages the man, and he starts yapping about being a genius. Our boy continues with the rage bait and once again tells him that his level is still lower than his. This continues on for a while until Bro finally explodes in anger and starts hurling vulgar insults. As he prepares to attack, the hero simply gives him a death stare. This makes him retreat in fear as he realizes that he might actually die if he tries anything stupid. He starts yapping and says that Moyu only has summoning skills and corpse explosion. If he takes away those 2, he would be useless. Our boy immediately uses Soul Blaze and tells him that the only reason he is alive right now is because of the academy. One of his skeletons immediately rushes at the man, who uses a strange magic stone to seal his spell. Jen bursts into mad laughter, revealing that he used a summoning seal talisman designed specifically to counter summoners. With no summons and no corpses nearby, he believes the hero has become completely useless. He then activates his Rain of Fire skill, convinced that although he may not be able to kill him under academy rules, he can still leave him in a miserable state. Meanwhile, the 3 masters continue watching the entire scene from above. They notice that the man is using an intermediate grade item, which probably means someone else gave it to him. However, they still believe the hero will teach him a lesson. The next moment, Zhen launches a powerful attack. The hero blocks it effortlessly using his skeleton armor. The guy feels confident because the level restriction allows him to use his stronger abilities and believes his attacks should be overwhelming. He expects the hero to be suffering, but to his shock, Moyu takes no damage at all. Confused and frustrated, he cannot understand why his skills are completely ineffective. He immediately follows up by using several more abilities in quick succession, yet none of them have any impact on the hero. Our boy calmly asks him if he is done and comments that his skills are really weak. He then unleashes his Soul Blaze skill directly at the guy. The moment it hits, Zhen's condition deteriorates so badly that without the protection barrier and the timely intervention of the healer, he would have already died. As our boy slowly moves closer, the man completely panics, realizing that the gap between them is far greater than he imagined. Unable to endure the pressure, he finally admits defeat and agrees to pay the points. At that moment, the announcer declares Moyu the winner of the battle. According to their agreement, Zhen is required to transfer 358,000 points to the hero. Bro almost loses his mind as he hears this insane number. Zhen is shocked and can't understand how this is happening. The hero has only been at the academy for a few days, yet he already has an enormous number of points. He shouts that there must be some mistake, but the teacher gives him a death stare and asks if he is calling him a liar. This immediately makes the guy fold and he apologizes. The teacher then orders him to hand over all his points, but the man admits he doesn't have that many yet. Ultimately, more than 1 million points are transferred from his account to the hero. Any remaining points he owes must be repaid within 6 months, or he will be expelled. The teacher warns that he also knows about his family background and will make sure they pay up. Meanwhile, our boy has no reaction despite stealing all the points from his opponent. Impressed by his aura, the girl asks if she can also join him in his next dungeon hunts, and he agrees. Soon after, Master Bai contacts him, saying they must depart for a destination within 1 hour. The hero recalls Master's earlier words that he would be taken to the battlefield, but he is surprised at how quickly this is happening. The girl informs the others about this, and they wonder what is going to happen since the UN battlefield is considered to be quite dangerous. Meanwhile, our boy arrives at the auction hall and sells all his materials, earning 2 million gold coins from gold-grade equipment. With about 140 skeleton warriors and 40 skeleton mages at his disposal, he doesn't need the equipment immediately. He then meets Master Bai, and the two of them teleport directly to the battlefield. Upon arrival, the first thing the hero notices is the Shengxia Tower. The master advises him to take it slow, since he still needs to undergo his second evaluation to come here. As they teleport inside the fortress, our boy immediately senses that familiar aura once again. The master explains that a giant eye above the battlefield monitors demon activity and alerts all soldiers. In the main hall, high-ranking soldiers show respect to the master, highlighting his influence. He comments that these guards don't care about your identity as long as you have the high-ranking badge. The two walk inside the sergeant badge processing office, and the master demands that they make a badge for the hero. Upon seeing the general badge on his uniform, the guy at the table panics and immediately starts working. He looks at the hero and wonders who he is since he got the divine general to personally come here for him. After getting the badge, the master reminds him not to store it inside his inventory and mentions that it can also track monster kills. The ranking system ranges from white to black for sergeants, then silver, gold, and purple for higher ranks. Stars represent achievements, with 10 stars marking the highest divine general level, held by only 5 people in the empire. The master then takes him to the Hall of Heroes, where they honor their ancestors who fell on the battlefield as heroes. He says some prayers for the ancestor and requests their blessings for the boy. Suddenly, the Tower of Destruction starts shinning on the hero. The master tells him that he has been given a spiritual imprint of the tower, which means that he can now be resurrected even if he dies on the UN battlefield. The hero is shocked hearing this since he cannot believe that the divine general used an entire star of merit just to give him a second chance. He thanks him, but the master acts like it's no big deal and simply asks him to kill more monsters in return. The master explains that the empire is protected by a huge wall which has a total of 9 fortresses arranged in a row. They are currently in the first fortress, which is also the front line. Once the hero reaches the battlefield, he will need to face monsters before he can even enter the dungeons. This is why he needs teleportation scrolls, so he can teleport back to any fortress if he is in trouble. With this, the master leaves him on his own and says goodbye. As our boy walks out of the fortress, the guards warn him that his level is too low, but he simply thanks them and keeps moving. Once outside, he notices that the entire battlefield is filled with the abyss aura, which makes it hard to see. While the hero is thinking, someone suddenly attacks him from the fog, and he barely manages to deflect. Without wasting any time, he summons his skeleton warrior and it slashes the monster. Turns out it's a battlefield ghost, which has immunity to physical attacks. Keeping this in mind, our boy summons the mage skeleton and tries using magic attacks on the monster. After killing it, he notices that even weak monsters drop valuable items here. Realizing that some monsters may be immune to physical attacks and others to elemental attacks, he knows he must stay alert because if a monster resists both, his skeleton soldiers will be useless. After walking for 2 hours, he finally reaches the dungeon. At that moment, he notices some frightened humans screaming and warning that abyss monsters are attacking. As they run past the hero, they notice that the hounds have now changed their target towards him. Our boy notices that one of the hounds has already devoured someone. This makes him furious, and he commands his skeletons to attack. The battle begins, and defeating these demons gives him souls to enhance his weapon. To level it up, he needs to kill 30 abyss monsters. He decides to kill the monsters together to convert them into merit points. Using his corpse explosion skill, he slaughters many abyss hounds, leveling up his skill and earning a star. Each time he levels up, his attributes increase. The attack is so powerful that the fleeing soldiers are shocked, certain he must be a high-level professional. They have never seen someone summon skeletons and use such devastating area attacks. Meanwhile, the boss of all these hounds wonders what suddenly killed all of his dogs. He decides to send more of them to take care of the intruder. Finally, our boy reaches the dungeon area. The people outside notice how young he looks, probably under 20, and see that his rank is a 5-star sergeant, yet he has no stars, making him appear like a private. Some try to recruit him, but he refuses. Standing before the dungeon gate, he realizes this is a hell difficulty dungeon, far harder than the nightmare-level dungeons he has cleared before. Ignoring warnings, he teleports inside alone, shocking everyone outside. Not believing his eyes, a guy decides to check the dungeon stats using his dungeon detector. However, the stats show that at this difficulty, there has only been a single person who survived in this dungeon. Seeing this, the man starts making fun of him, saying that he is stupid enough to go inside and die. While he is trash-talking our boy, a captain from the Empire threatens him and tells him to keep his mouth shut. If Moyu is able to come this far by himself, it must mean that he is powerful. Meanwhile, our boy enters the dungeon and arrives at the dragon frontline post. The dungeon feels completely different from previous ones since he cannot use inventory items or teleportation stones, and all monsters are extremely strong. His first encounter is with the dragon spearmen. Just by looking at their stats, he can tell this isn't going to be easy. Each of them is equivalent to a nightmare-level dungeon boss, and his skeletons seem too low-level to hold them back. As the fight starts, his skeletons immediately start getting destroyed. He orders the rest to surround the monsters while his mages unleash powerful elemental attacks. Being outnumbered weakens the enemies, allowing his skeletons and mages to eliminate most of them. He notices that his skeleton armor does not prevent stuns, which means that he has to be careful and not let them surround his soldiers. However, this also makes him excited since he was getting bored clearing all those easy dungeons. The monsters are way too agile, and he knows that he needs to ground them together to destroy them in one shot. Using some skeletons as bait, he lures monsters together before attacking. Some skeletons are captured using a skill called wind shackles, indicating that mages are present among the dungeon monsters. Even though this is a simple spell, it still tells him that the monsters have intelligence. The bait skeletons are destroyed, but the hero doesn't care since he has a lot more in stock. He quickly summons them back and orders them to charge. More of his skeletons are killed during the charge, but they also manage to kill a bunch of spearmen. Suddenly, Moyu notices the dragon mages aiming for his own skeleton mages. The monsters are smart enough to realize that they need to take down the mages first, but the hero responds with his Soul Blaze skill, targeting them before they can harm his skeleton mages. The monsters drop a dragon horn, which is a rare item requested by Master Bai, though the drop rate is low, meaning he will need multiple runs to gather enough materials. He continues using his previous strategies but with added caution, relying on his core explosion skill to reduce losses. This is the first time he is in a situation where he might run out of his skeleton warriors. Using his slow curse to target incoming enemies, he directs his warriors and mages to strike efficiently. Meanwhile, Master Bai and Master Meng discuss his progress. Master Bai confirms his task is complete, though the other master notices one of his star is missing. He acknowledged the boy's life is more valuable than merit, and he has given him a spiritual imprint among the heroes, effectively saving him from certain death. In return, he wants him to collect materials from the dragon race, where he will have to face Monster Sin, the dragon frontline post. The master thinks this is good training for the boy. Since drop rates are low even in nightmare difficulty, he will need to clear it multiple times. The master even gave him a cooldown talisman, so he only needs to clear the dungeon 7 or 8 times. Master Meng reminds him that the dungeon also has a hell difficulty. Hearing this, the master starts to worry since he didn't think the hero would choose this difficulty. His friend assures him that it will be fine since he carried 39 people alone in the Tyrant Desert. Moreover, with the spiritual imprint, he could even be resurrected if needed. If the boy manages to clear the dungeon despite the odds, it will be an astonishing feat. Back at He Dungeon, Moyu has already defeated nearly 20 dragon mages but only obtained 2 dragon horns. His skeleton warriors have suffered heavy damage, and he realizes he has only cleared about a third of the dungeon. The monsters are strong and coordinate their attacks intelligently. This makes him wonders how powerful the dungeon boss must be. He continues forward, defeating all monsters along the way. At the castle gate, numerous archers equipped with crowd control skills await. He realizes that to gather all the materials, he must defeat multiple dragon species. He orders his skeleton warriors to attack, but one is instantly killed. The next moment, another skeleton dies. All of these attacks are from the back, and he knows that he quickly needs to stop it, otherwise, all of his soldiers will die. Guessing it's an invisible monster, he decides to use a couple of large area spells. As the powerful wind blows past the invisible monster, he is revealed for a brief moment. Turns out, it's the level 32 dragon assassins. Once visible, a skeleton warrior strikes it down. Moyu examines its attributes and sees that invisibility and fatal strikes make these monsters extremely dangerous. However, once they are attacked, their invisibility fades away. After defeating several, he collects a dragon heart, but he still needs the blood essence in the core. While he is thinking, he gets attacked by archers. He blocks the arrows and hits them all with a corpse explosion. The resulting blast kills many archers, allowing him to collect the blood essence. The hero continues killing the assassins and the other monsters using his skeletons while he searches for the boss. A statue suddenly moves and shatters, revealing the dungeon boss, the sentry post guardian. Moyu sees it is level 33, about 11 levels above his skeletons, with terrifying attributes and 2 crowd control skills. As soon as the boss attacks, our boy tries to restrict him with his slow curse. He knows he can't let him move around freely with his high agility. While the boss is chained up, he orders his skeletons to charge and they rush at him from all directions. After getting close, our boy detonates them using corpse explosion. While the smoke clears, he wonders if he injured the boss. Unfortunately for him, the boss has buff resistance and he literally took no damage from that explosion. He quickly breaks the chains around him which were restricting his movements and uses his crowd control skills to destroy multiple skeleton warriors at once. Within moments, dozens of his skeletons are killed. Moyu knows that he can summon them again, but he still has a limit to his mana. If the boss continues using his stun skill, he might not be able to resurrect them again. He summons his undead general, who immediately uses its military influence to remove the stun buff from all his skeleton warriors. The hero realizes that it's greatly reducing the stun time from the skeleton, which means they can now survive the stun skill. At the same time, the hero orders his mages to attack using their elemental magic, and the boss uses his crowd stun in return. This time his skill has no effect thanks to the undead general. Seeing this, our boy smiles and mocks the boss for being useless without his crowd skills. However, the boss suddenly ignores the skeletons and charges at him. The hero is quick to activate his skeleton armor and soul blaze. The armor protects him from control skills, preventing stuns. Combining his skeleton's attacks with elemental strikes, he finally defeats the boss and acquires the core item. It's a necessary transfer certificate for his second job, and the powerful title, Dragon War King. After this fight, Moyu reaches level 23 and his skeletons grow stronger. Even though this difficulty level seems too hard, he is still satisfied with the equipment drops and experience points he has earned. After fully recovering his skeleton army, he plans to use his cooldown talisman again so he can clear this dungeon once more. As the scene shifts, we see the entrance path of the dungeon. When the hero walks out, he notices many warriors lying dead on the ground. Along with the heavy abyss aura, he also smells a strong scent of blood. He wonders what happened here and activates his skeleton armor for safety. Suddenly, countless hellhounds rush toward him from every direction, but he quickly summons his skeleton army, and with their help, he easily cuts through the wave of monsters. He activates his Rage Strike skill as well. For him and his skeleton warriors, killing these hellhounds is not a difficult task at all. A few surviving soldiers call him over toward a protective barrier they set up to guard their team. Their leader warns him that the whole place is now overrun by hellhounds and that the monsters have taken control of this area. A healer tries to treat him, but he explains that he isn't injured. The warriors want to protect him and offer to hold back the hellhounds for a while. At this point, Moyu has only one option: use his teleportation stone and escape. Before leaving, he asks the group leader what exactly happened. The leader explains that the Lords of the Abyss released a massive number of hellhounds here, trapping their team in the middle of the attack. The leader admits that the members of Country Y probably cannot survive now, and his own team has already suffered many casualties. A girl reports that no one else is alive inside the dungeon. The leader decides it's time for them to break through the blockade. He then looks at Moyu and asks why he is still standing there, but our boy says nothing. Instead, he summons more skeletons. He announces that he still wants to clear the dungeon and brings out his skeleton mages as well. With their combined attacks, they erase wave after wave of hellhounds. The entire team watches in shock. They cannot believe the power of his army. They can hardly understand how one young boy can summon so many powerful skeletons and start wondering who he really is. The hero orders them to retreat behind him. Hearing this, the leader instantly follows his command. Our boy warns everyone to keep a safe distance because he is about to use a large crowd control skill. Then he activates his corpse explosion, creating huge blasts all around. Even the leader is stunned to see such a devastating ability. After the attack, the hero receives a promotion along with 5 contribution points. His Thanatos scythe also levels up, which makes him even more excited since it might unlock a new skill soon. As the dust settles, he comments in annoyance that he was only able to kill around 200 abyss hounds because he was hoping to find more. Meanwhile, a girl in the team collapses from exhaustion and thanks the gods that they survived. The team talks among themselves, trying to figure out why the hellhounds attacked them so suddenly. Their captain finally introduces himself as Shu Xing'an, a level 31 paladin from Xiaojing Academy. The hero introduces himself as well, mentioning that he is a level 23 necromancer from the same academy. The leader asks him which batch he belongs to. Moyu thinks for a moment. Inside this battlefield, day and night look the same, so he has lost the sense of time. But he finally answers that he belongs to this year's batch and has come here right after his opening ceremony. The entire team is shocked. Even the leader drops his shield from his hands, unable to believe that someone so new and inexperienced has just cleared a hell difficulty dungeon alone. Hearing this, the whole team starts wondering what kind of academy Xiajing really is. They cannot imagine how every new student there could be this strong. Normally, a new student should only be around level 16 or 17 and should still be busy doing academy tasks. Their leader laughs and explains that now he fully understands why someone like him dared to come to this battlefield alone and even clear a hell difficulty dungeon by himself. To him, he is clearly a very powerful fighter. The hero replies that there is no need to praise him so much, because their own team is strong as well. But he still doesn't understand why they haven't entered this dungeon. The other damage dealers explain that their leader cannot properly tank the dungeon monster's attacks yet. They had already attempted to clear the nightmare difficulty version earlier, but they were almost completely wiped out. The leader complains that they can't put this on him since he is only level 29 and didn't even have the right equipment. Right now he is barely managing with a set of shields they cannot even sell anywhere at a good price. They believe that if they clear this dungeon and obtain the dungeon's shield reward, they will finally have a chance at clearing the nightmare version safely. One of the subordinates insists that they must do this quickly, because the level limit of this dungeon is 32 and they are already level 31. The leader says he is confident they can get the shield here, and even if they fail, he plans to buy another gold-grade shield and attempt the dungeon again. The subordinate then asks Moyu if he needs any equipment. They explain that they have several very good pieces, and some of them might be helpful for him. The leader mentions that the sentry post equipment set is the best gold tier set available. Even though he is only a level 23 warrior, he should prepare early, because once he reaches level 30, he will be able to use all of it. Our boy then takes out a sentry post shield from his item box and asks if this is the shield they are talking about. The entire team is stunned, because this is an extremely rare drop that appears only rarely in nightmare difficulty. Moyu, however, obtained it easily because he cleared the hell difficulty dungeon. The leader, shocked, asks where he found such a rare item. He explains he got it from the sentry post guardian just some moments earlier. The leader then asks if this drop appears only on hell difficulty, and he confirms it. Hearing this, the whole team falls silent in disbelief. They finally realize that he really did clear the entire hell difficulty dungeon alone. When the leader holds it, golden light bursts out from his body, and the rest of the equipment pieces appear, completing his full set. A golden beam shoots into the sky, and his power increases greatly because of the full set bonus. Many players in the area notice the golden beam as well. They immediately understand that someone has just completed the sentry set. Meanwhile, the leader asks the hero if he is willing to sell the shield to him. He is prepared to offer 10 million gold coins, which is everything he has. My man flexes on him and says that it's only a gold-grade equipment so he can buy it in 5 million. The entire team thanks him for that and decides to go back since they now have a chance to clear the nightmare difficulty dungeon. The hero breaks his teleportation stone, and everyone teleports away. Meanwhile, a high-ranking abyss demon notices that many of his demon dogs have been killed. He sends another powerful demon to inspect the battlefield and find out what really happened. Back at the base, the leader continues thanking the hero for the set. While they both are talking, our boy hears some people gasping over the presence of a holy knight. He then notices his friend Yi Yi standing with the knight and walks over to greet her. The girl asks why he is here, and he explains that he came to complete one of his tasks. Hearing this, she reveals that she also came for her own mission to collect materials from the dragon race. However, a mission like that would be too easy for him, so she guesses he is here for the boss drops. While they talk, the knight intervenes and asks her who the hero is. She introduces him as her friend. The man then introduces himself as a level 30 legendary holy knight, Zhou Lesheng. Moyu also introduces himself as a level 23 necromancer. Yi becomes shocked when she hears his level because she is only level 21 herself. He laughs and jokes that they can go into a dungeon again, and he will carry her just like before. As she excitedly agrees with him, the knight gets mad and reminds her of their earlier deal since he was supposed to help her with her missions. She assures him that it's fine since he can carry her easily. The man doubts it and wonders how a level 23 necromancer can carry anyone alone. The girl becomes annoyed and says that this is none of his business since she doesn't need his help. Seeing his girl getting stolen, my man plays his last card and tells her that she can always come back if things don't work out. She friend zones him with a thumbs up and turns to Moyu to ask which difficulty is he going to choose. Our boy smiles and answers that he is going to clear hell difficulty. This shocks her a bit since the other guy only ever talked about taking her to this difficulty. She becomes excited since she wants to see how a hell difficulty dungeon feels in real life. However, the knight doubts everything. He cannot believe a level 23 player can clear any kind of hell difficulty dungeon and secretly hopes that by tomorrow, his girl will come back to him for help. Soon the hero and his friend arrive at the entrance of the dungeon. The people nearby start whispering that the two of them must want to die, because they are entering the dungeon alone. Long ago, a very powerful girl once cleared this same dungeon on Hell difficulty. She was called the Blade Dancer at that time. Before they begin, Moyu equips the girl with his skeleton armor for extra protection. He explains that he is only doing this for additional safety. He understands that as long as the monster's stun attacks don't affect his skeletons, he can clear this dungeon without any trouble. Yi relaxes even inside a Hell difficulty dungeon because she believes in his strength. For most people, even the normal difficulty of this dungeon is already dangerous. Only our boy can handle everything so effortlessly. His skeleton mages and skeleton warriors wipe out all the monsters ahead of them. As they continue forward, he asks her if she needs any material besides the dragon core. She explains that her first mission is already complete and she has received the reward. Her second task requires a dragon core, reaching level 25, and getting promoted to a first-class private. She shows him a ring in her hand. He asks about it. The girl proudly tells him that it was crafted from the Goblin King's core, the one he gave her. She had completed her first mission using that core, but because she wasn't fully prepared at that time and almost died. Suddenly, a monster attacks her, but our aura farming hero blocks the strike and protects her. His skeleton warrior quickly destroys the monster. Turns out it was one of those invisible monsters. Realizing this, she activates her assassin eye and easily detects all the invisible monsters. She begins calling out their locations for Moyu, and he lets his skeleton warriors kill them one by one. With her skill, his job becomes a lot easier. While they move forward, she notices the 2-star private badge on his chest. She gets a little frustrated and tells him that she is behind only because of him, so now he must guide her path. He agrees without hesitation. Finally, they reach the statue of the boss monster. The hero asks Yi to stand farther back because the upcoming fight might be unsafe for her. The girl becomes confused, but before she can say anything else, the boss monster awakens again. Our boy immediately uses his slow curse and prepares for battle. The boss monster easily breaks the chains, but then it releases such a strong shockwave that the girl loses her balance. She was sitting on a tree branch, and the impact makes her drop the item in her hand. Moyu immediately uses his Soul Flame skill. With the help of his undead general, he forms a battle formation using his skeleton warriors. Then he recalls all the skeleton warriors for a moment to nullify the boss monster's burst skill. After that, he summons them again to restart the fight. The girl watches everything and wonders if he can really clear a Hell difficulty dungeon alone. His skeleton army attacks the boss again, and because the formation is perfect this time, he defeats the boss with ease. Yi is shocked when she levels up. She receives a core and a class change certificate. Getting both makes her very happy, and she hugs the hero out of excitement. He reminds her that the class change certificate is a guaranteed drop in Hell difficulty, but for her, this item is quite rare. He then gives her a high-quality dagger and suggests resting for a moment before they continue. Meanwhile, we see the other team fighting the Abyss Demons at Nightmare difficulty. This time the battles are easier because everyone now has a full set of sanitary-type equipment. Suddenly, a high-level Abyss Demon appears. She is searching for someone but can't find them in the humans in front of her. The next moment, the demon orders her hounds to kill every last of them. A fierce battle breaks out, but before the hounds can attack the humans, they sense a familiar aura around them. Turns out that the Night Leshing is here to fight alongside them. Some hounds attack him as well, but he uses his aura change skill to push them away. He wonders why so many hounds are appearing at once. The team leader warns him to be careful because there is also a strong demon in the sky. Just then, the Abyss Demon Mother notices him and moves directly toward him to attack. He confidently tells everyone not to panic because he trusts his defensive aura shield. But when the Demon Mother hits him with a single powerful strike, his shield doesn't activate at all. The impact sends him flying and he almost dies on the spot. The Demon Mother is a level 36 Abyss monster, and seeing her level makes everyone panic. They know they cannot win against such a powerful enemy. Seeing him on the ground, the Demon Mother decides to finish the night off. However, before she can get close, our boy returns to the battlefield with the girl. The Demon Mother immediately recognizes him and changes her target, but his skeleton armor prevents her attacks from hitting him. He uses his Soul Blaze to hit her in the eyes, which makes her retreat since she can't see properly. Seeing that she is trying to escape, he binds her using the slow curse along with the rest of her hounds. With her movements restricted, he summons his skeletons and orders them to finish the job. Both the team leader and the other soldiers stare in disbelief. The hero then uses his corpse explosion skill, creating huge blasts across the battlefield. With the support of his skeleton warriors and other skills, he easily kills the Abyss Dog Demon. He then absorbs all the monster's corpses into his weapon. The girl admits that she did not expect to get this much military merit since her task is now complete. Meanwhile, his Thanatos scythe reaches level 7. The knight grows jealous while watching his potential girl praise Moyu. He believes he deserves the credit. He is a level 30 holy knight, yet he was saved by a level 23 rookie. In his mind, he vows that sooner or later the boy will kneel before him, and he plans to win his girl back eventually. The hero walks to the captain and asks if he is fine. The guy thanks him sincerely, admitting that he was able to survive thanks to his shield. Soon after, the guards of the Eternal Great Wall arrive at the scene. When they reach the battlefield, they are shocked to see so many demon corpses. They immediately ask who sent the distress signal. The knight steps forward and claims responsibility. The team leader explains the entire incident in detail, and the guards are stunned when they hear everything. They ask if this level 23 boy truly killed all the hellhounds by himself, just as the leader claimed. The guard captain then notices his 5-star private badge. Since a badge cannot lie, he believes that the boy must have killed many abyss hounds to earn that rank. He praises him, saying that for someone at level 23 to reach 5-star private is remarkable. Many people cannot even become a 3-star private even after reaching level 30. Suddenly, another group arrives because of the distress signal. Among them is a girl named Mo Yun, a divine summoner. The captain recognizes her and explains that she is princess from the Mo family of Jiajing City. She is a legendary class professional capable of summoning divine creatures. The princess approaches and asks what happened here. The guard captain tells her that everything has already been resolved and the situation is under control. Mo Yun tells the group that if everything is settled, they should not stay here any longer. As she speaks, she notices Moyu. She senses a dark aura coming from his body. The moment she feels it, she becomes irritated. She dislikes that type of aura deeply. The guard captain observes her behavior and comments that she seems to be searching for something. She is known for going deep into the UN battlefield to fight powerful demons, so he did not expect her to appear in this area. Yi then mentions that she knows why the princess is here, claiming that she is searching for the Nirvana crystal. This crystal can increase a person's chance of evolving their class. When a professional reaches the second class change, their class direction becomes clearer, and they get a small chance to evolve into a higher class. The captain gives an example. His own class is the rare paladin class, which has a very small possibility of evolving into the legendary class Holy Knight, but the probability is so low that it is almost impossible. However, if someone obtains a Nirvana crystal, that probability rises greatly. Inside the UN battlefield, there is a powerful level 40 monster called the Wraith. It has a very tiny chance of dropping a Nirvana crystal. Yi laughs and reveals that she knows about a battlefield Ghost King that is guaranteed to drop the crystals. However, the monster rarely appears and is quite difficult to defeat. Before reaching level 40, the captain still wants to gather a few Nirvana crystals so he can prepare for his second class change. The hero quietly wonders why the princess, who is already a legendary class, still wants to evolve even further. The first class change happens at level 40, and the second at level 70, so everyone technically has a chance to evolve their class. He wonders if classes higher than legendary might exist. The pink-haired girl interrupts and explains that her own class is a rare class called Shadow Assassin. Before she reaches level 40 and completes her second job change, she also needs to gather some Nirvana crystals. Meanwhile, far away, the Abyss Demon finally notices that all the Abyss Hounds he sent have been wiped out, including the powerful Abyss Dog Demon. His anger rises as he senses something strange happening. He tries once again to intervene. Some professionals suddenly sense a terrifying aura and realize it belongs to the Flame Demon King. One of them has already reported it to the higher authorities, so they are confident that it will dealt with. Elsewhere, Master Bai inquires Master Ming about the situation in the dungeon. The old man casually tells him to pour tea first and reveals they have communicated with the tower and collected information about Moyu. The boy is safe and has already defeated many abyss creatures. He has even been promoted to 5-star private. Master Bai is shocked because only 2 days have passed, yet he has climbed the ranks so fast. The old man continues explaining that the Flame Demon King guards the gate of the abyss and was the one who sent the Abyss Hounds to disrupt the battlefield. Despite that, the hero even managed to kill an Abyss Dog Demon. He remarks that the upcoming tournament will be extremely exciting because of him. Master Bai agrees, saying the kid will definitely make the tournament worth watching. Suddenly, the old man notices Yi Yi and expresses shock that the hero is actually teaming up with the granddaughter of Master Ningen. He believes the old man will definitely not be happy about this. Meanwhile, our boy defeats the Watchtower Guardian and gains a large amount of experience points. The girl has almost completed her full set of sentry equipment. She is impressed by his incredible growth speed. Noticing the skeleton armor, she asks if he is afraid of being attacked again. He replies that 2 dangerous incidents already happened today, so he wants to stay cautious for his own safety. Afterwards, they both teleport away and notice a couple of soldiers talking about a Shikigami. In front of them is a bull-type Shikigami dragging some cargo. A team of 11 professionals is also present at the scene along with the Shikigami summoner. It seems like they are going to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon, which grants a special title. The girl wonders if such a title really exists, and our boy reveals that it's called Dragon War King. With that title, every one of the attributes rises above 500 points, and the skill consumption is reduced by 50%. One of the new arrivals recognizes them. He remembers them from the Mermaid Tier dungeon, where he and other summoners were also present. The two of them meet each other, and we learn that the man is named Gakko and he is at level 30. One of the professionals looks at Moyu's level and calls him a weak level 24 kid. Meanwhile, the other guy can't believe that he has jumped from level 17 to level 24 in just a few days. Even his skeletons have grown significantly stronger than before. He realizes that if they don't defeat him now, it may become impossible to handle him in the future. One of his teammates tells him to stay calm and warns against rushing, reminding him that the Shenxia Empire has many forces present. The man glances around, acknowledges this, but angrily tells the hero that they will meet again in the upcoming competition. He hopes he won't disappoint him then. Yi comments that he is running away because many Empire warriors are present in the area. Our boy, however, doesn't care about that since he can handle him alone. In the world of professionals, a worldwide competition is held every 5 years. Battle support and tank roles each have their own competitions, but the most exciting is always the battle type competition. He knows that this year's competition will take place in Shenxia, attracting professionals from around the world. The girl suggests signing up for the competition. Team fights require 5 members. Since they already have 2, they can recruit 3 more, or he could sign up solo. The first place reward is exceptionally valuable. He thinks about the solo competition and the potential rewards. Suddenly, all the badges of professionals starts to shine as a military order is issued. Everyone is shocked and asks if an abyss monster has attacked the area. Officials order all candidates to gather at the fortress and return. Suddenly, everyone with the badge starts to teleport back. All the Shenxia professionals appear at the fortress gate, where the team captain spots Moyu and Yi. The hero asks him if he knows what happened. The captain instructs them to look toward the Demon Watcher. The Demon Watcher directs attention to the abyss, where monsters are attacking, indicating a large-scale invasion. There is no other reason to gather all professionals in one place. The hero had previously underestimated the power of the Demon Watcher since he thought it was just a tool for observing monster activity. Professionals below level 30 are restricted inside the fortress for efficiency, and they are told to prepare their teams. The girl notes that the hero is with her, so she does not need to team up with anyone else. Then, a professional named Nishong arrives, belonging to an overload profession. Everyone becomes excited, recognizing that he is from the Ni family and possesses a legendary class. The man raises the morale of all the professionals and uses his overall blessing skill to increase the stats of everyone below. Everyone is shocked to suddenly feel their stats go up. However, the hero isn't too excited since his skeletons don't receive this benefit due to this talent. Yi points up and we see the Princess Aura farming by riding her unicorn on a metal chain. From a distance, they can see the entire army of monsters approaching. A girl with yellow hair uses her morale boost skill to increase everyone's defense and attack power by 30%. At the same time, Princess Mo Yun fires a powerful attack from above. The Abyss Dog Demon is impressed by her attack and flies towards her to kill her. However, the princess reacts fast and kicks her back with her unicorn. Down below, all her demon hounds are getting burnt to death. Our boy also summons his skeletons and they start fighting. The other professionals wonder how someone with such low level can summon skeletons this strong. While they are fighting, another dog demon manages to grab one of the professionals. Our boy watches from a distance and realizes that they might not have any professional above level 40 since a level 39 guy has to act as the vanguard. He asks the captain for permission to enter the battle even though he is below level 30. Seeing what he is capable of, the captain immediately agrees. As he walks forward, Yi calls out to him and warns him to be extremely careful. He simply tells her he cannot miss this chance since he needs both merit points and experience points. The captain notices him and asks what a junior like him is doing here. Our boy summons more skeleton warriors and replies that he's here to clean up the mess. The dog demon on the battlefield senses his presence. She recognizes him as the boy who killed her children and becomes furious, ordering her entire army to kill him. The demon that was fighting the princess immediately abandons her and charges toward Moyu instead. Soon, every demon's attention shifts to him. The hero slow curse on them, chaining the demons together with the chains. As the chains spread to all the monsters, the captain speaks up in awe, wondering what kind of skill he is using. Our boy realizes that this battlefield is perfect for his corpse explosion skill since there are dead bodies everywhere. He activates his skill, causing massive explosions across the battlefield. The bodies of the slain hellhounds burst apart, triggering more chain explosions, killing even more monsters in the process. The dog demon leader stares at him in disbelief, wondering who this boy really is. Before she can react, another corpse explosion detonates under her. The blast is so powerful that every nearby monster is caught in it, and even the dog demon cannot escape. Mo Yun watches in shock as the entire battlefield erupts in fire. Everyone standing near the front lines becomes nervous after witnessing such destructive power. Some soldiers begin to feel that they are no longer needed in this battle. Meanwhile, the hero is still not done with the monsters. The princess finally sees all of his skeleton warriors and realizes that the strange, oppressive aura she sensed earlier must have come from these summons. Moyu's skeletons finish off the last demon dog. Right after the kill, something takes hold of the skeleton, and the hero suddenly loses his connection to it. At that moment, the Abyss Demon King himself appears. He vows that he will never forget his name and that he will kill him without fail. Our boy responds calmly, accepting the challenge if the Demon King wants to dream that way. A nearby soldier gets nervous. wondering if he is really planning on attacking the Abyss King since they are all still low-leveled. Suddenly, all the skeleton warriors pick up piles of corpses and throw them toward the Abyss King. The hero immediately triggers corpse explosion. The Abyss King becomes furious and asks if he has a death wish. The explosions do nothing to him, and our boy realizes that he is not yet strong enough to even destroy a teleportation formation created by the Abyss King. The Abyss King suddenly appears behind him and fires a laser beam from his eyes. Before it can hit him, his skeletons leap in front of him, taking the full hit to protect him. They are destroyed on impact. The laser still reaches him, but his shield blocks most of it. The leftover force hits his body directly. A damage transfer skill activates automatically. Because of that single laser attack, 124 of his skeletons die instantly. The beam continues forward and strikes the fortress as well, but the Demon Watcher standing there maintains a massive force field that blocks the worst of the impact. It fires back towards the Abyss King, which makes him retreat. The hero is pulled into the fortress's safe zone, saving his life. He admits to himself that he never expected the Abyss King to attack from within the formation. He also realizes that his armor could only endure 2 seconds of that attack. Without the damage transfer skill, he would have died instantly. This makes him angry, and he decides to make the Abyss King pay for all this. At the same time, the Overlord announces to the army that the battle has finally been won. The military merit distribution begins. He explains that the battlefield contained 10,000 Abyss Hounds and 100 Dog Demons. Defeating all of them has earned the army 20,000 merit points in total. 3,000 merit points are added for protecting the fortress, and another 2,000 for no deserters. This leaves 25,000 merit points to distribute. There were 1,152 professionals in this battle. Everyone will receive 20 merit points each. Everyone except our boy and the princess. For her efforts, Princess Moyun is awarded 500 merit points, while Moyu gets 3,500 points. The princess smiles when she hears the number and admits to herself that she feels a little jealous. The knight, meanwhile, feels humiliated. He struggles to accept that he is so much weaker than the hero, even though he is a holy knight. Our boy, meanwhile, senses that his Thanatos scythe has absorbed a huge amount of Abyss souls from the battle. He can feel the weapon changing inside him. Because so many warriors have earned merit, the rankings of the entire batch begin to update. Some people rise to the rank of 2-star private. Moyu's badge also begins to shine, and when the rank up finishes, everyone is shocked to see that his badge upgrades directly into a silver captain's badge. Yai walks up to him happily and addresses him as Sir, telling him that he is now officially a captain of Shengxia and possibly the youngest captain in the whole region. Then the Overlord arrives and proudly announces that he will be giving the hero the title of the Star of Shengxia for being the youngest captain. The title also gives him many buffs and greatly increases his attributes. The captain asks him if he already had a title before entering the battlefield. He explains that he has the Dragon War King title. This makes the man shocked, since he knows that this title is granted only after clearing the Dragon Frontline dungeon on Hell difficulty. The soldiers are stunned when they hear this as they realize that the rumors were true. Even the princess is in disbelief since she almost died clearing the dungeon in the same difficulty. The Overlord then asks the hero about the details of his title since they need to keep official record. After getting the details, he pats him on the shoulder and grants him permission to use all military facilities inside the capital. However, he reminds him that using those facilities still requires spending some merit points, so he should keep a portion of his points saved for future use. Moyu realizes that these military facilities are normally restricted to 3-star captains and above, so this is an incredible opportunity for him. He thanks the captain for granting him access. The Overlord then announces that the battle is now over, and the legions are officially disbanded. The hero now checks his Thanatos scythe. The weapon has almost completed its transformation. Its level jumps to 25, and its spirit value reaches 3,000, the maximum limit. To unlock the remaining abilities and upgrade it further, he needs to collect the rest of the scythe's equipment set. He decides that he must start gathering information on where the remaining pieces are located. He also receives a new skill called Evocation. This new ability allows him to summon dungeon bosses to fight beside him. Later, we see the captain discussing their current situation with the team. According to the reports, not only the first fortress, but the 7th and 8th fortresses were also attacked at the same time by demons. The demons have not attacked only the Shengxia country, but also Country Y, Country H, and Country M. The first fortress is actually the farthest from the Abyss. There are 9 more fortresses in total that block the Abyss attacks, and because of that, the first fortress receives the least impact. Even though the Empire has incredible defenses, it's not entirely secure since some demons specializing in stealth and assassination can still slip through. Yi turns to the hero and warns him to be careful since the Abyss King has already marked him. Moments later, she gets a message from her grandfather asking where she is. When she tells him she is at the first fortress on the Dawn battlefield, he ends the call immediately and prepares to come there himself. The girl becomes nervous, wondering how she should handle the situation. Soon after, Master Ning arrives in person to take his granddaughter with him. Moyu is shocked when he sees him since the old man is a 5-star divine general, someone on the same level as Master Bai. The girl becomes happy after seeing her grandfather, but he instead shouts at the hero. Our boy becomes confused and wonders if the old master knows him. Ning claims that he was only trying to test his guts. Internally though, he is furious. He wonders why his granddaughter is always around this boy, and he even compares him to old Bai, who is also annoying and troublesome. After doing the introductions, he furiously asks how Master Bai sent her to the battlefield without even telling him. He was busy that day and the old man acted behind his back. Hearing this, he orders his granddaughter to stop and return with him, but she refuses, arguing that she has already accepted this mission. She will finish it no matter what. This makes him annoyed, and he offers to send some help, but she refuses that as well, telling him that they are fine on their own. To prove it, she shows him the Hell's Sentry Dagger, which can only be obtained by clearing the dungeon at Hell difficulty. Our boy assures him that he will take good care of his granddaughter during the missions, and will protect her completely. The master notices his Dragon War King title and realizes that something is different about him. Yi sends her grandpa off, assuring him that they will also return when the competition begins in a few days. With the hero by her side, he isn't worried about her safety, but he is still curious about him. Our boy, on the other hand, feels astonished when he realizes that the principal of Xiajing Academy is actually his friend's grandfather. After the meeting, he heads to the officers' resting area. There he observes what a real military facility looks like. He also browses through the list of items he can purchase with military merit points. He finds talismans and potions. The talismans seem very useful to him, so he buys 2 for emergencies. After seeing everything, he realizes that the military merit system is almost the same as the point system at the academy. But here, if he spends too many points, he might drop in rank. So he decides to save a good amount of merit points instead of using all of them. The pink-haired girl soon joins him, and he gives her one of the talismans as well. Just then, the princess walks over, which makes the girl pause. He gives her several items and explains that they are destination teleportation stones. She tells the 2 of them that she is searching for the battlefield Ghost King. In order to defeat it, she needs their help because the creature is extremely powerful. It's the same monster that drops the Nirvana crystal. The princess explains that the battlefield Ghost King usually drops around 3 to 4 Nirvana crystals. She only needs 1 for herself and promises to give the rest to them as a reward. Yi agrees without hesitation, saying there is no problem. However, she thinks that the princess wanted Moyu to help her since she isn't really strong enough to go against the Ghost King. Even though he is level 24, he has already cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon alone, so it shouldn't be that hard for him. Moreover, they will get a chance to level up before they fight the Ghost King. They still have several chances left on their cooldown talismans. The girl has 9 remaining and he has 8. They decide to rest for the day and return to dungeon clearing tomorrow. As they walk away, the girl comments that many people are staring at him, probably because of his performance in yesterday's battle. He tells her to ignore the crowd and simply walk. The next day, he is back at the dungeon. Both the number and attributes of his skeleton warriors have increased. This allows him to reach the boss monster in less than 4 hours. Standing before the statue of the boss, he decides to use the boss as his test subject. When he defeats the boss, he activates his summoning skill and absorbs the monster's soul. Meanwhile, Yi is excited to find another Hell Dagger. Since she helped him with her assassin skill, he lets her keep the dagger. Just then, a man arrives and pushes through the crowd. He tries to shove our boy aside, complaining that he is blocking the path, but becomes stunned when he realizes the hero didn't even move an inch. He demands that they step away because they are ruining their highness's red carpet. The man even prepares to use his power on them, but Moyu calmly summons a skeleton warrior. Seeing this, he immediately backs away in fear. The girl warns him to stay alert because these people look like they are from the Holy See of ancient Rome. Inside the carriage, their highness orders everyone to stop. He steps out, wearing his top-tier armor and expensive jewelry. The entire set looks extremely impressive, definitely better than Nightmare Gold equipment, though still not equal to Hell difficulty equipment. He notices Yi and asks his subordinate why he behaved so rudely toward her. The man then personally apologizes to both the hero and the pink-haired girl. He introduces himself as Rutgers, a level 31 Vulcan warrior from the ancient Holy Roman See. The onlookers realize he is a fire attribute warrior, someone who claims to inherit the power of the gods. It is considered very cool in their religious kingdom, but someone in the crowd mocks him, saying the so-called legendary Vulcan class is overrated, nothing more than a fire element user. Rutgers bows before the girl and politely asks if he can get to know her and possibly work with her. Hearing this, she hides behind the hero, who firmly declines, stating that he is not worthy of her. The man becomes annoyed and claims that he himself is more qualified than a mere level 25 warrior like him. He tells him that low-level people tend to think narrowly and brags that he came here to solo clear the Outpost Sentry Hell difficulty dungeon to obtain the legendary title. Bro is even planning to invite the girl after he clears the dungeon. However, instead of being impressed, the girl starts giggling. Others nearby also laugh. Rutgers' subordinate then informs him that the legendary title has already been taken by someone, and that someone is none other than the boy standing right in front of them. This makes him even more frustrated. He immediately gathers his soldiers and discusses something with them. After listening to him, they nervously ask if they are really going to do that, reminding him that this territory belongs to Shanxia, and most professionals here are from the Empire. But the man just laughs, saying he only needs to make the situation look natural. If the two of them die inside the dungeon, everyone will simply assume they died fighting monsters. Our boy tells the pink-haired girl to ignore these people and focus on clearing the dungeon. She agrees, and the two enter the dungeon again. Outside, Rutgers uses a dungeon tracking scroll to follow them. People watching are confused because he claimed he would solo clear the dungeon, yet he is entering with his whole party. Moyu and Yi reach the frontline area. The man also teleports there with his soldiers mocking them and saying they must be surprised that he tracked them down. He knows the hero already cleared this dungeon solo and earned the title, which means he can no longer claim it. His only remaining option is to kill him inside the dungeon. The girl notices that he used a teleportation seal scroll, meaning they cannot use their escape talismans anymore. Rutgers arrogantly asks if they are afraid, saying they angered the Vatican of ancient Rome and now must pay the price. He assures the girl that she doesn't need to fear much since he will not kill her. In his mind, she will make a wonderful toy for him. Hearing this, our boy simply laughs. The guy becomes angry that he is still laughing. The hero points out that since the scroll sealed the dungeon, he is trapped inside with them as well. He draws his scythe, ready to fight. As he summons his skeletons, the man becomes confused and wonders what is happening. The hero calmly reminds him that a warrior should always understand his enemy first. He, however, has walked straight into danger without knowing anything about his profession or skills. The man laughs at the sight of the skeletons and assumes Moyu intends to defeat him with such shabby bones. He believes it is impossible because he holds a legendary class, the Vulcan Warrior. Confident in his strength, he activates his Vulcan body and orders his soldiers to attack. With his Vulcan body activated, all of his attack attributes and skills increase dramatically. His damage intake reduces by up to 300%, and he becomes immune to control skills. His subordinates cheer loudly, praising their highness's glory. Rutgers proudly considers himself the strongest person present. Our boy, however, remains calm. He knows legendary professions naturally have powerful skills and strong effects. Then he asks the man whether his party members possess the same abilities. They clearly don't. Taking advantage of that weakness, he casts a slow curse on all of the soldiers around the man. The soldiers start to get worried when the skeleton warriors begin closing in. Their leader tries attacking the skeletons, but one of them blocks his attack with ease. Meanwhile, the hero's undead instantly strike down the soldiers one by one. Both the mages and support fighters realize the situation is hopeless and fear they are about to die in this dungeon. Rutgers is stunned as he watches his warriors fall. Moyu's skeletons massacre his soldiers without hesitation. He laughs quietly, thinking that only one fool remains, the overly confident Rutgers himself. The man grows furious and swears that he will kill him here. Our boy admits he has been waiting for a chance to use his new skill, and this situation finally gives him that opportunity. He activates his evocation skill and reminds the man of his earlier claim that he would solo clear this hell difficulty dungeon. Since he wants to prove his strength, our boy summons someone special for him to fight. The man quickly realizes that it's the same guardian dragon they fought earlier. He trembles, unable to understand how the hero can summon a hell difficulty boss. The dragon charges and attacks him. Rutgers tries to block with his sword, but the boss's power overwhelms him in a single strike, hurling him against a large rock. His Vulcan body shatters from that one blow, and he finally realizes the true might of a hell difficulty boss. The terrifying figure of the guardian dragon towers over him. The man tries to beg for his life, insisting that he is God's holy son, and that killing him will bring punishment upon everyone. But when he looks at the hero, he sees an even scarier expression. The boss strikes again, and this time, Rutgers dies instantly. The girl watches this and remarks that she didn't expect someone like him to know how to beg properly when facing death. She then asks our boy whether he feels afraid after killing someone from the Holy See of Roman City. Moyu simply answers no. She smiles and promises that no matter what happens, she will always stay by his side and support him. With this out of the way, the two decide to continue clearing the dungeon. Meanwhile, at the Vatican City headquarters, an announcement declares that Rutgers has died. Everyone is shocked. They instruct their people to report this news to the Pope. At the same time, Old Man Ning arrives to speak with Master Bai. The master is surprised by the old man's angry expression and wonders who upset him. The old man questions why he gave his granddaughter such a dangerous mission at the Yuan battlefield, and whether he encouraged that boy to flirt with her. The master is speechless and insists that Moyu is a sensible and outstanding young man who would never do something like that. The old man argues that the hero claimed he would solo clear the dungeon with his granddaughter and bring her back safely, but he doubts whether the boy can be trusted. The master replies that they will know soon enough when both of them return. Shortly after, the hero and the girl finish clearing the dungeon again and exit. Yi says her cooldown talisman needs recharging, so she plans to return first and submit her completed task. Our boy also needs to go back for the competition and to sell his equipment. At the Jiajing Academy Trade Center, the hero sells his equipment and receives 20 million coins. The manager is stunned when he realizes these items are all hell difficulty gear and wonders who this young man truly is. Moyu returns earlier than expected, and the master immediately wonders why he is back so soon. He explains that he has already completed his assigned task. Hearing this, Master Bai orders him to come over quickly. The master is shocked upon seeing that the hero has already advanced to a level 26 Necromancer. Curious and confused, he asks how he managed to level up so fast. Moyu explains that he has been clearing the dungeon non-stop, but the master finds it impossible. Even if someone solo cleared a nightmare difficulty dungeon continuously, it still shouldn't be possible to reach such a high level this quickly. Our boy then clarifies that he has actually been clearing hell difficulty dungeons together with someone else. Old Man Meng laughs at this, reminding Master Bai that he had already predicted that the hero could solo clear even hell difficulty dungeons. The someone else he mentions is Ning's precious granddaughter. Clearing the dungeon means he must have received the title, so the master praises him and asks about the cooldown talisman. The hero admits that he couldn't find an alchemist to recharge it, so he asks him to help. The master reminds him that recharging such a talisman is not easy. Even then, he agrees to help recharge the talisman and inform him when it is ready. The man then talks about the competition, explaining that it only happens once every 5 years, and this time, their country will be hosting it. He not only wants the hero to participate, he hopes to see him become the champion as well. Our boy then hands over the Vulcan armor set, which belonged to Rutgers, and asks him to take care of it. Seeing this, Old Master Meng cryptically mentions that it was given to the Vulcan Knight last year. Before he can finish, Moyu reveals that the knight was the one who attacked them first. Hearing this, the master becomes furious. He cannot believe the Vatican dared to target a student of Shengxia, especially inside their own territory. However, the Vatican has special methods to revive their people, so there is a chance that the Vulcan warrior may still be alive. Even so, he suggests they don't act so hastily. Afterwards, he sends the hero back, assuring him that he will take care of it. After being inactive for so many years, people have forgotten that he was once called the slaughter god of Shengxia. Moyu recalls hearing the legends. Master Bai once invaded a country H alone and personally killed 2 of its strongest 3 warriors. He nearly destroyed that entire nation by himself. The master admits that he cannot handle this situation alone, so he plans to take Old Man Ning with him. Since his granddaughter was also involved, he won't let it go this easily. Meanwhile, in ancient Rome, a massive fireball forms in the sky. Everyone panics, wondering what kind of terrifying magic this is. Some believe it must be related to the descendant of Vulcan, the fire god. When they look closely, they notice 2 people standing above the fireball. They immediately realize these 2 must be enemies who have already reached their 3rd job change. The panicked followers rush to inform their pope. The 2 intruders are none other than Old Man Ning and Master Bai, who furiously demand that they call out the pope. They begin searching for the pope, and soon he appears along with the elders. Irritated, he demands to know who dared to summon him so rudely and who has the courage to offend the Vatican. This pope is named Gubat, but the moment he sees Old Man Ning, terror fills him. He recognizes him as a divine-level professional from the Shengxia Empire, and standing beside him is none other than Shengxia's slaughter god himself. He cannot understand why these 2 monsters have come here together. Moments ago, he had been speaking arrogantly, but now, fear wipes the arrogance from his face. The Pope immediately changes his tone when he sees the 2 powerful figures before him. He becomes respectful and asks why such strong individuals have arrived at the Vatican. The people standing below are confused and frightened. They whisper among themselves, wondering why the Pope is speaking so politely. Master Ning then orders him to bring out Rutgers. The Pope quickly commands his subordinates to fetch him, and they obey without hesitation. Feeling stressed, he asks what Rutgers has done to make the 2 visitors so angry. In his mind, he worries even more after all. The man is the holy son of their Vulcan palace. Both masters assure him that the guy hasn't done anything to them but to their granddaughter and disciple. At that moment, the Pope realizes the situation is already hopeless since it's worse than offending them. Rutgers is brought forward. He instantly becomes nervous when he sees the 2 powerful figures. A golden light falls on him as he is presented to them. The Pope confirms that this is indeed Rutgers and explains that he died accidentally 2 days earlier, but they use their power to resurrect him. Master Ning angrily identifies him as the same person who used the dungeon tracking scroll to chase Moyu inside a dungeon. Moreover, he also called his granddaughter a toy. Hearing this, the man becomes furious. Instead of regretting anything, he shouts his anger, claiming he will take the power and title of the one who killed him. He even declares that he will force the girl to stay with him and make her his toy. The Pope realizes with horror that his words are making things even worse. Old Man Ning asks them if the knight resurrected with the help of the divine statue. After confirming it, he creates a giant fireball and aims it directly at the Vatican. The fireball strikes the Vatican ground with immense force, destroying a massive area. Master Ning warns them that if anything like this happens again, he will personally destroy the entire country. The Pope tells everyone they should be grateful to still be alive, because with the tempers of these two, they could have wiped out all of them easily. Old Man Ning and Master Bai then teleport back to their academy grounds. The master jokes that the old man has become too soft lately and has pampered his granddaughter too much. Master Ning furiously responds that even he has softened. If the Master Bai of old were still here, he would have burned down the entire Vatican without hesitation. The master replies that the older they grow, the more they should focus on virtue rather than killing. Their culprit has already been executed, so killing the others would make no real difference. Master Meng adds that they only spared the Vatican because they need to kill more abyss monsters later. They can't let those creatures overwhelm them. He then hands him the cooldown talisman, mentioning that he recharged it. The master gives him another one and asks him to recharge that as well, which makes the guy mad. A few days later, the scene shifts. In Xiajing, the 100th Great Tournament for Professionals begins. Moyu decides it is time to sign up. The tournament has 3 sections: team, solo, and challenge competitions. Each section includes 10 tiers. Our boy belongs to the level 20-29 group. For those below level 40, the champion receives many skill scrolls, magic skills, and a large amount of gold coins. The solo champion also receives a beginner-level magic potion, but the rules and rewards for the challenge competition remain secret, making him curious and eager to see what valuable prizes await. He himself is level 26 and has a necromancy skill at the same level. His skeleton warriors and skeleton mages are also level 26, and his attributes are extremely high. Soon, his school friends arrive and ask if he has joined the competition. They tell him they originally wanted him on their team, but since he advanced too fast, they are no longer in the same category. When they ask his current level and he reveals he is already level 26, all 3 of them are shocked. Then Yi arrives and greets him. She introduces herself as his friend and reveals she is a level 25 assassin, surprising the others even more. She explains that she leveled up so quickly only because he carried her through many challenges. They exchange introductions. Xia reveals she is a level 17 elemental mage, Zuomei is a level 17 lurker, and Feng Shu is a level 17 holy swordsman. They comment that being so talented often brings trouble too. After some chatting, they say goodbye, explaining that they need to find 2 more teammates and leave. The hero tells them that if they ever want to clear the Tyrant Desert dungeon, they can contact him anytime he will help them. The girl realizes these must be his high school friends. She then teases him, saying he seems very close to Xia Shui. He simply replies that they were classmates after all. Hearing this, she laughs and tells him he is too dense. If she were in his place, she would have been chasing those girls. Just then, 3 more people show up who are also here to sign up for the tournament. Yi greets them with excitement and asks if they have found a party. The girl named Miao Yu admits that no one wants to team up with them because of their low levels. Hearing this, the pink-haired girl asks them to team up with them. Suddenly, Tao notices the hero standing behind her and realizes that he is the one who solo carried 39 people in the Tyrant dungeon. If they team up with him, they can easily get first place. However, she mentions that if they want to team up, they will not get anything other than the contribution points. Moyu agrees immediately since he knows that she won't party up otherwise. Later, he walks over to the registration desk with Yi. While they are waiting, a man named Bai Li Sheng cuts through the crowd. He seems to be popular since he is the grandson of Bailey Academy's headmaster. The man suddenly notices the pink-haired girl standing with our boy, and this makes him furious for some reason. He walks over to them, blocks their path. Yai immediately recognizes him as that same annoying boy. Li Sheng demands to know why she is walking around with the hero. Without hesitation, she holds Moyu's hand and makes it clear that the matter is none of his business. This makes him even more furious, and he insists that everything involving her concerns him because everyone knows she is his fiancée. His words make her mad, and she reminds him how he once came to her with a marriage proposal, and she had rejected him on the spot. But afterward, he went around telling everyone that she had already agreed to be his fiancée. Because their families are acquaintances, she had originally ignored the rumor, thinking it would fade. Instead, he repeated the lie so many times that he seems to believe it himself. She now feels he needs a healer to fix whatever is wrong with his brain. If he continues to spew nonsense, she will call her grandpa to take care of him. Our boy quietly observes that he has never seen her this angry before. Even Yi wonders why she is even bothering to be upset over a boy like Li Sheng, since the hero does not care about such people. The man becomes even more enraged and promises to make sure no one else gets close to her because in his mind, she belongs to him. When he sees the hero standing beside her, he accuses him of interfering repeatedly. He claims he has now crossed the line by stealing his woman. Our boy casually calls him a stupid clown, which only worsens his anger. Li Sheng threatens to kill him sooner or later. Hearing this, the girl takes out her hell daggers and asks him if he has a death wish. The hero also thinks that if this boy is not taught a lesson now, he will keep harassing the girl. But before he can do anything, Master Bai himself appears and asks the man who he was threatening to kill. The guy becomes terrified when he realizes who is standing in front of him. Master Bai asks the question again, demanding a direct answer. Shaking with fear, he claims he did not threaten anyone and insists he is telling the truth. The master orders him to leave immediately and warns that if he ever creates such trouble again, he will personally present his head to Bai Li Hao. Hearing this, Li Sheng and all his followers panic and run away. Master Bai then turns to the hero and asks if he actually intended to attack the man. The hero admits he would have acted first since the guy wanted to kill him. The master asks whether he fears enemies who hold grudges, especially ones he might not be able to defeat. Li Sheng's grandfather, Bai Li Hao, is the headmaster of Bai Li Academy and a peak level 81 professional. The hero replies that if he cannot defeat the man or his grandfather, he will simply return to the Yuan battlefield where he belongs. He is confident that he can survive there. Master Bai laughs and praises him, saying he reminds him of his own younger self. He tells Moyu that if he decides someone needs to be eliminated for his own safety, he should not hesitate, just as he did with the Vatican's young master Fulcan. Since Old Ning has already flattened the Vatican, they will not dare lay a hand on him anyway. He reminds him that he has already given him a method to level up. Once he gathers enough materials, he will send someone to help him. Moreover, there is another task he needs him to finish. Miss Tao jokes that since both of them seem so busy, they will probably meet again directly in Nanhong City, where the tournament will be held. After Master Bai leaves, the girl asks our boy what task the master gave him. He explains that he must kill the Abyss Demon at the 3rd fortress, and afterward raise his rank to 2-star lieutenant. Outside the 3rd post, an elemental dungeon will soon appear, and he must collect a large number of elemental crystals from there as well. The girl tells him that she already knows about the place, and it's known as the Elemental Plane. A long time ago, a massive battle took place there. Nearly 100 elemental mages, all close to reaching their 3rd job advancement, were deployed on that field. Those mages cast thousands of forbidden spells, turning the entire land into an elemental zone. Afterward, countless elemental creatures were born there. With this, the two of them walk into the Academy's teleportation platform and teleport directly to the 3rd fortress. The girl guesses that elemental crystals might drop from elemental monsters in this fortress, and that other elemental creatures nearby will probably drop them too, allowing them to collect many crystals here. But she also notes that she personally does not need these crystals. At the fortress gate, 2 guards stop them. One guard warns the hero that if he enters the battlefield in his current state, he will definitely die. Hearing them argue, a captain arrives and asks what the commotion is about. A soldier explains that the 2 young warriors want to go outside. The captain expresses disbelief. He wonders if they came here to die, and he questions where their guardians are and why they were left alone. Before he can say more, a fire elemental spirit suddenly appears on the battlefield. The guard captain is shocked, but our boy immediately summons his skeleton warriors to fight. The skeletons charge forward with impressive speed. The captain is stunned because he has never seen skeletons move so fast. His skeletons use their Rage Strike skill and easily defeat a level 33 fire elemental spirit in moments, earning a large amount of experience. The guards cannot believe their eyes. They whisper that the boy killed the spirit with a single blow. The captain tries to understand how a level 26 Necromancer can summon skeletons powerful enough to kill a level 33 elemental monster. He then notices the lieutenant badge on Moyu's chest and realizes he is a young officer. Even the captain himself only became a lieutenant at level 38. Seeing this, he finally allows them to pass. Yi mentions that the guards were only being cautious for their own safety since it's their responsibility, and the hero understands. Suddenly, her hair starts floating upward as if charged with static electricity. She becomes annoyed and asks what kind of place this is. Our boy laughs at the sight, which irritates her even more. Right then, an electrical attack hits the area, creating a loud explosion. Thanks to the hero's skeleton field, the attack does not harm them. He calmly identifies the threat as a level 34 wind elemental spirit standing before them. The hero turns to the monster and asks if it's bullying his skeletons because they can't fly. He orders his skeleton mages to attack, and they unleash a fire spell on the spirit. However, the attack passes right through it, almost like it has no body. This is a problem for the hero since he can't use corpse explosion. Suddenly, the ground beneath them starts shaking, and they notice several panicked people running toward them. A swarm of elemental monsters is chasing them. The girl panics and wonders if those people disturbed the monster's nest, causing the creatures to rush out, but Moyu explains that the elemental dungeon appears randomly in this region. Each time it appears, an elemental riot begins. A massive wave of elemental creatures spawns instantly and floods the area. He finds this situation fortunate, since he had been worried he might not find the dungeon at all. Some of the fleeing survivors notice the 2 of them standing calmly and call them insane. Ignoring them, our boy summons his skeleton warriors again and orders them to attack the swarm of incoming elemental monsters. The battle starts immediately, and his summoned warriors cut through the spirits with ease, killing them one after another. In the middle of the fight, Yi suddenly feels something strange in the air, and it causes her to feel dizzy. The hero also senses it, but his own spirit attribute is very high, so this strange energy in the area does not affect him. He understands that this disturbance might be coming from the ruler of the elemental secret realm, the elemental queen herself. Realizing this, he traps all the elemental monsters using his slow curse. Once the monsters are locked in place, his skeleton warriors attack them freely and wipe out the entire swarm. Far away, the group of escaping humans finally stop running after noticing that the monsters have stopped chasing them. One man points toward the battlefield and tells the others to look carefully. They all stare in shock, unable to believe what they are seeing. The summoned skeletons look far more powerful than any they have ever seen. The loud noise in the air finally stops and the girl calms down for a bit. Moyu remarks that only the elemental queen can drop elemental crystals, so they should keep moving. She looks up at the sky and sees a beautiful aurora-like glow forming above them, but the hero feels like something is off. Soon the two of them arrive before a glowing portal, which is actually the entrance to the elemental secret realm. Inside, the hero explains that this realm is different from a normal dungeon. It is an independent space, and they may encounter many other professionals inside, so they must stay cautious. He summons his skeleton warriors again and orders them to scout the area. The two of them decide to wait here until the skeletons are back. It doesn't take long before the skeletons find the exit and the pair begins moving again. They soon come across a skeletal creature sitting on a throne named the Water Elemental General. It immediately attacks them. While dodging, the hero mentions that he now understands why this general has merged with the palace itself. It refuses to move from its place. He summons his skeleton warriors again, preparing for a difficult fight. The general has 50% resistance to physical damage, meaning his skeletons will deal only reduced damage. Still, he has enough warriors to overwhelm it. The general unleashes a skill called Ice Whirlwind, summoning countless icy arrows. Seeing the danger, Moyu calls all his skeleton warriors back into his summoning space and hides behind a huge rock with the girl to avoid the barrage. When the attack ends, he looks toward the general and finally understands why its agility is 0. It has an extremely powerful regenerative ability. He grips his scythe, deciding not to hesitate. If the monster's regeneration is strong, then he simply needs to deal even stronger damage, enough to surpass its recovery speed. He opens his Thanatos kit and summons a powerful undead boss named the Outpost Guardian. Even though the boss is only level 33, its attributes are stronger than the level 37 Water General. To seal the deal, he also summons all of his skeletons back and sends them all after the general. The Water General attacks again with icy arrows, but this time the Outpost Guardian tanks every hit easily. The hero knows such a weak skill cannot harm his elite undead. Together, the skeletons and the undead boss rush the Water General and launch a full assault. Overwhelmed, the general unleashes another powerful skill called Sky Flood, which fills the area with rising water, completely flooding the battlefield. Moyu and the girl quickly climb onto a giant rock to avoid the flood. He realizes the monster is using a large area counterattack specifically to neutralize his skeletons. When the water settles, the Outpost Guardian is still standing. The hero summons his skeleton warriors again and orders another full attack. This time, the undead boss unleashes its strongest strikes. The combined force finally overwhelms the Water General, and our boy kills the level 37 Elemental Commander. After the fight ends, he retrieves his undead boss back into the Thanatos kit. He uses his evocation skill, attempting to claim the Elemental General as well, but he fails. He realizes the General is a pure elemental life form with no corpse and no soul, so it cannot be turned into an undead. At his current level, he can only summon a boss monster for 3 minutes, but it's enough time for him to kill ordinary bosses. Yae looks around and notices that the elemental chaos in the realm has calmed down slightly. Hearing this, the hero suggests they continue forward. They walk along a frozen path, heading toward their destination. The hero activates skeleton armor around both of them for protection. Soon, they enter a lava biome. The girl notes that the armor is shielding them from the intense heat. Without it, any ordinary professional would take continuous damage in this environment. Meanwhile, our boy thinks about how they first passed a glacier biome, and now a sea of fire. He wonders if the next environment will be a wind or lightning type. As they move forward, they spot something that looks like a volcano. He immediately points out that it isn't a volcano at all, it is actually a massive concentration of fire energy. Soon another elemental monster appears. It is the Fire Elemental General. Moyu quickly understands the situation. This monster, like the previous ones, cannot move, and his physical attacks are useless against it, but he knows exactly what to do next. The Fire Elemental General launches its attack on his skeleton warriors. The attack, called Flame Eruption, is a large-scale area attack. Our boy responds with his freezing spell called Ice Storm, and it seems to work well. Suddenly a tremor spreads across the ground, and the monster prepares another skill known as Hell Explosion. Our boy realizes this is its final desperate move and decides to retreat along with the girl. Even in front of an erupting volcano boss, Bro doesn't forget to farm some aura and tells his girl to watch the fireworks. After the boss is dead, she teases him, saying she didn't think he also knew how to flirt. My man goes back to his nonchalant mode and says that they need to keep moving. Outside the dungeon, a team from the country H appears. A girl in the group expresses her surprise that they finally found the entrance. While they are talking, their leader calmly explains that someone has already entered the High Seas dungeon, which is why the spirits are gone. This makes the group angry, but their boss tells them not to worry, since he can still sense the residual aura of the elements, meaning the ones who entered didn't go far. If another group has already opened the path, following them will make the mission easier. The team agrees that they only need to kill the last boss, and if someone tries to stop them, they will kill them too. A tracker in the group follows the hero and Yi's footprints and informs his team that he has found their location. Meanwhile, our boy continues forward with his skeleton warriors. Suddenly, a lightning wind elemental appears, and a massive storm erupts around them. He quickly recognizes that this monster is a fusion of lightning and wind. The elemental releases a powerful strike directly at him, but his skeleton armor completely nullifies the damage. He responds using his slow curse to trap it, and with the help of his mages, unleashes both Flame Burst and Ice Storm at the same time. Flying monsters annoy him the most, so he keeps slowing the creature to drag it lower. Finally, his combined forces kill the lightning wind elemental. Now, the only one remaining is the elemental queen. They know she will respawn somewhere nearby because this area is filled with elemental plants. They eventually reach a floating island with a massive castle. Inside is the elemental queen, a level 39 monster and the ruler of this secret realm. The hero immediately launches an attack with his skeleton mages and warriors, but he quickly realizes that the elemental queen resists both physical and elemental damage. The queen releases a powerful skill called Elemental Starburst, destroying many of his skeletons. Moyu understands that his army has weakened after all the previous battles. The queen prepares another powerful attack and eliminates 5 more skeleton warriors. The hero starts to get a bit worried since she seems quite strong. She continues gathering energy and repeatedly uses her high-level attacks, fire, water, and more, sending waves of destructive power at the skeleton army. One by one they fall. After several devastating hits, 11 more skeletons are destroyed. The hero realizes that he might lose at this point and wonders why the master even gave him such a difficult task. All these elemental monsters have no souls and no corpses, which means his soul blaze and corpse explosion skills are completely useless here. From start to finish, every boss has stayed rooted in one place, so his slow curse also has no effect. With no other options left, our boy realizes that he must summon his undergeneral and the outpost guardian to join this fight. Seems like the elemental queen might require some actual planning to kill. Until now, he has been fighting recklessly without preparing, gathering information, or studying the enemy. He simply walked in and confronted the queen head-on. Meanwhile, the group outside the castle notices the two of them fighting the elemental queen. The girl in the enemy team suggests that they should ambush them during the fight, so the leader orders their archmage to use her skill. She begins chanting and her staff starts to glow. Fortunately, Yi's assassin instincts kick in, and she quickly informs the hero about the ambush. The next moment, dozens of fireball-type attacks shoot at them from behind. The archmage unleashes deadly spells on both of them. Instead of being worried, our boy smiles and mentions that this is good timing. Even though the attacks hit them directly, his skeleton armor blocks everything they don't get as single scratch. Instead of focusing the queen, his skeletons change targets and rush at the intruders. This makes them panic since it's their first time seeing undead creatures like these. The leader tries to calm everyone down, but our boy suddenly hits his archers and mages with the slow curse. He knows professionals usually have ways to remove curses, and this is why he wants to eliminate their healer first. He summons his elemental mages and orders them to attack the healer. Their combined strike is so powerful that the healer is completely incinerated within seconds. The enemy leader realizes that losing their healer puts them in serious danger. Their tank activates a group provocation skill and drags all the skeleton warriors toward himself. Meanwhile, the rest of the group breaks free from the curse and hurriedly drinks potions to recover and cleanse themselves. They understand that the curse is too dangerous. Our boy responds with another barrage of elemental attacks. The tank uses a defensive skill called Group Protection to withstand the incoming damage. Looking at their skills, the girl guesses that these professionals might be above level 40. This means that they can use potions to get rid of his curse. For these very reasons, the hero knows that he can't go easy on them. He summons even more skeleton warriors and orders them to kill the intruders. The tank continues to endure the attacks, but the skeleton warriors steadily advance. The enemy mages panic, realizing they cannot defeat these summons. They ask their leader what they should do now, but even he is shaken. The hero is fighting both their group and the elemental queen at the same time, yet still holds the upper hand. The leader finally admits they have no choice but to retreat. But before they escape, Moyu uses his soul flame attack on one of their members, slowing him down. While the leader lowers his guard, our boy strikes him directly using his mages. Their attacks hit him hard, leaving him heavily injured. He quickly drinks a recovery potion to restore his health, but the skeletons don't give him any time to rest. Seeing this, the girl asks if they are going to chase them, but the hero dismisses it since it's hard to kill these knights when they have their defenses up. More importantly, he has another special opponent to fight. This time, the skeletons charge at the queen while carrying the corpses of the dead professionals. They throw the bodies at her, and the hero immediately triggers corpse explosion. The blasts shake the entire battlefield. Because the corpses are level 40, the explosions cause massive damage to the elemental queen. Our boy knows that this is his chance and orders his minions to finish her off. After taking countless hits, the elemental queen becomes furious and charges at the skeleton warriors. They intercept her, attack together, and finally bring her down. Killing her gives the hero a bunch of elemental crystals and a huge amount of experience. As the queen's body disappears, our boy looks at his injured skeleton warriors. Most of them are heavily damaged and must return to the summoning space to recover. The place he stands now is close to the third battlefield. This works perfectly for him because Master Bai has given him a mission there, which will also help him raise his military rank. As they approach the third battlefield, the girl notices a strange smell in the air. She cannot identify it, but it feels unsettling. Soon they sense the presence of abyss monsters. A rat-type creature suddenly jumps at them, but Moyu's skeleton warriors kill it instantly. The hero notices that he is barely earning any merit points from killing these rat monsters, so he suggests searching for the abyss demons instead. The girl points out that these monsters have high intelligence and like to hide deep inside the area. She believes that they will eventually find the abyss creatures hiding nearby. Suddenly, both of them see a distress signal flare in the sky and decide to check it out. When they arrive, Yi finds something strange. Every monster that should be roaming the area has disappeared. An eerie laugh echoes nearby and she immediately recognizes it as a demon's voice. She thinks the creatures guarding the area were probably summoned away by this demon. This means the professional who sent the distress signal may already be under siege. Soon they spot a group of professionals trapped in battle. Many abyss monsters surround them, cutting off every escape route. The group's tank urges everyone to break through together. But the moment he sees the abyss wolf demon above them, even he freezes in fear. Their leader realizes the monsters are toying with them and using their distress signals to attract more people. Our boy finally arrives at the scene and notices the flying monster. The girl knows that they have to somehow make it land on the ground. Meanwhile, the abyss wolf demon laughs when he sees more humans arriving. But the moment he sees their level, he becomes confused, wondering what a level 26 rookie and a level 25 girl are doing here. He eyes Yi greedily and vows to kill her first. One of the soldiers also wonders why such low-level professionals have appeared on the third battlefield, where the minimum level should be above 30. The wolf demon charges straight at the girl, but she quickly hides behind the hero. The demon mocks her, saying that hiding is useless and that everyone here will be eaten alive. He swings a powerful attack at them, but nothing happens, and it gets completely blocked by the skeleton armor. Our boy immediately casts Slow Curse on the demon, restricting its movements. It realizes too late that a curse is affecting him. Moyu summons more skeleton warriors around him. Thanks to the curse, the demon cannot fly away. Using this opportunity, the skeleton warriors quickly strike together. This also gives an opportunity to the trapped professionals and mages to run away. They stare in shock as they witness the wolf demon getting slashed to pieces. The skeleton warriors kill the demon wolf in front of their eyes like it was nothing. While they are still trying to figure out what is going on, the hero orders them to stand back since he needs to clear the scene. Hearing this, Yi cheerfully waves at them and calls them over since they might get hurt by mistake. The leader still doubts that the hero can kill the remaining monsters alone, but the girl simply tells him to watch. The entire place is filled with corpses, which makes it perfect for his abilities. He suddenly activates his corpse explosion skill, causing the ground to shake as multiple massive explosions spread across the battlefield, killing large numbers of abyss monsters instantly. The shockwave is enormous, and the soldiers stare with their mouths open. They cannot believe a level 26 kid possesses such terrifying power. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl couldn't be more excited. She has finally become a 6-star private thanks to this battle. The hero also begins thinking about how he can now raise his own rank even further. The leader of the rescued group walks toward him and thanks him for saving their lives. But the hero calmly explains that soldiers from Shenxia always respond immediately when they see a distress signal, so there is no need to thank him. The leader laughs awkwardly and says the whole situation is embarrassing for him, especially since he calls himself a demon hunter. The abyss is divided into several regions. The first region is the surface region, the second is the middle region, and the third is the deep region. The battlefield they are currently in belongs to the surface region. The 3 battlefield areas serve as entrances to the true abyss. Because of this, even weak demons can slip out from deeper layers and appear here. But even a weak abyss demon is extremely dangerous. For normal fighters, handling even one such demon is nearly impossible. The deepest parts of the battlefield overlap with certain entrances to the real abyss. From those overlapping zones, one can see into the true abyss itself. The leader's group had been planning to explore a little deeper, but the demons ambushed them before they could reach their target. After surviving the attack, the leader admits that they have already seen enough danger and have no plan to explore any further. Our boy, however, thinks differently. He believes deeper areas hold even more demons, which means more military merit points. So he asks the leader where that deeper section of the battlefield is located. The leader is stunned and asks if he truly plans to go there. When Moyu confirms it, the leader becomes even more surprised. He realizes that his thinking is exactly what people call the mindset of a true genius. As the hero and the girl walk forward, she notices many other demon hunting teams in the same general area. That tells her they are close to the main target zone. Soon, they reach a massive wall that seems to be the boundary of the real abyss. When they look at it closely, they notice countless eyes staring back at them from within the darkness. Both of them sense that they have entered a dangerous zone. Suddenly, a monster falls from above and crashes in front of them. It is an abyssal demon. The girl immediately panics, but they soon realize that the demon is already dead. Before they can think further, they see a professional floating in midair, a silver rank assassin over level 40. Seeing him, the hero realizes that they have come to the right place. They decide to continue moving before the other teams can kill all the monsters. They push forward and keep fighting monsters along the way. The hero uses Soul Blessing and many other skills, clearing every monster in their path. Meanwhile, the girl fights with her hell daggers. After a long stretch of fighting, they don't encounter any more demons and wonder if they were all killed. Then suddenly they both sense something. A group of monsters appears above them, and at the same moment, the dagger of the silver rank assassin falls from the sky. The girl is shocked seeing this since it belongs to the same guy they saw earlier. The abyssal monster responsible for the kill begins attacking the falling body. Our boy locks in as he realizes that he's facing a level 40 abyssal shadow demon. This type of demon can see through invisibility and stealth, which explains how it killed Assassin so easily. The shadow demon looks at our boy and mocks him in its own way, seeing him as a mere level 26 brat who has wandered into the deepest part of the abyss. The surrounding minor monsters also close in, believing they can feast on both of them. The shadow demon lunges toward the girl first, since it doubts that a level 26 boy can protect her. The other monsters also charge together, but every attack bounces off the hero's skeleton armor. Moyu tells them that if they want a group fight, then he will fight with a group as well. He summons his skeleton warriors. The shadow demon grows furious. It tries to escape, but our boy casts Slow Curse, telling the demon that escaping here will not be easy. The shadow demon cannot believe it is being pushed back by someone at level 26. Despite being cornered, the demon has a high defense, so it's not that easy to kill it with simple physical attacks. Keeping this in mind, the hero summons his skeleton mages as well. He acknowledges that this demon truly is a high-tier enemy and will be difficult to kill. As the mages prepare their spells, the shadow demon becomes enraged and uses a skill that lets it influence physical bodies. It uses its tail to grab hold of one of the hero's skeleton warriors and forces that skeleton to attack the others. It laughs, believing that such tricks will disrupt the hero's army. But his other skeleton warriors strike the demon from different angles, and the mages begin releasing their spells. Our boy continues attacking the shadow demon with elemental magic. The demon endures so many spells that the skeleton warriors eventually destroy the smaller monsters around it. Even the shadow demon itself receives some damage. Seeing this, it becomes furious and tries to summon its children for support. But the hero shows him that his skeleton warriors have killed all of the demon's offspring. He has counted every one of them. The girl is also exhausted after killing so many of them. The shadow demon grows even angrier when it sees its children are truly gone. It cannot believe someone dared to kill them. The hero calmly responds by deciding to return the demon's children to it. He lifts the corpses and throws them back at the shadow demon. Right after that, he activates his corpse explosion skill on those bodies. The explosions erupt violently, shaking the entire area. The shadow demon also sees the blasts coming but cannot react in time. The chain of explosions finally kills it. Because of this victory, both the hero and the girl gain a huge amount of experience and many merit points. Yi is surprised to discover that she has also been promoted to second lieutenant. She feels excited and thinks her grandfather would be shocked if he saw this. Moyu reminds her that she would need 10,000 military merits just for 1 star. Hearing this, she reveals that there is a dungeon nearby and suggests they go there next. The hero agrees, and the two begin heading toward it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Master Meng questions Master Bai's decision to send the hero to the elemental secret realm. The master explains that he wants to see how far the boy can push himself with his current strength. Even the Tyrant Desert Dungeon could not stop him. Master Bai believes that if the hero overcame those challenges, the secret realm should not be able to block him either. Old Man Meng still feels uneasy, because the elemental dungeon's level is extremely high, and the elemental queen's skills are comparable to a level 40 high demon. The elemental queen does not fear group battles, and although the hero has many skeletons, fighting her may still be dangerous. Master Bai responds that there is no problem. If the boy cannot win, he will escape. Losing a battle is not always bad, as it will help him understand his limits. Besides, he carries the brand of heroes, so he will not die. Hearing this, Master Meng stands up in shock. He reminds Bai that Yi, Old Man Ning's precious granddaughter, is also with the hero, and she doesn't have the brand. If she dies, the consequences will be severe. Even Master Bai becomes nervous when he realizes this. At that moment, Old Man Ning himself arrives and asks which death they are talking about. The master tries to avoid the question, but the old man insists and demands to know where the hero was sent. When he learns the truth, he warns that although he has cast a protection spell on his granddaughter, if anything happens to her, he will personally settle the matter with him. Meanwhile, Master Meng smiles and thinks to himself that Bai has survived another day. Back inside the abyss, the hero and the girl finally reach the dungeon entrance. She asks if this is the boundary of the third battlefield, and wonders if demons sneak into the human world through this very path. Before he can answer, countless demons enter through the portal. When they notice the humans, they immediately charge at them to devour them. However, before they can get close, our boy blasts them with ice and fire spells and they scream in confusion. Our boy casts Slow Curse across the entire group and at the same time sends his skeleton warriors forward. The demons panic, unable to understand where these undead creatures are coming from. Meanwhile, the skeletons continue to charge and kill many demons within a few strikes. Every dead body becomes fuel for the hero's corpse explosion skill. He detonates the corpses one after another, creating huge blasts that wipe out even more demons. This allows him to gain enormous experience points. After getting rid of the incoming demons, he realizes that this place is a temporary abyss passage connecting the abyss to the human realm. For him, it is the perfect location to farm military merit. He sees even more demons emerging from the path ahead, and his skeleton warriors prepare to face them. Utilizing the same technique, he immediately uses his corpse explosion skill inside that narrow road, wiping out a large number of demons at once. My man found an infinite merit points glitch. He admits that he only wanted to test this technique and never expected it to be so effective. This round of corpse explosion alone gives him almost 3,000 military merit points. It's possible that massive number of demons are still trying to escape through the pathway. So when they push forward, he throws more corpses and uses corpse explosion again, which results in another wave of high merit points. The girl is shocked at how many points they are earning here, and decides to help him gather more monster corpses. He suggests they wait a bit longer and allow even more demons to gather, so he can wipe them out all at once for maximum rewards. Soon, countless demons gather in the confined area. The hero senses the perfect moment, throws more corpses into the path, and triggers another massive explosion. Even more demons die instantly, and both of them are promoted to 0-star second lieutenant. Although the hero has more merit than the girl, at that moment he notices the access passage beginning to close. He feels that his corpse explosion skill overwhelmed the entire pathway, which probably caused the area to stabilize and shut down. After leveling up from all these points, they are getting close to reaching 1-star, second latent level. Suddenly, Moyu feels a powerful presence ahead and activates his skeleton armor. A giant demonic eye appears in front of them and announces that it's going to kill him. The demonic eye launches a terrifying attack, and our boy immediately knows it's too fast for him to dodge. It shatters through his skeleton armor in a single moment and starts clearing through all of his skeletons. In just seconds, 86 of his skeleton warriors are dead. While being pushed back, the hero manages to use corpse explosion on the demonic eye, which causes it to scream his name. He smiles, realizing that he made the right choice by targeting the demonic gate. As the gate closes, the eye continues threatening to kill him, but our boy casually says his goodbyes, announcing that he will make sure to rip it into pieces on their next meeting. Before the demonic eye can trash talk any further, the gate closes. The girl rushes to the hero and asks if he is okay. He tells her he is fine but has lost many skeleton warriors. Since the access route has closed, he thinks they should leave this area. The Flame Demon King they saw earlier will eventually meet them again on the battlefield inside the abyss. As the two of them continue to walk forward, they notice dark fog spreading all across the battlefield. They reach the third battlefield's world-level dungeon that accepts players from levels 25 to 35. The girl wonders what a dungeon with all three powers combined will be like. When they stand before the dungeon entrance, three options appear: normal difficulty, nightmare difficulty, and hell difficulty. Moyu checks himself and sees that his skeleton warriors have almost fully recovered. There are not many high-level professionals around, and there is no need to worry about demon ambushes here. So he tells Yi Yi to proceed, and she agrees. Seeing them, one of the professionals nearby walks over and warns them that the monsters inside are dangerous. He insists they should find a proper party instead of risking their lives. Our boy thanks him, but explains that he doesn't need to be worried. The man starts getting worried, thinking that they are heading to their deaths, but someone points out to their badges and mentions that they're lieutenants. This reminds them of the rumors about a young lieutenant who cleared the hell difficulty dungeon by himself. Meanwhile, our boy continues moving forward with the girl. From a mountain peak, she points out that this is the same dungeon where three powers: light, darkness, and demonic energy combine. He confirms, observing the collision of these forces, and notices a massive battle unfolding among the numerous creatures present. However, something feels off with the so-called professionals. All the creatures around them are phantom shadows, including the abyss demons. A powerful skill called Restrict is activated, and a golden light emerges, intensifying the darkness in the area. The professionals present receive boosts, and a powerful individual in the sky uses Forbidden Curse Elemental Destruction, releasing enormous light energy that causes flames to erupt. On the battlefield, a demonic figure displays its powers, countering the light forces, and a holy beast joins the fight on the human side. Moyu and Yi Yi observe from a distance as the battle of immense powers unfolds. When the girl opens her eyes, they notice that most of the creatures have vanished. Both of them wonder if this is the origin of the elemental plane, and if this event is the ancient battle of forbidden curses and the collision of elemental powers. The hero suspects this is only the tip of the iceberg, hinting at even larger wars that occurred here. They decide to descend from the mountain and enter the demonic area. He summons his skeleton warriors, and the girl readies her hell daggers. It isn't long before a powerful wolf demon appears to attack them. Our boy orders his skeleton mages to use elemental attacks, causing explosions, but the wolf demon withstands them and continues approaching. He realizes that the wolf's strength has been boosted by abyssal influence. Still, it might only have increased its defense, so if he hits it a few more times, it should still die. Like he expected, the wolf demon falls after a few attacks, but it does not produce corpses for his corpse explosion skill. This means that they can't really kill them all at once like they did before. In addition, it's hard to see due to the absence of light. Realizing this, the girl uses her vision-enhancing ability to locate monsters. She starts identifying their locations, and the hero finishes them off using his slow curse and skeleton combo. However, all of this still feels too easy for hell difficulty, which makes them believe that something isn't right. In any case, they continue to slay monster and increase their levels. After killing another one, the hero observes that the abyss energy is being absorbed by a statue in the dungeon. He guesses that the boss will appear once the statue has absorbed enough energy. Suddenly, a fast-moving monster charges at them. Moyu skillfully uses his abilities to kill it, and they continue forward. He sees the statue steadily absorbing abyss energy, and recognizes that this dungeon's mechanics are similar to the outpost dungeon but slightly more complex. Finally, the dungeon boss appears, the Elemental Leopard King, a hell difficulty leader. It charges at them with a powerful roar. The hero activates his skeleton armor while they brace themselves to dodge the attacks. The boss appears to be incredibly fast, and it would have been impossible to block his attack without the skeleton armor. To make the fight fair, our boy decides to summon his own undead boss and tells the girl to move back. With the help of the Scythe of Thanatos, he summons the undead of the Outpost Guardian. Both bosses are now ready to fight each other. The hero uses his slow curse on the Elemental Leopard King to slightly restrain its movements and orders his Outpost Guardian to attack it. Observing closely, he notices that their strength attributes are almost identical, yet the Leopard King struggles to resist the Guardian's attacks. The Guardian slashes at the Leopard King, landing a massive blow that surprises even the hero. He then releases more skeleton warriors, ordering them to assault the Leopard King directly. The skeletons engage the boss while it counters with its own attacks, resulting in a fierce clash between the Leopard King and the Outpost Guardian undead. The skeletons activate Rage Strike, dealing continuous damage, while abyssal energy begins to leak from the Leopard King's body, gradually weakening it. Angered, the Leopard King unleashes a powerful elemental explosion, which astonishes the hero. He realizes that the Leopard King is not an ordinary abyss monster, but a construct of pure energy, and only by depleting this energy can they defeat it. Keeping this in mind, he commands his skeleton mages to attack as well, launching numerous elemental strikes. The Leopard King counters with Elemental Wipe, attempting to block the mages' attacks, but the Outpost Guardian attacks again, and together they finally defeat the level 36 Elemental Leopard King. Our boy gains extensive experience and a skeletal elemental structure, significantly enhancing his mage's abilities. He notes, however, that something feels off, as the dungeon seems far easier than expected for hell difficulty. Suddenly, the girl points upward and shouts at him to look. The hero notices a figure above, directly observing him. The being communicates mentally, ordering him to approach. Moyu realizes this is a direct mind-to-mind interaction, leaving him astonished. Since it might be dangerous, he instructs the girl to wait while he carefully ascends toward the being. Surprisingly, the figure starts telling him to kill him. It is revealed that the figure is the great elemental mage and also the final boss of this dungeon. He changes his tone and threatens to kill the hero if he can't defeat him. The next moment, he launches a devastating fireball that instantly kills one of Moyu's skeleton warriors. Our boy recognizes that this mage is actually the boss, but he still doesn't understand why it has a human-like body. In order to deflect the attack, he uses his skeleton armor and orders one of his skeleton warriors to stand in front, but it gets obliterated. This makes him realize just how powerful the mage is since it has 4,000 spirits. With no other choice, he unleashes his skeletons in full force against the mage. The elemental mage erects magical shields on all sides to block attacks. The skeletons attempt to break them, but fail. Observing the strength of the shields, the hero knows he must use Soul Blaze, the only skill capable of ignoring all types of defenses. He activates the spell and it manages to pierce the mage's defense, surprising him for a second. However, the attack does no damage as he simply absorbs it and laughs. The mage becomes excited, preparing to unleash his ultimate elemental assault, combining Flame Burst, Ice Storm, Tornado, Thunderbolt, and all elemental powers into a single overwhelming strike. The skeleton warriors advance to attack, surrounding the mage, but he is ready. His attack devastates the skeletal forces, targeting them instead of the hero. He even uses a silence spell on the mages, which prevents them from using magic. Without giving the hero a chance to relax, the elemental mage continues his assault and binds his skeleton warrior S using wind shackles. The hero can't even use the undead general's military control skill since it only works against stuns. This means that he can't rely on his skeletons anymore. This is the first time he is going to fight a boss by himself. He prepares his Soul Blaze attack once again, charging it with even greater power and directing it at the mage. This attack is particularly useful because it ignores all types of defenses. The mage starts feeling the effects of the Soul Blaze, though only partially. In response, he launches a powerful fire-type attack, Meteorite Fire, directly at our boy. The attack is enormous, with countless meteors raining down, and our boy can only stare in horror. Performing such an attack even for a brief moment is a difficult task for a single mage. Moyu knows he can't dodge, so instead he decides to use all the potions he had and strengthen his skeleton armor. This strategy works, and he manages to make the armor so strong that all attacks hit him head-on, yet he withstands them easily. The mage continues the assault, but his skeleton armor proves nearly invincible, immune to all control skills and negative effects. Laughing, he questions whether the elemental boss truly intends to silence him, since his armor is now immune. After the elemental mage is done spamming his spells, our boy starts spamming his own soul blaze attack on the mage, testing his endurance. Eventually, even the elemental mage begins to feel the overwhelming pain of the soul blaze, and our boy wins in a battle of spells against a literal mage. After his death, the elemental mage drops a huge amount of items and materials, which even shocks our hero since these aren't even normal items. The girl also runs over and gets surprised upon seeing the divine flame staff. When he asks her if it's special, she explains that it once belonged to the god-level fire magician master Yu Yan. It had disappeared along with the mage after a great battle long ago, and now it appears before them. She attempts to touch the staff, but it is so hot that her hand burns, forcing her to step back. At that moment, a holographic figure of the elemental mage boss emerges. The hero prepares his skeleton armor again, ready to fight, but the boss tells them not to be afraid. He is revealed to be the remaining soul of Master Yuan. Yi recognizes him immediately, and they both respectfully bow before their senior. She mentions that she had read about Master Yu Yan in the Grand Museum of Shengxia, where his deeds and history were documented. The master remarks on how remarkable it is that people still remember him after so many years, but he admits he does not have much time left. He explains that during the main battle, a space rift opened in the third battlefield, connecting the human race to the Abyss world. The great demon king of the Abyss had sent a massive army of tens of millions of demons to invade. He coordinated his elite magicians on the front lines, ultimately using a forbidden spell to defeat the great demon king and his army. In that battle, he obtained a space crystal containing records of a location in the Abyss world. The crystal needs to be refined, requiring the help of an alchemist, and they must travel to the Abyss. Hearing this, our boy realizes that this crystal is the key to attack the Abyss. The hero tells him that he will hand over the crystal to one of his senior officers, but the mage reveals that it can't be used by anyone else due to the soul bind. He asks the hero if he has awakened a talent, and he confirms it. Hearing this, the mage tells him that he must unlock yet another talent with his second awakening. Even though it's hard, he must do this. Once he reaches level 70, he will undergo a third awakening and finally be able to use the talent stone, unlocking his third talent. With each new talent, his strength will rise to an extraordinary level. Historically, only one powerhouse has ever possessed 3 talents. If he succeeds, he could become the second person ever to achieve this. Moyu promises the master that he will give his absolute best. Curious, he asks why he was chosen for this task. The master explains that talentless individuals cannot be entrusted with these items. Giving them to anyone else would be a waste. He recalls a girl who attempted this dungeon earlier. Her talents impressed him greatly, but she came with a team that limited her potential. Interestingly, she was very similar to him. The hero immediately realizes that the girl in question is his sister. The master adds that her talent is impressive, though slightly underdeveloped in certain areas. Our boy is amazed at how quickly his sister is improving. Master Yu Yan emphasizes that levels are not the most important factor. The hero himself cleared a hell difficulty level 30 dungeon despite being only level 27. Across the human race, no one else could achieve feats like this. Moreover, he has a unique talent which hasn't appeared before. It seems to be amplifying in nature, but all skeletons still have weaknesses that can be manipulated. If the hero acquires a talent that grants immunity to control effects, it will be incredibly useful in the future. Moyu's potential is limitless, which is why he was chosen. Hearing all this, our boy promises not to disappoint his senior. The master instructs them to find someone worthy of his staff since his soul will be integrated into it. With the divine flame staff in hand, the hero assures him that he will not let it go to waste. It is thanks to ancestors like him that they were able to survive the onslaught of the monsters. Sooner or later, they will hit back on the demons. As the two of them make their way outside the dungeon, everyone is stunned to see them since they are the first to conquer this hell difficulty elemental dungeon. Despite making it out of the dungeon, our boy still feels a bit off. As expected, alerts go off and numerous demons approach from the sky aiming to devour every human in their path. Our boy quickly deploys his skeleton warriors, ordering them to attack. The skeletons strike the demons with precision, killing them efficiently. The demons are stunned, unable to understand where these warriors came from, or how they are so powerful. Among them, numerous abyss wolf demons and other types of abyss monsters fall to the skeletons, allowing the hero to steadily gain experience points and rewards. As the skeletons are fighting, the girl reminds him how she mentioned that they would encounter the space tunnel again. Suddenly, the professionals notice that the hero is going in the direction of the tunnel. They are all worried for him since they don't think he can deal with these high-level demons. In the middle of all this, the captain can only hope that the boy hasn't encountered any demons yet. Meanwhile, the hero stands in front of the portal, which is actually double in size than the last one. Countless monsters are pouring out every second, but he can't simply use Corpse Explosion or the Flame Demon King will notice. He decides to wait a bit so the monsters can gather before blowing them up. It doesn't take long for the demons to notice him, and they immediately charge forward trying to devour the two of them. However, to the hero, they are nothing but extra merit points. As soon as they get close, he blows them all up using corpse explosion. Seeing this, more demons rush at him, but he blows them up too, gaining even more merit. It isn't long before the girl gets a promotion. In normal circumstances, it takes a team of professional demon hunters an entire year to get this many merit points. The girl is more than excited that they managed to get promoted so quickly, but the hero knows this isn't over yet. Suddenly, multiple higher abyssal demons appear right in front of them. They notice the two humans, but are a bit confused by the huge amount of monster corpses on the ground. This makes them wonder if someone is camping outside. Just then, they hear the voice of Moyu, who tells them that they are about to find out. Seeing his level, the demons don't believe he is much of a threat and decide to make him a slave. As the demon commands our boy to kneel in front of him, it immediately gets blasted by the corpse explosion. Seeing the demon get disintegrated, the girl wonders if they are all idiots. The explosions are powerful enough to cause the gate to collapse. Our boy notices this and decides to help it out by blasting it even more. The next blast also kills hundreds of demons, giving him 7,000 merit points. This single explosion promotes them to a 2-star lieutenant. As the dust settles, they notice the teleportation stone Shinning. It was given to them by Princess Mo Yun so they could help her hunt the battlefield Ghost King. Since it's Shinning, they think she must have found the Ghost King and quickly decide to help her. Right after they teleport, the team of professionals makes their way to the battleground. Instead of finding the gate, they are met with the corpses of all the demons our boy just killed. Among them are the higher demons as well, which makes them wonder who even killed them. The captain sighs as he comments that it feels so familiar. However, after using their brains, they figure out that it was actually the hero who did this, and they were worried about him for nothing. Meanwhile, in the second battlefield, the princess rides her unicorn, anxious because the hero and the girl haven't arrived yet. As expected, the princess has located the battlefield Ghost King, a target many professionals have come to defeat. These professionals notice the princess and attempt to stop her from claiming the Ghost King. She dodges and uses her speed to evade attacks, though some still land on her unicorn. Seeing no way out, she strikes back, but the professionals' high barrier defenses nullify her attacks. To make things worse, the princess notices another team of professionals making their way here. This means that she has to finish the Ghost King right now, or it will be too late. The members of the Wangchao Guild continue attacking her and she struggles to shake them off. She wonders why Yi Yi hasn't arrived yet. As they continue bombarding her with elemental skills, she suddenly notices a teleportation portal appearing right behind her. Our boy has finally appeared with the girl, but the attacks still don't stop. The guild members eventually break through the barrier and attack them directly. However, before it can do any damage, the hero uses his skeleton armor, which blocks all spells. The princess is stunned to see such strong defensive ability and wonders if the girl had been under his protection all this time. This time, even the young president of the guild notices our boy. Bro still can't forget the humiliation he faced last time and screams at him to come down. Meanwhile, the girl asks Mo Yun what's going on here. She explains that she finally found the battlefield Ghost King, but coincidentally met these professionals from the guild. Now they are trying to steal the kill from her. The hero still remembers his last interaction with the guy below and realizes that he won't let him go without a fight. While he shouts at him to get down, the princess explains that the guild is simply buying time for their second team to kill the Ghost King. In other words, they have to make a choice quickly. Considering the situation, our boy decides to stay here and deal with the young president while the princess stops the other team from killing the boss. The guild's president is furious, acknowledging that the hero has once again appeared unexpectedly. He recalls that Moyu gained admission to Xiaojing Academy, while he could not enter any academy just because of what he did. The man shifts into his berserk form, complaining that if the hero had not existed, he himself would have been the top scorer in that exam and would have gained admission to Xiaojing Academy. Meanwhile, the girl thinks that has simply lost his mind since he's blaming everything on others. The man orders his team to stop waiting and attack them immediately. Following his orders, his team members spring into action at incredible speed and charge at our boy. The young president is confident since his team consists of all professionals with years of experience. What he fails to realize is just how powerful Moyu has become in the past few days. He summons his skeleton warriors, calling forth a large number of them simultaneously. As expected, these so-called professionals are no match for the skeletons and die like armatures. Even the young president is frozen in shock. As his healers attempt to support their fighters, he commands his archers and mages to strike the hero directly. They unleash their most powerful attacks, but our boy counters by summoning skeleton mages, who in turn rain down devastating elemental attacks on the guild members. The guild members panic at the overwhelming force of these attacks, completely unprepared for such power. The president realizes that during the exam, he had never seen the hero summon elemental mages in such numbers. The remaining guild members begin to retreat, but it seems impossible. One member comments that no matter how many additional healers are added, the damage from the skeleton warriors and mages is impossible to recover from. With no way out, they start to run for H-tier lives. Seeing this, the president screams at them to stop. He still refuses to believe that a level 27 Necromancer can beat them all by himself. Meanwhile, the hero smiles and asks whether they think they can escape. He activates his corpse explosion skill, and the man watches in horror. Recognizing the skill, he knows the danger, but it is too late. The explosion erupts, catching everyone in its radius. All the guild members perish instantly, leaving only the young president standing. The man screams in fear, watching all of his squad getting perished in front of his eyes. Our boy emerges from the fading smoke and slowly walks towards him. After getting close, the man finally glances the 2-star second lieutenant badge and wonders just how many demons he has killed. Bro knows he can't fight back, so he falls down and starts begging for his life. However, the hero apologizes, telling him that he never lets his enemies escape. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Mo Yun, the President's Guild, and the second team are attempting to defeat it. The princess arrives at the scene on her unicorn and blasts them using her attacks. They try to fight back, but she is quick to use her shield. The mages find her annoying, but they still hope that their president will take care of her once he is done with the hero. However, it's been a bit too long and he is still not back. Out of nowhere, they notice 2 of their own members flying back towards them. Before they can figure out what is going on, their corpses explode. Despite all the chaos, one of the mages manages to contain the explosion. As they wonder what is going on, they notice the hero standing at a distance along with his skeletons. The princess watches in amazement, marveling at how quickly he handled the opposing group. The skeletons carry the corpses of the Wang Chao guild members and start throwing them towards the group. Immediately after, our hero activates his corpse explosion skill, creating another huge blast. Shocked, the princess begins to grasp our boy's true potential, realizing how he manages to solo dangerous dungeons on hell difficulty. The explosions cause the remaining guild members to panic since their formation is completely broken. They try to hide inside their shields, hoping for safety, but the skeleton warriors attack even the shield directly, destroying it in a single strike and killing everyone inside. The hero instructs his team that since the front line is under control, they should focus on the battlefield Ghost King next. The princess follows his command without question. However, killing the Ghost King might be another challenge on its own. Instead of fighting it with skeletons, our boy immediately summons the Outpost Guardian. Mo Yun is astonished, asking just how many tricks he still has hidden. She realizes she has not yet fully understood him. The hero turns to her and admits that he is not good at using holy magic himself, so he will leave it to her. Hearing this, she quickly gets on her unicorn, flies high, and prepares to use her holy magic directly on the Ghost King. The monster looks up, clearly furious at the princess. In its rage, it raises a hand and casts a lifesteal spell. Mo Yan quickly moves aside with the unicorn, letting the spell flash past her. At the same moment, the hero raises his hand and uses his slow curse. The monster clearly does not expect this, and finds itself bound tightly by the crimson chains. Immediately after, the hero orders the Outpost Guardian to restrict the Ghost King's movements. The undead boss advances straight toward the monster. The princess watches the clash between the Outpost Guardian and the Ghost King, and wonders how many abilities the hero is still hiding. Surprisingly, the Outpost Guardian appears too weak to fight the Ghost King directly. Our boy frowns slightly, realizing that he needs to find a different undead to fight for him. Suddenly, he hears the princess telling him to simply restrain the Ghost King while she will deal all the damage. She unleashes her powerful holy beams since the monster is supposed to take 50% more damage from holy attacks. But for some reason, it still doesn't do much to harm the powerful Ghost King. In response, he uses his mind control skill called Bewitch, and for a second the princess falls under its effects. The hero realizes that he made a mistake by not protecting her with the skeleton armor. As she falls to the ground, he orders one of his minions to grab her before she gets hurt. He then turns to Yi Yi and asks her to take care of the princess while he handles this big boy alone. From what he has seen, our boy acknowledges the Ghost King's immense power and decides that this monster will become his next soul. He summons his skill and calls his army general to fight. The Ghost King attempts another powerful strike, but Moyu activates his skeleton armor and blocks it without any problem. Afterwards, he smiles as he prepares his Soul Blaze spell and orders his skeletons to hunt their next prey. Even the mighty Ghost King appears helpless against Soul Blaze and starts screaming in agony. The hero uses this opportunity to bind him using Slow Curse while simultaneously ordering his skeletons to attack with Rage Strike. Meanwhile, the girl is busy feeding a healing potion to the princess. The potion quickly takes effect. Moyan comes back to her senses. However, she starts to panic as she learns that she was hit by the Ghost King's mind control spell. This fear immediately vanishes when she looks forward and notices the same Ghost King being completely overpowered by our boy. When the Ghost King tries to use a life-stealing attack on the skeleton warriors, the hero calmly points out that his warriors are undead, making the attack useless. Although the Ghost King can change into a spectral form, he still has his weaknesses since he only has defense against physical attacks. On the other hand, our boy has no shortage of elemental magic. Watching him fight, the princess wonders if this is usually how he clears all the dungeons. Yi confirms it and jokes about him not having any sweet potatoes. Within minutes, the Ghost King is defeated and our boy once again stands victorious. Even though the Ghost King drops a lot of valuable materials and equipment, the hero has his eyes on something else. He walks over and uses his scythe to capture the monster's soul, ultimately adding him to his collection of minions. Checking its stats, he realizes that the Ghost King takes more damage from holy attacks, but it's still pretty strong overall. Meanwhile, the princess is still in a state of shock as she can't believe he defeated the boss this easily. Before she can say anything, he walks over to her and hands over the Nirvana crystal. She stares in shock and reveals that she had been searching for this for a long time. This will give her a 60% chance of evolving her profession, and she might finally be able to reach Holy Summoner. She thanks the hero, telling him how important the Nirvana crystal is for her progression. His luck doesn't seem bad either, since he managed to get the Ghost King heart, which is the main material for the Ghost King necklace. Since she only needs the crystal, she decides to let him take everything else. The girl can even help him find a suitable alchemist. Hearing this, the girl mentions that the hero is already a disciple of Master Bai, so he doesn't need her help. This shocks the princess even more since Master Bai doesn't accept disciples. However, looking at his talent, she doesn't doubt he made an exception for him. After everything that happened, the princess warns him that the members of the Wang Chao Guild might come after him for revenge. Even though he is in the protection of Master Bai, they still might try to do something behind his back. Our boy turns to her with a cold expression and assures her that he is mentally prepared for that. In his mind, he can't help but think about his new minion, the Ghost King. If he wants to summon it, he can't do it in front of other people, at least not in front of anyone alive. It doesn't take long for the news to spread out, and an announcement is made about the defeat of the Ghost King. Hearing this, all teams are astonished, acknowledging that a professional capable of defeating such a powerful foe truly exists. They know the Ghost King had an incredible life-stealing skill, making its defeat even more impressive. Meanwhile, at the Wang Chao Guild, the guild president hears the announcement and thinks that it's his son who took down the Ghost King. Despite his past failures, he believes that if he can collect the Nirvana crystal, he might still be able to redeem himself and take the guild forward. Bro even calls one of his assistants to find a good alchemist for the Ghost King necklace. Back at the battlefield, the hero uses corpse explosion to get rid of all the remaining corpses of the guild members. The girls knows that as long as they don't tell anyone what happened, the guild won't be able to blame it on them. With this, they finally teleport back. The scene changes and we see the two masters drinking tea like usual and discussing the upcoming competition. Old Man Meng asks the master if he is worried about his disciple completing the mission. They have already heard the announcement and question if it was truly the boy who killed the Ghost King. It doesn't take long for Moyu to return, and he immediately answers all of their questions by showing them all the materials he has gathered. The master is impressed to see all this and notices the 2-star second lieutenant badge on his shirt. This means that the hero has killed over 400 demons in just a couple of days. Noticing their expressions, the hero admits that he killed some high-ranking demons. This comes as a shock to the two masters, and one of them almost chokes on his tea. After he finishes explaining his entire experience in the battlefield, Master Bai laughs and praises his excellent performance. However, our boy hasn't even explained the most important detail yet. He mentions that during his time in the third battlefield, he encountered the great elemental mage and received the Abyss teleportation stone from that old guy. He hands over the stone to the master, who uses his alchemy skills to input all the coordinates of the human world into it. This ensures the hero can now use the stone to travel between the Abyss world and the human world, though some limits remain. Each use of the stone carries a 1-hour cooldown, and it is soul-bound, meaning only Moyu can use it. Grateful, he thanks the old man, who advises him to keep the talent stone carefully, as it will be useful during his third job evolution. As for the Divine Flame Staff, the master assures him that he will find someone to fix it. The hero also hands over the Ghost King's heart to the masters. This confirms that he was the one who killed the Ghost King. The master coughs and suggests that if he killed the battlefield Ghost King, he must have obtained the Nirvana crystal as well. The hero confirms he received 5 drops, keeping 3 for himself. Hearing this, the master tells him to hand over the remaining 2 drops, offering to help with his second job preparation. Despite acknowledging he's just an old man, he promises him an 80% success rate for his second job evolution, along with a 30% awakening rate for his second talent. He admits it's somewhat shameful that this is his second talent awakening, since if it were the first time, this old man would be 90% confident about the talent awakening. Our boy thinks the master called him Lord Bai Shen. This makes the other master laugh, and he questions whether the hero just called him Lord Bai Shen and presents him with tea. Our boy approaches Master Bai with the tea, greeting his master properly and handing it over. He thinks about his family members, and now he has gained a master in this world whom he can truly call family. The master happily tells him that he has worked extremely hard these past few days and should now take proper rest. Tomorrow he'll go directly to Nanhong City and must perform well in that competition, bringing the crown back. The hero assures his master not to worry and then departs. After he leaves, the old man gets serious, revealing that when the hero and the girl were battling the battlefield Ghost King, they offended members of the Wang Chao Guild and had already killed the guild's young president. The master questions why the boy didn't tell him about this and dismisses the Wang Chao Guild as a trash guild, claiming this old man could easily go there and defeat every single member. Master Mung believes the hero is probably planning to solve and settle this incident himself, which is why he didn't mention it to them to avoid causing trouble. After hearing all this, the master decides not to interfere and let the boy handle this matter for the time being. The scene shifts to the second day in Nanhong City, where the arena is completely set up and the competition of professionals is about to begin. Our boy arrives at the arena with his team members. Ms. Tao thinks to herself that 90% of teams will be eliminated during the auditions alone. While they might not be able to rely on Moyu for the auditions, they shouldn't have much trouble clearing them. The next team is called into a portal, and all 5 of them begin walking forward. The test turns out to be pretty simple, where they just have to follow the tunnel and kill monsters along the way. Tao asks Duangao to provide them with buffs. She explains they'll try to clear this round first, and handle all the monsters themselves. If they face any difficulties, the hero can step in to help. The first monster they face is a fake abyss dog demon. Our boy observes that compared to real abyss demon dogs, these fake demon dogs are much weaker. His team shouldn't have much problem fighting these demon dogs. The hero watches as the girl charges at the demon dog and hits it with a shield bash, pushing one demon dog back. Another demon dog gets ready, and the pink-haired girl arrives, using her assassin skills on the monster. She easily takes down both demon dogs together. She thinks that following the hero around has made her stronger. At the same time, Tao suggests that they keep moving. Meanwhile, our boy doubts that the rest of the exam will be this easy. Outside, people stand amazed, noting that 3,000 teams are participating in this tournament. The audition appears to be very difficult, as another team gets eliminated in the audition round itself. Several hellhounds now appear, attempting to attack Yi Yi directly. She dodges all their attacks and uses her fatal strikes on the hellhounds, killing many of them together. Ms. Tao also uses crowd control skills, defending everyone and using slash skills to eliminate the monsters. Master Bai watches the entire results unfold and wonders what his disciple is doing. Other teams have already reached 40 points, but they're stuck at just 23 points. Since the old man controls the tower, he questions if he can reveal the reason. The old man declines, explaining this is just an audition round and speed isn't the real purpose of this test. He questions whether the master lacks faith in this boy. The master clenches his fist and announces that he will punish the kid if he doesn't bring back the crown. Back in the competition, we see his teammates getting tired. They are finally up against the demon dog boss, but most of them are exhausted. To make things worse, the demon dog can also summon smaller monsters. While passing through the tunnel, they killed many demons together, but they aren't in the best shape right now. To make it a bit easier, the hero tells them all to take a break, announcing that he will handle things from here. All of them gladly let him take the lead, and our boy summons his skeleton warriors. The girl watches this and realizes that these skeleton warriors feel more suppressive than the demon dog. She can't comprehend how much stronger the hero has already become. The skeleton warriors move directly toward the demon dogs, attacking and killing them. Just one strike is enough for a single demon. Watching her minions getting killed, the boss rushes to help, but our boy is ready. He uses his slow curse and sends his skeleton to kill even the boss in a single strike. After defeating this boss, they pass the test. Their team killed the boss so quickly that they move into first place in this competition with 300 points. Everyone outside can see this name displayed, and some of them even recognize the hero. The team members finally teleport out and appear at the scoreboard. None of them expected to get the first place, so it feels a bit shocking to them. Our boy also has to participate in the individual category audition, so he decides to split. At the same time, another team finishes with their audition and excitedly checks the leaderboards, hoping to get the first place. Unfortunately for them, it's already taken by the hero. They get a glimpse of our boy before he steps into the portal and leaves for his solo competition. After seeing the team audition ground, he guesses the individual test won't be that hard for him. The first monster is sees as a level 30 Abyss Demon Wolf. Since it's fake, the hero doesn't really have much trouble dealing with it. He clears the entire audition in 1 minute and 3 seconds while gaining 7 points. Just like last time, some dumbass finishes his test and thinks he is going to at the first spot only to get hit by reality. With every audition, more and more people start to recognize him since he was the national top scorer that year. Meanwhile, the hero is busy thinking about his sister since he hasn't seen her name in the competition. As fate would have it, his sister suddenly appears in front of him and calls him out. Both of them are extremely happy meeting each other and hug. The girl mentions that it's only been a year since they last met, and he has already grown taller than her. Afterwards, they both sit down to talk. The sister jokes he still hasn't changed, which is probably why he won't find any girl. Ignoring that statement, he questions how she knew she would find him here. She reveals that she had been keeping up with all of his achievements throughout the year. Hearing this, he asks why she didn't come to find him earlier. Turns out she was busy training and didn't really have time to do anything else. He then asks her about her level, but she keeps it a secret. Still, he can see that she is a holy blade dancer now, which means that she got a job upgrade during her job change. The sister tries playing it cool and mentions that she just got lucky. The hero is still curious and questions how she raised her level so fast. She finally reveals that it's related to her talent since it allows her to level up at an increased rate. However, she also tells him not to reveal any details about it to anyone. While they are talking, some other participants walk in, and one of them turns to the hero asking who he is. The girl immediately gets up and introduces him to the man as her brother. The man turns out to be a senior and warmly meets our boy, although he is shocked to notice the 2-star second lieutenant badge on his shirt. After greeting him, the man leaves them to catch up and reminds the girl to return a bit early to discuss strategy for tomorrow. As he walks away, our boy notices the 1-star badge and realizes that he is 1 star below him in rank. This makes him wonder if these people are his sister's teammates for the competition. She confirms it and reveals that they are all top geniuses from Chuangshen Academy. Our boy still thinks that they can't compare to his sister, which makes her smile. As she walks away, she mentions that she might need to go somewhere else to train after the competition, so it's possible they won't meet for a while. However, she hopes for him to make a girlfriend by the next time they see each other. Becoming serious, he tells her that he also wants to join Chuangshen Academy and hopes to meet her there in the future. She reassures him that she will wait for him there. On the second day, the audience gathers and sees the battle arena in its entirety. Many people comment that the Shangxia Empire has clearly spent an enormous amount of money on this venue. The auditions from the previous day are already over, and the main events of the competition officially begin today. It is said that 1,024 teams passed the auditions. Tao checks her token and discovers that her team is number 512, while their opponent is team 53. She knows that there are several teams here that they need to be especially careful of. Almost all the participating teams are made up of level 29 professionals, and they are equipped with top-tier platinum-grade gear. Team 18 comes from Country Xing, Team 322 from Holy Lands of Chengdu, Team 599 from Country Y, and many other powerful teams are present as well. The hero tells Miss Her that they should follow the same plan as before. She and the rest of the team will engage the opponents first, and if they run into serious trouble, he will step in and take control of the battle himself. He assures her that he will support them when needed. Soon the battle officially begins, and the announcement is made. The entire arena becomes excited. The girl leads her team forward, fully prepared, and steps onto the arena. The opposing knight is level 27, 3 levels higher than her, but they still have faith in her since our boy is also on the team. The crowd begins discussing the Necromancer class, questioning what kind of profession it is and whether it is a newly appeared class. Meanwhile, the opposing team thinks they can win easily since the hero and his teammates seem too low-leveled. As the match starts, Mo Yu's teammates get into position. A member of the opposing team orders a charge, and Tao charges forward as well. Her speed is astonishing, shocking the opposing leader. She pushes straight toward the enemy's back line, immediately putting them under pressure. The opposing leader realizes that they are already in serious trouble. Her focus slips for a moment, and the girl seizes the opportunity, tackling her head-on and sending her flying. She then uses a group taunt skill, forcing the enemy's attention onto herself. At the same time, Yi jumps at them using her assassin skills. The opposing archer grows furious, scoffing that she should not act so boldly since she is only a level 24 knight. He then unleashes a triple shot skill at her. Despite all that, she continues advancing without hesitation, charging directly toward the mage. The mage launches her spell at her, but she blocks the attacks and keeps moving forward. The remaining members of the opposing team are shocked by this relentless assault, wondering how her attacks can be so aggressive. Seeing this, the mage begins preparing a powerful fire-type spell and moves forward to attack. At the same time, the leader warns everyone to be careful of the assassin. The archer activates Hawkeye and manages to locate her, but by then it is already too late. Yi has closed the distance completely. She appears right beside the mage and delivers a swift strike, instantly knocking the mage out of the battle. The opposing leader quickly realizes that the fight is becoming far more difficult than expected. The two girls launch a coordinated assault, attacking at the same time. Using their speed and charge-based attacks, they rapidly overwhelm the enemy archer and the remaining backline members, defeating them one after another. Our boy observes calmly and understands that their opponents lack real combat experience. It seems they have rarely, if ever, fought true professionals. Realizing this, he sees no need to step in personally. The audience is left stunned by the scene. Many notice that the Necromancer has not even moved from his position, yet his team wins the battle with only 4 members. It becomes clear that the opponents are complete novices, while his team has grown accustomed to fighting inside dungeons and has already gained genuine battle experience. In the end, his team secures a clean victory. Yi is visibly delighted by the win, but Tao reminds everyone that future opponents will likely be much stronger, so they must remain cautious and may need to rely on the hero more heavily later on. Moga reassures them not to worry. As the second day continues, the next round begins. A new team steps onto the field, composed of level 28 and 29 professionals. This team clearly possesses far greater strength. Their leader observes that the hero's team seems to have only beginners around level 20, with the highest member barely reaching level 27. They even wonder whether the previous opponents had simply forfeited. Among this new team is a summoner who calls forth a demonic beast. Yi and Tao both realize that this match won't be as easy as last one. The opposing team prepares thoroughly, activating shields and readying their attacks. As the match starts, they strike first. The assassin girl understands that the shadow beast functions like an assassin-type summon. It does not rely solely on stealth but can also see through it. If she moves, the shadow beast mirrors her movements and can quickly suppress or restrain her. Miaoyu points out that the opposing team lacks a knight, meaning they are focused entirely on offense and have little defensive capability. This makes their usual strategy ineffective. The girl decides that they must adapt and improvise instead. Meanwhile, the opposing leader glances at our boy and wonders why the enemy necromancer still has not acted. With a confident laugh, he activates their powers. Sensing danger, the girl orders her team to spread out. Immediately after, the opposing leader unleashes a powerful strike. Tao blocks it with her shield, but she can feel just how overwhelming the attack is. The enemy leader then presses forward and attacks her directly. She struggles to block the follow-up strikes with her short weapon. At the same time, Yi Yi tries to intervene using her speed, but she is suddenly bound in place by the shadow beast and cannot escape. The real problem becomes clear when they realize that the summoner can continuously heal the beast, making it even harder to deal with. As the healer girl tries to support her teammates, the mage tanks the incoming explosion himself so she can survive. He pushes the girl out of harm's way, insisting that she must not be injured since she is the team's healer. After he gets eliminated, the enemy leader becomes even more confident and asks them to surrender if they don't want to feel pain. Ignoring him completely, Tao rushes towards the summoner, but she gets blasted by the mage before she can even get close. As she slides back, she smiles and asks the hero to step in for her.